The most effective way to get revenge on a man is to take his woman. In my past life, Gao Yi, my father's best friend, not only stole my entire inheritance, but also conspired with the school beauty to throw me in prison. Now that I've been reborn, he'll start with his woman and his daughters, so that he too can taste the bitterness of despair. At this moment, a young woman with a smoking hot body was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently blowing on a spoonful of hot herbal medicine. Xiao Feng, it's time for your medicine. Looking at everything before my eyes, my heart suddenly tightened. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. It's so good to see Auntie Bai Ji again. Seeing my expression, Bai Ji's eyes turned red instantly. She looked at me with a face full of worry. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Don't scare Auntie Bai Ji, eh? Come on, let's go to the hospital for a checkup right now. Only when Bai Ji grabbed my hand. Did I snap out of my thoughts? No. Okay. I was just spacing out for a bit. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. In her emotional state, she pressed my head against her full chest and gently stroked my head. It's good that you're okay. You suddenly fainted this afternoon, scaring Auntie Bai Ji to death. A faint fragrance surrounded my nose, making me feel like I couldn't breathe. I muttered, I'm fine. I just can't breathe. As soon as I said that, Bai Ji realized her actions were a bit inappropriate. Her face immediately flushed red. She gave a small cough, then let go of me, pretending nothing happened. Then she reached out to gently touch my forehead. The fever seems to be gone. Be good. Finish this last bowl of medicine. I nodded, took the bowl and drained it in one gulp. Bai Ji smiled radiantly. Looking incredibly charming, she gently stroked my hair. Xiao Feng is such a good boy. Then she smoothed out the wrinkles on her skirt behind her, stood up and said, then Auntie Bai Ji will go cook dinner. Rest for a bit longer. I'll call you when it's ready. I stared at Bai Ji's graceful figure as she left. With every step she took, that slender waist swayed provocatively, and her round hips shook slightly with her gait. Auntie Bai Ji, let me take care of you in this life. As for your cruel husband, Gao Yi, he'll make his life a living hell, and he won't find peace even in death. Ting. System binding successful. Issuing beginner mission. The member of the opposite sex with favorability above 60. Complete a full cycle physical intimacy. Reward. Genetic evolution serum. Time limit 3 days. To prevent the host from being manipulated. Favorability system is one of the core functions. Before I could study the system further, Bai Ji's gentle voice rang out. Xiao Feng, come wash your hands and eat dinner. My heart fluttered slightly. I suppressed my curiosity and replied quickly, I'm coming right now. Entering the dining room, Bai Ji was already waiting at the table. She was wearing a small panda apron. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, with a few loose strands falling over her forehead. That smoking hot, seductive body was like a ripe, succulent honey peach, making it impossible to resist taking a bite. Sexy, virtuous, cute, and gentle. All these qualities existed in harmony within her, creating a captivating contrast of attraction. There were only the two of us at home today. I couldn't help but whisper to myself, check Bai Ji's info. The next second, a virtual screen appeared before me. Light blue and full of sci-fi vibes. Huh. Only 16 times, and the number of refusals is 0. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking mockingly to myself, Gao Yi, you useless piece of trash, you're really pathetic. It's my responsibility to give Auntie Bai Ji a better life in your place. Plus, her favorability toward me is a whopping 90. Hey. Looking at Bai Ji's sexy, smooth body in front of me, I felt an unusual surge of excitement inside. Women Bai Ji's age usually have very strong needs. Gao Yi is over 50 this year. It seems his spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. A handsome, healthy young man like me needs to step in and help. Xiao Feng, why aren't you eating? Bai Ji glanced up at me and found me staring fixedly at her chest. Bai Ji's face immediately flushed red from embarrassment. Xiao Feng has really grown up. He's already a grown man. For some reason, I feel like Xiao Feng is a bit different. He seems much more handsome. Bai Ji's heart was thumping wildly. She felt a bit conflicted. As an adult, should I guide Xiao Feng in those matters? I snapped out of it, enjoying the delicious food while constantly praising Bai Ji's cooking skills. I was just spaced out earlier. I'm eating now. Auntie Bai Ji, your cooking is truly amazing. Even better than the chefs. In those 5-star hotels out there, Bai Ji couldn't stop smiling. It's not that good. You're just being a flatterer. Ping. High EQ choice support function activated. After the host makes the right choice, the target's favorability may increase, and you will receive affection points. Can be used to buy items in the system store. Wrong choice. Favorability may decrease. No other penalty. The host can also choose not to select and improvise on your own, said with a snort. Bullshit, of course, it's fake. You actually believed a bit of flattery. Living all these years for nothing. Smiled wickedly, hugged Bai Ji and said, hee, I have a silver tongue. Let's see who's tastier, you or this braised pork, said gently. Really, Auntie Bai Ji, if I could be with you every day, hesitates and eat your cooking, I would surely be the happiest person in the world. I wish I could eat your food every day. I was speechless. Obviously, I had to choose the third one. I definitely choose option 3. I looked at Bai Ji gently and firmly. Really, Auntie Bai Ji, if I could enjoy you, I mean, you're cooking every day, i.e. be the happiest person on earth. I hope I can eat your food every day in the future. Ting. Affection points 100, currently 100 points. Bai Ji's favorability toward you 1, currently 91 points. Keep up the good work. Bai Ji was a bit bashful. She gave me a seductive side glance. You're just talking nonsense. Such a sweet talker. I'm serious. I smiled back, Auntie Bai Ji. I would never lie to you. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit strange. Neither of us said anything more, just quietly eating. After the meal, Bai Ji stretched. Revealing her enchanting body curves, she gently massaged her stiff neck. Her delicate face showed a hint of fatigue. Seeing this, my heart skipped a beat. Just as I was about to speak, the system started working again. Ting. High EQ choice function activated, rubbing hands together and smiling lecherously. Lee down, let me help you relax properly. Hey. Rushing over to slap her and saying domineeringly, a woman who doesn't know how to take care of herself. Are you trying to make me worry? Smiling gently saying, Auntie Bai Ji, you've worked so hard. Thank you for cooking such a delicious dinner. Let me give you a massage to help you relax. I took a deep breath, then approached Bai Ji, saying gently, Auntie Bai Ji, you've worked hard. Thank you for this wonderful dinner. Let me help you relax a bit. That wouldn't be very appropriate. Affection points 100, currently 200 points. Bai Ji's favorability 1, currently 92 points. Keep it up. Hey. Women really do say one thing and mean another. Her mouth says no, but her favorability is secretly rising. Small tip. You can use 100 affection points to exchange in the system store for Master Massage Technique. Help you conquer targets more easily. Do you want to exchange? There is such a good deal. I quickly whispered. Exchange now. Affection points 100. 100 points remaining. Skill received. Master Massage Technique. Next second, a massive amount of massage knowledge flooded my brain. I persuasively said, it's okay. It's just a massage. Auntie Bai Ji, you've sacrificed so much for this family. You should also pay attention to your own health. It pains me to see you so tired. All right then. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Bai Ji agreed as if possessed. She felt a sudden surge of emotion, having silently sacrificed for this family for so many years. Forget Gao Yi, who was rarely home all year round. Even his 3 daughters rarely showed her such sincere care and understanding. Then Bai Ji stood up and swayed her round hips gracefully toward the sofa. Bai Ji was a bit shy, and after taking a deep breath, she lay face down on the sofa. As she lay down, her breasts bounced like jelly. My eyelids twitched, and I swallowed hard, trying to suppress the wicked fire inside as I approached her. Auntie Bai Ji. I'm starting now. Bai Ji buried her flushed face in the sofa cushion and softly replied, go ahead. Next second, Bai Ji felt a surge of masculine hormones wash over her. Her mind went blank. In an instant, a numbing sensation spread through her body. Bai Ji couldn't help but groan softly, her cheeks flushing like a ripe honey peach. I stopped my hands, asking gently, Auntie Bai Ji, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Feeling the hot warmth suddenly leave, Bai Ji felt a slight sense of loss. She quickly explained, It's nothing. I was just a bit surprised. Please continue the massage. I applied the master massage technique, focusing on massaging Bai Ji. Bai Ji gradually immersed herself in my skillful hands. It had been a long time since she felt so at peace. Xiaofeng, where did you learn to massage? It's truly wonderful. I'm glad you like it, Auntie Bai Ji. I just learned it online, mainly to help you relax whenever you're tired. Bai Ji was deeply moved. Xiaofeng is so filial, not like those 3 daughters of hers, who are always away and rarely come home.
Sigh.
Thank you, Xiaofeng.
I really like it, said sincerely. I should be the one thanking you, Auntie Bai Ji. 6 years ago, when my parents died in that accident, you were always there taking care of me. I will never forget that kindness, even though I hate Gao Yi to the bone. I always have respect and love for Bai Ji. Throughout my high school years, Bai Ji always cared for me and worried about every little thing, often taking me out here and there. It's fair to say that without her help, I wouldn't have overcome the darkness after my parents' death. In this life, I will never let the tragedy repeat. Definitely make Gao Yi wish he were dead. But I won't destroy my own future either. I finally got reborn. I need to enjoy a passionate life with Auntie Bai Ji. Bai Ji felt full of compassion. She and my mother were close friends for years. Her friend's sudden departure left her deeply pained. The past is in the past, dear. Your upcoming college life will be wonderful. With Xiaofeng being so handsome, I'm sure lots of girls will be chasing you. Don't forget Auntie Bai Ji when that happens. As soon as she finished, I immediately shook my head. No. Jiangcheng University is very close to home. After my sophomore year starts, I'll live at home, so I can be with Auntie Bai Ji every day. Bai Ji's face turned beet red, but she was overjoyed inside. She gently scolded him. You silly boy, what nonsense are you saying now? You're grown up. You should learn to be independent. Auntie Bai Ji, I'm serious. Bai Ji's heart throbbed. She said with some fluster, you'll have a girlfriend later. Living with Auntie Bai Ji would be very inconvenient. Besides, Auntie Bai Ji is old now. My looks have faded. You'll surely find this old woman troublesome later on. Ping. High EQ choice function activated. Naughty hands started moving around, then smiling lecherously and saying, since you know it's inconvenient.
Why haven't you gotten lost from this villa yet?
But if you want to join in, I wouldn't mind at all.
Hey.
Said with an indifferent attitude, Awesome. So you realized you're almost 40. Truly old and withered. If I were your age, I'd just drop dead. Only you could last this long.
What a shameless old woman,
Said sincerely Auntie by J. You're still very young and beautiful. If we walk down the street together, people would definitely think we're siblings. Besides, it's all your fault. You've raised my standards for a lover too high. How can I ever find someone as beautiful and virtuous as you to be my girlfriend? Even if I'm lucky enough to meet someone like you. If she doesn't respect you, I definitely won't let it slide. I didn't hesitate to choose the third answer. Bai Ji laughed heartily, her whole body shaking, her round hips swaying with her laughter. She couldn't help but scold him. What nonsense. Affection points 100. Currently 200 points. Bai Ji's favorability 1. Currently 93 points. Keep trying. My hands secretly moved a bit lower. Starting to massage along the sides of Bai Ji's body, I casually continued. Not joking. My greatest wish is to find a lover. Exactly like you, Auntie Bai Ji. Unfortunately, that's harder than reaching the heavens. Truly a case of being born at the wrong time. Sigh. If I could have a wife like you, I'd be willing to lose 20 years of my life. Don't talk such nonsense. IG's face was flushed, and she couldn't stop sighing to herself. If only I had met a husband like Zhao Feng. So handsome, with a perfect body, understanding and sensitive, and with such a kind nature. A truly ideal man. Not like that bastard Gao Yi who's always out having affairs. I must have been blind to marry him back then.
Why did I choose to go with him?
I said, pretending to be serious. Auntie Bai Ji, let me massage your back. Maybe because of overworking, your lower back area is all stiff. Bai Ji, in a daze, replied softly. All right, it's hard work for you, Xiao Feng. An hour later, Bai Ji felt her whole body go soft like noodles. She quickly begged for mercy. All right, dear, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Feng, you're tired. Let's end today's massage here. I rubbed my tired fingers. It really was a bit exhausting. So I nodded and replied, yes, let's stop for today. Well, continue another day. IG stood up to go to the bathroom to clean up. But as soon as she stood, her legs suddenly buckled. Her whole body fell uncontrollably forward. Standing nearby, I was pulled down to the floor by her, unintentionally becoming her human cushion.
One lying beneath.
The other pressed on top. This position was as suggestive as it could possibly be. Bai Ji's face suddenly turned bright red like a ripe fruit. She hurriedly tried to stand up, but her numb legs left her with absolutely no strength. A second later, she fell back onto me again. I was also flustered, not knowing what to do. The entire room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Seeing Bai Ji's blush spread down to her neck, I had to speak to break the silence. Auntie Bai Ji, let me carry you up. Having said that, without waiting for her reaction, I slid one arm around her neck, the other under her knees, and lifted her up gently, smelling the distinct masculine scent on me. Bai Ji felt like she might faint from the intoxication. Silently feeling the firmness of my arms, her heart pounded as if it wanted to leap from her chest. Quickly, I brought her into the bedroom and laid her down on the large, soft bed. Auntie Bai Ji, how are you feeling? I am fine. It's okay now, dear. Then I'll head back to my room. Okay then. Seeing that I had left, Bai Ji buried her face deep in the pillow, rolling back and forth on the big bed. She wailed silently in her heart. I'm going to die. This is so embarrassing. I've totally lost face. How will I face Xiao Feng from now on? It's okay. It's okay. A clear conscience fears no knock. I'm innocent. After returning to my room, I immediately went to the bathroom for a cold shower to extinguish the raging fire in my heart. Having finished showering, I lay on the bed and began to reflect on life. Painful memories from my past life flooded back into my mind. Gao Yi was my father's childhood friend. The two of them co-founded the largest MCN company in Hangzhou. After my parents died, he used sweet words to cheat me out of all my shares. Luckily, there's still time to save everything. In this life, I'll take back many times what I lost. I'll snatch away the career he was so proud of and trample his manly pride. The husband's debt, the wife pays. The father's debt, the daughter repays. Isn't that only natural? I'm just helping Gao Yi's wife and his 3 daughters escape from the darkness. But should I start with Auntie Bai Ji or with his 3 daughters first? This is truly a matter worth considering. Gao Yi can be set aside to be tortured slowly, while the other targets of revenge will be the appetizers. Quickly, time passed until 2 a.m. I woke up and intended to go to the kitchen for some water. As I passed by Auntie Bai Ji's bedroom, I discovered her door wasn't fully closed, with a dim light still flickering inside and emitting very strange sounds. The sound of a phone vibrating intensely. Who would call this late? There's even the sound of flowing water. Could Auntie Bai Ji be taking a shower now? Driven by curiosity, I crept closer, peering through the crack in the door. The dim yellow light in the room flickered, accompanied by soft melodies playing. My heart pounded wildly. I have to control myself. Took a deep breath. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I accidentally brushed against the door. Creak. The sound of the hinge turning rang out, piercingly loud in the dead of night. The next second, my eyes met Auntie Bai Ji's. Ping. High EQ choice function activated. Laughing uncontrollably.
Hey!
Auntie Bai Ji, I'm coming in now.
saying flippantly, this is peak. The door isn't even closed. Did you do it on purpose? Or was it an accident? Or was it an accidental purpose, huh? Thumping my chest to look righteous. Saying seriously, Auntie Bai Ji, this isn't right of you. Let me give you a hand. No need to thank me. I'm just a kind young man who likes to help others. Seeing the options provided by the system, I was completely speechless. Bai Ji was lying on the bed. The sudden creak of the door made her heart jump out of her chest. Her small face turned deathly pale. She saw the figure looming at the door. Those eyes were definitely mine. It's all over now. In her panic, she quickly grabbed the blanket beside her, covering up her exquisite curves. At this moment, Bai Ji's mind was a tangled mess. All sorts of thoughts were swirling endlessly in her head. Her entire body seemed covered in a rosy flush. From her flat belly, all the way to her fair face. What should she do? This is so embarrassing. When did Xiao Feng get here? Did he see everything? Xiao Feng won't just barge in, will he? If he comes in here?
What should I do?
Should I refuse him? How can I face Xiao Feng after this? Meanwhile, in the bedroom, seeing that I had left Bai Jie, let out a long sigh of relief. I cursed inwardly. Stupid system.
What on earth was I supposed to choose?
Bai Ji's affection for the host has increased by 1. It is now 94 points. Host, please keep up the good work. The system notification sound rang out suddenly, making me jump. Quickly hurried away. Early the next morning, Bai Ji and I ate breakfast in silence with our heads down. Both of us had dark circles from exhaustion. Bai Ji was incredibly tense. Her breathing was a bit heavy. Blush slowly spread across her fair skin. Even her small ears were tinged with pink. She asked timidly, Xiao Feng, did you see anything last night? Just as I was about to speak, the system chime rang out at the worst possible moment.
Ding.
High EQ choice function activated. Smile wickedly in reply. Of course I saw it. I even went back to my room to entertain myself. After all, the moon was so bright and clear last night. Moon was so big and white. I saw everything very clearly. Too bad I was so focused that I forgot to record it. How about Nuna does it one more time? 2. Speak nonchalantly. Madam, I'm sure you don't want your secret to be known by anyone else, right? 3. Act innocent. What do you mean, Nuna? Last night, I fell fast asleep the moment I got back to my room. I immediately chose option 3. Love points 100. Totaling 300 points. IG looked relieved, as if a weight had been lifted. She didn't want to continue this awkward topic. Let it be like this, even if it's just self-deception. It's nothing. I'm getting ready to go to the market for groceries. Hurry and eat your breakfast. Your English tutor will be here soon to teach you. Because my English grades were so terrible, Bai Ji had specially invited a hot Western teacher to tutor me. In my past life, I was such a fool, having such a fiery Western girl like this. And yet, I didn't make a move at all. Thinking back, I just want to slap myself 10 times. It seems that if I want to complete the novice mission, I'll have to rely on this Western teacher.
Yes, Nuna.
With that, I started devouring my food. After eating, I took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Bai Ji went out to the market. Very soon after, the doorbell rang. I dried my hands and hurried to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a blonde girl with a perfect body and captivating blue eyes appeared before me. She wore a pair of intellectual gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a simple white shirt, with a tight skirt below that showed off her curves, carrying a few books in her arms, and also holding a ruler. Her whole being exuded an aura that was both wild and academic. Hello, I'm Linda. I couldn't help but call out in my mind. Check Linda's information. Next second, a light blue virtual screen with a sci-fi style appeared. Name, Linda. Beauty, 92. Personality, wild. Open-minded.
Hobbies.
Money-loving. Enjoys getting rich. Affection, 55. Innate succubus body, 20. Body count, 24. Marital status, single. Relationship status, searching for a wealthy new boyfriend. Current mood, happy. Current wish, hopes to meet a new boyfriend who is both handsome and rich. I stepped forward and enthusiastically took the stack of books from her. Hello, Im Ye Feng?
M's.
Linda. Please, just call me Xiao Feng. Please come in and make yourself at home. Linda replied softly. All right. Do I need to change into slippers? I poured a warm cup of coffee and handed it to her. Linda looked around, immediately overwhelmed by the luxurious interior of the house. She rejoiced inwardly. I didn't expect my tutoring student this time to be both handsome and rich. Has my luck finally arrived? I finally have a chance to hook a wealthy young master. Thinking this, she secretly undid one more button on her shirt, then flashed what she thought was her most seductive smile and walked into the living room. She looked like a veteran hunter who had just spotted her prey. Linda smoothed her tight skirt, sat down and crossed her long legs. A glimpse of what was under her skirt peeked through. Linda had studied abroad in China for many years, so she spoke Chinese very fluently. Xiao Feng. You can just call me Nuna Linda. I'm not much older than you anyway. I smiled brightly and asked, Nuna Linda, why didn't you go back to the States and decided to stay in China to develop your career instead? Linda's expression immediately changed. Looking deeply saddened, she choked out. My mother died during childbirth when she had me, and my father was a gambler buried in debt. and an addict too. I don't want to go back to that city full of addicts and gun violence anymore. Chinese people are very warm and hospitable. Plus, it's safe here, and there's so much good food. So I decided to stay. High EQ choice function activated. Caress her small hand. Laughing lewdly. Green tea bitch. Stop acting. Can you stop talking nonsense? I have money, you have looks and a body. Let's just get what we both need. Speak jokingly. Una Linda, I'm sure you don't want to lose this job, right? With a look of concern. Sorry for bringing up your painful past. If you encounter any trouble in Hangzhou, just come to me. I have some connections here. With a sincere look, I took Linda's fair hands and said softly, I'm sorry, Nuna. I've made you sad. If you have any difficulties here, just call me. I can help you with anything.
Ding.
Love points 100. It is now 400 points. Linda's affection for the host has increased by 5. It is now 60 points. Host, please keep up the good work.
Tisk, tisk.
I bet 4 out of those 5 points were thanks to that last sentence. Perfect. Exactly 60 affection points to complete the mission requirement. Now it's time for a full-scale offensive. Linda looked at my handsome face. Her delicate face blushed, and her heart began to beat wildly. It's okay. After a moment of silence, I reluctantly let go of her hands and said, Nuna Linda, shall we start the lesson now? All right, let's go. My room is over here. I led Linda to my private room. I haven't cleaned my room in a while, so it's a bit messy. Please don't mind it, Nuna Linda. Linda glanced around the room and saw that it was actually quite tidy. Not at all. You're being too modest. It's much cleaner than my place. The two of us walked over to the desk, officially beginning today's tutoring session. Sitting close together, a faint, gentle fragrance wafted past my nose. I could even feel the softness pressing against my arm. While lecturing, Linda kept sticking close to me, whether intentionally or not. Nuna Linda, what does the word abandon mean? Linda's big eyes darted around briefly. If she had just thought of something interesting. She said coquettishly, I'm here, let me teach you. With that, Linda pressed her body against mine, her red lips close to my ear. Almost her entire body was leaning on me. 2.5 hours later, the system chime sounded.
Ding.
Linda's affection for the host has increased by 15. It is now 75 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Give the world a little more love. The reward has been delivered. Received 1 genetic evolution serum. Finally finished the mission. Glanced at Linda, who was lying on the bed gasping for air, and hurried into the bathroom. I took out the genetic evolution serum, and a light blue virtual screen appeared again.
Genetic evolution serum.
Standard version. Technological product from the Galactic Empire. Research to perfect human bodily defects. After injection, physical strength and reflexes will increase 5-fold. Lifespan increases by approximately 30%. Genetic defects are mostly corrected, and most diseases can be prevented. I rolled up my sleeve, and without hesitation, injected the dose. The serum slowly entered my body, and my body began to undergo incredible changes. A wave of heat spread through my limbs and bones, and at the same time, I began to sweat profusely. Black impurities were expelled through my pores. This process happened very quickly,
lasting for about 10 minutes.
My vision suddenly became incredibly sharp. I could even see individual specks of dust floating in the air. My muscles also showed off firm, defined lines. Although my frame didn't change too much,
Just by flexing.
my muscles became as hard as boulders. Moreover, the me in the mirror is now flawlessly handsome. I picked up the body wash bottle and gave it a light squeeze, and it immediately cracked open. Looking down at my golden hoop rod in the mirror, I nodded in satisfaction. No, I have to test the effects. I cast my gaze toward Linda, who was still exhausted. My lips curling into a wicked smile. I quickly took a hot shower, then walked over leisurely. 2.5 hours later, system chime sounded again.
Ding.
Linda's affection has increased by 20. It is now 95 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Looking at Linda, lying motionless on the bed, I couldn't help but sigh and shake my head. That's all for today's lesson. Nuna Linda, let me take you home. With that, I helped a jelly-legged Linda down to the parking garage. I randomly picked a Porsche 911, then carried her into the passenger seat and floored the gas. The car quickly sped out of the apartment complex. Nuna Linda, are you okay? Linda was in a state of cerebral hypoxia, lying flat on the seat. She wasn't even conscious anymore. I had no choice but to find any random 5-star hotel, rent a presidential suite, and take her there to rest, sitting on the edge of the bed in the lavish room. I scrolled through videos on my phone while waiting for Linda to wake up. It took quite a while for Linda to come to her senses. She said reproachfully,
You're way too good at this.
I thought I was the hunter, who knew an innocent-looking little lamb like you was actually a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. But at the same time, she felt incredibly happy, handsome and rich, with top-tier stamina. This was her ideal partner. I put on an innocent face and said, "What are you saying, Nuna? I don't understand." Linda shot me a sideways glance, then threw herself back into my arms. 3 hours later, the system chime sounded.
Ding.
Linda's affection for the host has increased by 5. It is now 100 points. To ensure the purity of love and prevent any risk of being cheated on, the system has locked the affection points, which will never decrease. I hurriedly got dressed properly, getting ready to make a quick exit. Linda looked at me with resentful eyes. Are you just gonna leave like that?
You bad man.
Are you planning to hit it and quit it? I looked surprised. What else? Do you really want to continue? Linda panicked. No, I mean, what is our relationship now? Linda looked at me expectantly. I answered without hesitation. Her boyfriend and girlfriend, obviously.
Really?
Baby, you're the best. Linda sat up excitedly, hugging me and kissing me repeatedly. Of course, I'm an upright man. I definitely won't do things like dining and dashing. The law only forbids having multiple wives. But as I recall, there's no limit on how many girlfriends one can have. Linda clung to my arm coquettishly, and I felt my arm sinking into a mass of soft cotton. Then swear it, that you'll only love me. My heart stirred slightly. I, surnamed Ye, swear to only love Linda. Otherwise, my instant noodles will never have seasoning packets again. Linda looked at me reproachfully. What kind of weird oath is that? Then post it on social media to make it public. And you're not allowed to block anyone. Are you kidding me? Oaths are fine, but going public is never happening. I refused decisively. I can't do that, honey. Please, I'm begging you. Linda squeezed my arm tightly against her hot body, her body writhing slightly, her voice so sweet it would soften any heart. I just want your friends to know that we're dating. I leisurely took out my phone, expertly navigating to the money transfer interface. Be good, honey. Just sent you 5,000 yuan. Go shopping and treat yourself to something nice. I have some things to take care of first. Linda saw the notification for 5,200 yuan. Feeling overjoyed inside, she shouted, "Baby, when is our next lesson?" Later, wait for my call. With that, without waiting for her reaction, I immediately dashed off. No joke, now that I've been reborn, I have to live life to the fullest, and no one is going to tie me down. Linda sat on the bed, gritting her teeth as she watched me leave. She vowed to herself, I will definitely chain this man down. Next time, maybe I should prepare some special outfits. Linda seemed to be getting addicted to this feeling. Downstairs, I immediately made a phone call, not wanting to make Baiji worry. Hello? Nuna Baiji, what's up? I'm on my way home. Baiji's gentle voice came through the receiver. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask Xiaofeng if you're coming home for dinner tonight. Yes, I'll be back soon. Please save some dinner for me, Nuna. Okay, hurry home. Everyone is waiting for you. After hanging up, I silently summoned the system. The novice mission is complete. Are there any new missions? System, main quest announced. Help the weak. Praise, truth, goodness, and beauty. Mission content. Return to Vowu Media. Establish a KOL training department and recruit a pitiful girl with a beauty score of 95 or higher. Reward Tsundere Translator 1 million real engagement card. Cash reward 50 million yuan. Mission deadline. Within 1 month from announcement, the Tsundere Translator will automatically translate women's lies into subtitles of their true thoughts. Before I could even process it, system notifications rang out one after another.
Ding.
Side quest announced. The beginning of revenge. Mission content. Use your preferred method to take revenge on the one who bullied you for 3 years in high school. Mission reward. Soul-snatching pocket watch. Mission deadline. Within 1 month from announcement. If that soul-snatching watch has the power I imagine, then everything will be much easier. Brilliant plan to take revenge on Gao Yi began to take shape in my mind. Near noon the next day, I was fast asleep when my phone woke me up. The moment I picked up, I heard a barrage of questions. Yi Feng. Why aren't you here yet? You're the only one missing. Class reunion is about to start. During the summer break after freshman year, class monitor, Hua Ka, organized a class reunion. He thought that since everyone hadn't seen each other for a year, we should gather to rekindle our friendship and just have a good chat. I had completely forgotten about this reunion. I was originally thinking of ways to punish that bastard school bully and that vile school beauty. But this is perfect. They're delivering themselves right to me. I snapped wide awake. After waking up, I hurriedly cleaned myself up, getting ready to head out without even having breakfast. Seeing me in such a rush, Bai Jie asked in surprise, Xiaofeng.
What's going on?
Why are you rushing out without breakfast?
I'm not eating, I have a class reunion. That won't do. Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. Saying that, Bai Ji picked up a sandwich from the table. Be a good boy. Listen to Nuna. Against Bai Ji's gentleness, I had absolutely no resistance, and could only obediently open my mouth, eating piece by piece from Bai Ji's hand as she fed me. I talked between mouthfuls of food. Bai Ji flashed a meaningful, radiant smile. Yes, she gently wiped breadcrumbs from the corner of my mouth. Eat slowly, take a sip of water. Don't let yourself choke.
Yes,
Thanks for feeding me, Nuna Bai Ji. After drinking water, my heart felt incredibly warm. I put on my shoes, getting ready to head out. Bai Ji called me back. Wait a second. She reached out to smooth my messy hair. You can't go with messy hair like this. You're an adult now, so you should pay a bit of attention to your image. Otherwise, the girls won't like you. Looking at Bai Ji's kind face, my heart felt like it was melting. I said solemnly, I don't need anyone else to like me. It's enough if you like me, Nuna. Nuna Bai Ji. It would be wonderful if I could stay by your side forever. Bai Ji's exquisite face suddenly turned beet red. Her heart screamed incessantly. Ah, this boy is really too bold. What are those words supposed to mean? How can he say such embarrassing things? Why does my heart feel so sweet? Am I going crazy? Bai Ji lowered her head, not daring to look at me. Yes, she hurriedly pushed me out. Go. Hurry up and go. On the way, I specifically stopped to buy a high-quality pinhole camera. I already thought of a way to get back at that school bully. From what I know, he comes from a single-parent home, and his mother is a very famous award-winning actress. I've seen some of her work. She is beautiful and carries a cold, arrogant aura. I flashed a sinister smile, looking no different from a vile pervert. The son's debt paid by the mother, it's only natural, right? Inside the private room of the restaurant, I smiled sheepishly and said, "Traffic was bad, so I'm a bit late. Sorry, everyone." With that, I took any available seat and sat down. My gaze inadvertently brushed past the couple sitting across from me. The woman showed clear disdain, while the man had a face full of mockery. Anger immediately flared up within me. The man with the burly build and the fierce face was Luo Yifan. He was the nightmare of my 3 years in high school. And the woman beside him was Liu Ruyan, the very school beauty who took Gaoya's money to set me up for blackmail and send me to prison. I still remember it clearly during the following winter break. Liu Ruyan came to find me. She pretended to be heartbroken, saying she just went through a breakup. And back then, I was secretly rejoiced, thinking that my chance had finally arrived. Who would have thought that after a night of passion in a hotel, the police would burst through the door? He actually had the audacity to turn the tables on me, claiming that I was the one who took advantage of the situation. After that, I was wrongfully imprisoned for 8 long, agonizing years. Suppressed the burning rage within my heart, silently calculating my plan for vengeance. Viewing Liu Ruyan's info. Name, Liu Ruyan. Personality.
Worships, violence, materialistic.
Hobbies.
Clubbing.
Favorability. 7. Heavenly succubus physique, 20 experience X. Total times, 398. Married 5 times.
Status. Single.
Current. Worrying about how to seduce the student council president. A rich second-generation heir. Current mood. Normal. Current wish. Hoping for a massive windfall to fall from the sky. I find it absolutely pathetic. Thinking back to my past life when I slept with this bitch, there were clearly bloodstains on the bed. It seems she had undergone high-tech restoration surgery. So, you like selling your body for money, huh? There is a perfect place for someone like you. I truly can't wait to ship her off to that hellhole. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out. Oh, isn't this the top student, Ye Feng? Quite the entrance you're making all these people wait just for you. I look up. It's Houzi, Luo Yifan's lackey. Houzi glances at Luo Yifan. Seeing Luo Yifan nod, Houzi continues to speak without any restraint. I heard your college entrance exams didn't go well. What a shame. Your grades are usually so good, yet you dropped the ball when it mattered most. I stare at him coldly, as if I were looking at a corpse. Houzi shudders under my gaze, involuntarily trembling. The reason my exams went poorly,
The biggest culprits are the group of lowlifes.
led by Luo Yifan. 2 days before the college entrance exams, the school used as a testing site was cordoned off. The school let students go home to study on their own. After class, Luo Yifan and a gang of guys blocked my way. After a brutal beating, they forcibly dragged me to the swimming pool and threw me in. These demons in human skin forced me to soak in the freezing water for a whole hour. I once cried out and asked them,
Why are you doing this to me?
I clearly never did anything to offend you. But the only response was, because it's fun. During that time, I tried to escape many times, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. After being beaten to a pulp, I was thrown back into the pool. That very night, I developed a fever. A fever that raged on for 5 straight days. My fever only broke yesterday. I had to take the entrance exams with a burning fever. It would be a miracle if I hadn't failed. In my past life, not wanting to worry Aunt Bai Ji, I lied and said I had accidentally slipped and fallen into the pool. At this moment, I can no longer seem to suppress my rage, coldly replying, "What's it to you? Even if I only took the science exams, my score would still be higher than your total. And don't even get me started on your boss, Luo Yifan." As soon as the words left my mouth, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that the weakling, who had been bullied for 3 years, would dare to issue such a challenge. Houzi was stunned by my counterattack. He thinks to himself, this brat just got into college and already dares to be so arrogant. Seems the last lesson was still too light. Houzi's family background is just average. He was hoping to continue collecting protection money from me in college to fund his lifestyle. Thinking about this, he jumps up and points directly at my face, shouting, Ye Feng, you!
Watch your mouth.
Who the hell do you think you are, to dare insult Brother Fan? I think you're tired of living, before he can finish. Luo Yifan's pack of lapdogs also jump up, shouting and jeering. They look ready to charge in for a fight. Ye Feng, did you go crazy because you failed your exams? Do you have a death wish? Was the cold water that day not enough for you? Itching for a beating since it's been a few days, huh? Since you're asking for it, don't blame us when we take you to the bathroom for a more intimate chat later. The greedy homeroom teacher continues to drink nonchalantly, acting as if he sees nothing of what's happening right before him. Luo Yifan slams his hand onto the table, soup splashing everywhere. He stands up with a dark expression, glaring at me with pure ferocity.
Ye Feng, you.
Luo Yifan has lived a life of luxury since childhood. Never has anyone dared to defy him like this. Being spoiled by his movie queen mother has shaped his wretched personality. He bullies his peers not for money, but only to seek an unprecedented thrill. Before he can finish his sentence, I cut him off directly.
You piece of trash.
Slap. Slamming tables and chairs makes you think you're so tough. Luo Yifan freezes on the spot. In all his life, no one has ever dared to insult him like that. Luo Yifan explodes with rage. He flips the table. You're dead. Thanks to the genetic enhancement serum, my reflexes are incredibly sharp, dodging the impact just in time. But the others aren't so lucky, becoming completely covered in food and soup. Though everyone is furious, they only dare to be angry in silence. After all, his notorious reputation is well known. I give a nonchalant smile, then leisurely walk toward the door. If you've got guts, follow me to the alley downstairs. All my classmates gasp in utter shock. Since when did Yi Feng become so tough? Is he possessed? Surely he didn't call some thugs, planning to ambush Luo Yifan during the party. If so, Ye Feng is way too naive. Luo Yifan could disperse them with just a flick of cash. Luo Yifan laughs in sheer rage. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill that wish for you. He kicks aside a friend blocking his way, then followed by his 3 lackeys. They all storm downstairs. Watching this, Lu Ruyan stands there frozen in disbelief. She never imagined that her simp Ye Feng, who followed her every day, would suddenly become so strong and decisive. This couldn't be a suicide mission, could it? If he had shown this dominance earlier, she might have actually given him a chance. Filled with excitement, she follows to watch the show. The alley behind the restaurant is usually deserted. Now, a rowdy crowd has gathered. Yi Feng, do you think that? Because we've graduated, I can't touch you anymore. Don't forget, our colleges aren't that far apart. Luo Yifan's university is indeed not far from mine. His face is so dark it looks like a storm cloud. He lets out a sinister smile. With just some spare change, I could hire 7 or 8 thugs to wait for you at the school gate every single day. Do you believe me? I shrugged nonchalantly. Really? I don't believe it. In theory, a rich second-gen heir like you has everything. So why do you insist on bullying commoners like me? The pinhole camera on my chest is silently recording everything. Our luxury cars, yachts, and beautiful women. Still not enough to satisfy you.
Luo Yifan acts as if Hez just heard a dull joke.
He licks his lips.
Luxury cars, beautiful women.
In my eyes, those things are just the lowest forms of entertainment, the things you paupers dream of having. I've grown tired of them long ago, compared to those cheap ways to spend money. Murder, kidnapping, and torture are where the real thrills are. A dirt poor wretch like you will never understand. Just how exhilarating it feels to beat or even kill someone in real life, I ask abruptly. So, have you ever killed anyone? Of course. Luo Yifan admits it without any concealment. His vicious face even shows a hint of pride as soon as he says it. The air around us seems to freeze. His 3 lackeys exchange looks, their eyes filled with sheer terror. They followed Luo Yifan to bully people every day. But murder is something far more terrifying. In this moment, a terrifying thought crosses their minds. Will we be killed to keep us quiet? Lu Ruyan is so terrified her face is deathly pale, her legs giving way as she sinks to the ground. Luo Yifan gets more excited as he speaks, his mouth twisting into a sick grin. I don't mind telling you. Remember that guy in the tattered clothes who was always cowering in the corner? I suddenly remember. His name was Meng Xinghan. I knit my brows tightly, a cold light flashing in my eyes. Meng Xinghan was my only friend in high school. He vanished on his way to work during the 2nd semester of freshman year. By the time his body was found, he had been dead for a long time. The killer was a drifter who surrendered a few days after the event. Luo Yifan looks savage. That poor loser was serving at a bar. Just took his crappy watch to look at. Yet he kept whining in my ear incessantly. I clenched my teeth. That was the birthday gift I gave to Meng Xinghan. Back when school started, his mother carried a basket of farm eggs, giving them to us with her rough, cracked hands, begging us to look after her son. Luo Yifan's expression becomes even more twisted. Those rotten eggs are what you call motherly love. Ha ha ha. You know what? Even my dog wouldn't touch those filthy things. Tell me, didn't he deserve to die? People like that should just rot in their poor little holes. Don't come around and hurt my eyes. So I hung him up in a basement and whipped him with a spiked lash. Hearing his agonizing screams was absolutely euphoric. Luo Yifan gesticulates wildly with excitement, then mimics in a shrill voice. Please, sir, I can't die yet. My mother is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. That old bag actually dared to come to school looking for him. Wailing like a banshee, snot and tears everywhere. Luo Yifan's gaze suddenly turns venomous. So I paid some pocket change to hire a truck driver to crush her into a bloody puddle.
What do you think entertaining, isn't it?
I squeeze out each word through gritted teeth. Why? Luo Yifan tilts his head and laughs. Because it felt good, obviously. Oh, by the way, that guy who was tortured to death, it should have been you. Ye Feng. Luo Yifan seems to remember something suddenly. He laughs insidiously. It's just that on the day I went looking for you, I just happened to run into him at the bar. Talk about fate! Too bad he offered himself up first. Ha ha ha.
Luo Yifan's 3 lackeys and
Lu Ruyan all back away in terror. My face is as dark as cold night water. Aren't you afraid of going to prison, Luo Yifan? Looks like he just heard the funniest story in the world. He laughs uncontrollably. Is that all? Is it hard to spend a few $100,000 to buy a fall guy? Seriously, you paupers are something else. I take a deep breath, suppressing the surging murderous intent. One last question. Your mother is movie queen Luo Wanqing, right? Pride flashes in Luo Yifan's eyes. Jealous, Remember to pick a better place to be born in your next life. His arrogant laughter echoes through the narrow alley, sending chills down anyone's spine. Luo Yifan cracks his neck. I was going to let a toy like you off the hook. Since you delivered yourself, don't blame me for sending you off. He waves his hand. Housie and the three lackeys sneer and surround me, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Weren't you so tough? Aren't you so smart? Why don't you dare fight back now? You coward, itching for it, aren't you? I should have broken your arms long ago. So, you couldn't take any exams at all. Punches rain down on me like a storm. But to me, it only feels like being tickled. After all, this genetically enhanced body has long since surpassed human limits. I intentionally let out a few agonizing screams, but internally, am laughing coldly. It'll give you 3 minutes to hit me as much as you want. Then, it'll be my turn to strike back. The pinhole camera has recorded the entire event. To be able to take on Luo Yifan's mother, I've already paid quite a price. Madam, you wouldn't want a video of your son bullying his classmates to be seen by anyone, would you? 3 minutes pass. House's fists are bright red. He can't for the life of him understand why my body has suddenly become as hard as steel. If it weren't for Luo Yifan watching intently from the side, he would have definitely stopped by now. Enough.
Haven't you three eaten?
Get the hell out of my way. Luo Yifan impatiently kicks Hosey aside and swings a heavy punch into my stomach. Hes stunned. A bone-shattering pain shoots through his hand, as if he had just punched a sheet of iron. I let out a casual hum, a mocking smirk playing on my lips. Luo Yifan furiously draws a butterfly knife and stabs directly at me. Only a crisp crack is heard. Knife snaps in two, but I'm completely unharmed. This horrific sight terrifies him so much he starts trembling all over. He screams, completely losing control. You? What kind of monster are you? The three lackeys and Liu Ruyan also back away in absolute horror. I stand up, leisurely dusting off the dirt from my clothes, stretching my limbs to loosen up. Done playing, I rub my wrists, and with an expressionless face, I grab Luo Yifan's arm. I snap it hard. The sound of the joint dislocating is ear-piercing in the narrow alley. Immediately after, I deliver a direct kick, slamming it into his gut. Boom. A loud thud. Luo Yifan's body is sent flying like a kite, with its string cut flying far off. He slams hard into the wall, in so much pain he's dizzy. A pungent stench suddenly fills the air. Housie watches this, paralyzed with shock, his head buzzing. Could it be that Yifeng has been playing the weakling all this time? I'll let you all taste the sensation of flying too. I give each of them a kick. The three lackeys are like bowling pins, piling up on top of Luo Yifan. This chain of continuous attacks has made Luo Yifan faint.
Yay.
Ye Feng. Lu Ruyan stands nearby, her face pale as a ghost. She tries to keep her composure. You. Don't you like me? It'll give you a chance to pursue me. These words immediately ignite a fire of rage within me. This worn-out shoe for the world to trample dares to disgust me. I slowly approach her and swing my hand, delivering 3 heavy slaps to her face. Lu Ruyan is slapped so hard she's spinning, her beautiful face swelling and turning red instantly. Brush the makeup powder off my hand, looking coldly at her tear-stained state. For money, you caused me to be wrongfully imprisoned for 8 years. If I don't give you the treatment you deserve today, it would be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. I deliver a kick, sending her flying out. If anyone thinks ill, just let these bastards go like this. They've severely underestimated me. This tiny bit of pain is nowhere near enough to quench my hatred. System. Exchange for bone-crushing hand. This is the secret technique I've carefully chosen from the system shop, specifically to give these people before me an unforgettable experience for the rest of their lives. Ding. Exchange successful. Affection points deducted 300. Current points 100. With a savage smile, I approach Luo Yifan, kicking off the lackeys piled on top of him. I grab his collar with my left hand and unleash a series of slaps. The moment he opens his eyes and sees me, the usually arrogant school boss instantly becomes as terrified as a husky cowering in a corner. He stammers, You?
What do you want? You dare hit me.
Believe me, I'll call the police on you. My mother knows the chief of police. If you let me go now, I'll act as if nothing happened today. I remain silent, only smiling at him with hidden meaning. His attitude immediately softens significantly. Brother Yifeng, I was wrong. Just say how much money you want. I'll give it all. I keep the smile on my lips, as if I don't hear his begging. Luo Yifan completely breaks down. A warm stream of liquid flows from his crotch. Brother Feng, please be magnanimous. Treat me like a fart and let me go. I beg of you. Only now does he truly taste the fear of a bullying victim. I coldly utter a few words. Who said I wanted to kill you? Luo Yifan feels as if has been pardoned, hurriedly kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your mercy. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf from now on. He says that, but in his heart, Hez plotting his revenge against me, as long as he escapes from here with his family's connections. A poor nobody like me is someone he could crush like an ant. Oh, he doesn't know why my body is as hard as steel. No matter how hard it is, can it be harder than a bullet? I, like a madman, let out a frantic laugh. I laugh so hard I can't even stand straight. Luo Yifan feels a cold chill down his spine. He wants to run, but Hez unable to move. My laughter abruptly stops. I pat him a few times, Bone-crushing hand starts to take effect. Excruciating pain surges through him like a tidal wave. Luo Yifan feels all his bones and muscles being shredded by thousands of steel needles. His brain feels like tens of thousands of ants are crawling on it. He writhes in agony, letting out heart-wrenching screams. I tear a piece of his shirt and stuff it tightly into his mouth. Then I mock, "Hey classmate, wake up. No sleeping allowed here." The pain hits in wave after wave. Luo Yifan feels like Hez about to go insane. His muscles and bones seem to be continuously torn and then reattached. His features are miserably distorted, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Looking at Luo Yifan rolling on the ground, I squat down, patting his shoulder like comforting an old friend. Then whispering, "Take deep breaths. Pain is completely normal. Now I have to go see the movie queen auntie to play some games." Luo Yifan can only let out meaningless whimpers. His body shakes like a leaf in the wind. The most effective way to get revenge on bullies is to target their mother. In my past life, the school bully led a gang of people to block my path after school. After a brutal beating, they forcibly took me to the swimming arena, forcing me to soak in freezing water for an entire day. That very night, I caught a fever that lasted for 5 consecutive days and nights. In my past life, not wanting Aunt by GA to worry, I lied and said I had slipped and fallen into the pool. Now that I've been reborn, I will strike starting with the mother of that bully, Luo Yifan, so she too can experience what despair truly feels like. Right now at the gate of the villa complex, I asked the guard to call Luo Wanqing. "Hello, ma'am. There's a young man named Ye Feng here, saying he's here to pick up something Master Luo Yifan left behind. Master Yifan is busy and couldn't come, so he specifically asked this young man to collect it." On the other end of the line, Luo Wanqing directly asks the guard to lead me to the front door of her villa. When I arrive at the door, I ring the doorbell. A slender yet curvaceous figure with a cold beauty appears at the door. System, view Luo Wanqing's info. Name, Luo Wanqing. Personality, cold, detests men. Hobbies, acting, reading. Favorability, 30. Heavenly Succubus, 20. Experience X. Total times, 0. Marital status, single. Current acting career has hit a bottleneck. Looking to pivot her career. Current mood, melancholy. Current wish, hoping that rebellious son of hers, Luo Yifan, goes to a college far, far away. A rebellious son. Interesting. And her experience X index is only 0. It seems there's a secret here that hasn't been revealed. Guy like me loves secrets the most. I nonchalantly step into the house, gazing at the graceful silhouette of the beauty before me. I involuntarily lick my lips. Luo Wanqing coldly says, "Please, sit." Then she instructs the servant to bring out fresh fruit and delicate pastries, truly living up to her name as China's cold and famous movie queen. Her aura is elegant and noble, her features perfect and flawless, preventing anyone from daring to have even a single vulgar thought. She is wearing a simple long dress, the neckline slightly low, revealing an expansive skin as white and smooth as jade. Beneath, her long, slender, and straight legs peek through. Ifan's room is on the 2nd floor. You can go straight up if you want to get something. I peel a tangerine from the table, slowly putting a piece into my mouth. The thing is, I'm not actually here to pick anything up this time. I came here to find you. Luo Wanqing's voice was as cold as shards of ice. She retorted bluntly, "Looking for me? Do I even know you?" Fiddling with the tangerine in my hand, I spoke with a reckless air. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. In the next few hours, make sure you remember me very clearly." Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 20. Currently 10 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Luo Wanqing crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of worriness. She said coldly,
"You disgusting, lowly man.
"You can get lost now." As expected, all men in this world are cut from the same cloth. How nauseating. I laughed and remained seated on the sofa, with no intention of moving. Luo Wanqing glared at me. Count to 3. If you don't leave, call security. 3, 2, 1. As soon as she finished, she grabbed her phone to call someone. Being this hasty isn't good. I opened a video and held it in front of Luo Wanqing. "Watch this first. It won't be too late to decide after seeing it." With a gloomy face, Luo Wanqing took the phone. It was a 3-minute video. Thumbnail showing Luo Yifan's ferocious face. Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 2, currently 8 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Luo Wanqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An ominous premonition surged within her. Could that rebellious son have done something completely heartless again? Her fingers trembled slightly. She felt a hint of fear about opening this video. In fact, she knew that over the years, Luo Yifan had committed many cruel acts. Seeing those tragic victims, she even once had the urge to kill her own son, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Not because Luo Yifan was her son, but because if these things were exposed, her career would vanish into thin air beyond redemption. She could only clean up his messes time and time again. Luo Wanqing took a deep breath. Finally, she mustered the courage to press play. The video began in a small alley filled with trash. Then Luo Yifan appeared in the frame. "Yi Feng, do you think that just because we've graduated, I can't do anything to you anymore? I just need to spend a bit of spare change to easily hire 7 or 8 thugs to watch you every day. Believe it, Luo Wanqing suddenly looked up. Her noble, cold face that rarely changed finally revealed an expression of extreme horror. She hurriedly paused the video. Then she dismissed the maid, Xiao Li, who was busy in the kitchen. You should go home first. Then she turned to me with a calm face, suppressing her emotions. She asked, pretending to be composed, Tell me, how much money do you want? I gave a short sneer, leisurely peeling half a tangerine, a crazed smile curling the corner of my mouth.
You wealthy people are truly interesting.
I don't want money. Just keep watching. There is still a surprise waiting at the end.
Ding.
Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 5, currently 3 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Luo Wanqing looked at the demonic smile before her and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She suppressed the panic inside and continued looking at the phone. Logically speaking, a wealthy young master like you, why do you insist on bullying someone insignificant like me?
Luxury cars, beautiful women.
Ha ha ha. Those are just low-level amusements, things you poor wretches dream of. I'm already bored of playing with them. In the frame, Luo Yifan showed clear arrogance, overflowing with contempt for ordinary people, compared to these cheap pastimes, killing, kidnapping, and torture. Where the true excitement lies. Luo Wanqing's brow furrowed tightly. The unease in her heart grew more intense.
So, have you ever killed anyone?
Of course. Luo Yifan licked his lips, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Do you remember Meng Xinghan? That pathetic kid sitting in the corner? With those tattered clothes. Killed him. Luo Wanqing's breath suddenly hitched. She knew that poor child. That night, it was raining cats and dogs. When she saw the bloody corpse in the basement, she had vomited uncontrollably on the spot. But compared to the career she cherished so much, that bit of compassion had long been completely swallowed by the darkness of the rainy night. She had used money to find a scapegoat, covering up all these crimes under the rain, but she didn't expect retribution to come so soon. In the video, Luo Yifan was like a madman, gesticulating wildly in excitement. Outside the video, Luo Wanqing's knuckles turned white from gripping too hard. Her exquisite oval face was drained of all color. If her soul had been sucked out. I brought him to my basement and hung him up, using a spiked whip to lash him over and over. Hearing his heart-wrenching screams, do you have any idea how pleasurable that was? Luo Wanqing painfully covered her eyes. Tears were like a broken dam, streaming through her fingers. Her body shook like a leaf in the wind, her full chest heaving violently. I looked at her with a half smile, coldness and hatred flashing in my eyes.
Well, didn't you want to call for help?
Come on. Continue your performance. Luo Wanqing turned her head, her elegant, cold face now drenched in tears, exuding an air of fragile brokenness. The rims of her eyes were red, her chest heaving, looking incredibly pitiful. Anyone seeing her wouldn't be able to help wanting to comfort her. Truly worthy of the Best Actress title. Tisk, tisk. This acting skill made me burst into laughter, laughing louder and louder. Luo Wanqing parted her rosy lips, staring blankly at the man in front of her, who was suddenly laughing like a maniac. I'm crying like this already. If you won't comfort me, at least don't laugh so loudly. She began to doubt her own acting skills. Could it be that this trick doesn't work on this man? The laughter stopped abruptly. My eyes turned bloodshot, like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. I suddenly pressed close to Luo Wanqing, gently stroking her soft hair, then leaned in close to her ear and whispered, I still prefer your previous arrogant, unyielding expression. Bring it back. Luo Wanqing's already stiff body shuddered violently. She had mentally prepared herself to be harassed. She didn't expect me to say something so bizarre. I laughed and stepped back. Keep watching. The best part is still to come.
Ding.
Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 20, currently 17 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions.
Why? Because it feels good, of course.
A rant you afraid of going to jail. Ha ha ha. In the video, Luo Yifan seemed to have heard an incredibly funny joke. He laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Poor wretches are truly just poor wretches. Is it that hard to spend a few $100,000 to find a fall guy? Ha ha ha. I have one last question. Your mother is the famous Best Actress Luo Wanqing, right?
That's right. Ha ha ha.
What? Jealous?
Remember to reincarnate better in your next life. Luo Wanqing's body wouldn't stop shaking. She really didn't dare to watch any further, hurriedly pausing the video. She knew today's matter wouldn't end peacefully.
What do you actually want?
Just say it. How much money? Name your price. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm down. A moment later, she returned to her usual cold, ethereal demeanor. In her view, no one is not greedy for money. It was simply a matter of the price. I raised an eyebrow, my face full of mockery. Tisk, tisk. Look at you. You're doing it again. I remember I already told you. I don't need money. Luo Wanqing directly offered 10 million yuan. I kept that playful expression, my eyes scanning her hot body. Without any restraint, Luo Wanqing took a deep breath, raising her voice. 30 million yuan. That's enough for you to live in luxury for a lifetime.
Don't push your luck.
To her, Luo Yifan wasn't worth a cent. What was valuable was the acting career she took pride in. Once these dirty things are exposed, her career would surely be ruined. The corner of my mouth curled into a mocking smile, unable to resist teasing her. 30 million? I'm still very young. How could 30 million be enough? It has to be 300 million yuan. 300 million is what you need to never worry for a lifetime.
Ding.
Luo Wonking's favorability toward the host decreased by 20, currently 37 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Don't go too far. Luo Wanqing sprang up like a coil. Her face was blazing with anger, her eyes staring fixedly at me. At most, just let that rebellious son go to jail. I don't care about him as much as you think. In her youth, she was forced by a big director into unspoken rules. Perhaps due to the influence of pregnancy hormones, she ultimately chose not to abort the child. But after giving birth, she regretted it. As a child, Luo Yifan was left to be raised by her birth mother, so she inherently didn't have much affection for him. I immediately saw through Luo Wanking's thoughts. I naturally know you don't care about him. You only care about your own career. Luo Wanking's beautiful eyes widened, a cold chill running down her spine. Her mind suddenly went blank. How does he know? Madam, let's try to imagine a little. I stepped forward and embraced Luo Wanqing, whispering close to her ear. If I post this video online, what do you think will happen? Luo Wanking's face immediately turned as white as paper. If this video were to spread online with such a shocking scandal, it would likely top the search rankings in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the career she had always been proud of would crumble into pieces in just a few short days. Impossible. Luo Wanqing exclaimed. You underestimate the media and PR in the entertainment industry. I have 10,000 ways to take your video down. I gently stroked her back. As if soothing a child, try to guess how much money I have. Search for Wuyu Media and see who its largest shareholder is. Luo Wanqing suspiciously took out her phone to check. After searching, her expression became even more unsightly. This devil before her was actually the majority shareholder of Wuyu Media, possessing a fortune worth hundreds of millions. You're so professional. Could you tell me 100 million yuan be enough to make this video famous enough for the whole world to know you're a madman? Luo Wanqing felt her scalp go numb. She really couldn't dare to imagine someone willing to spend 100 million yuan just to ruin her. What on earth is he doing it for? Just to have her body. Though she was very confident in herself, she wasn't so arrogant to think this body was worth 100 million yuan. She had no cards left to turn the tables. After a fierce internal struggle, she had to compromise.
You win.
300 million yuan. Give me 1 month. Even if I have to sell all my assets, it'll gather enough for you, madam. I remember saying this many times already. I don't need money. Luo Wanqing suddenly turned around. Looking at the man with the wicked smile beside her, she felt a chill through her whole body. 300 million? You don't even want 300 million. What does this maniac want? Fear consumed her mind, her voice trembling violently.
What on earth do you want? Revenge, of course.
To me, money isn't important, and Luo Wanqing isn't important. What's important is making Luo Yifan taste the pain. Most brutal in the world.
Ding.
High EQ choice function activated. Transform into a pervert. I've said so much already, yet I don't see any reaction from you. Let me see your sincerity. 2. Speak recklessly. 500 yuan a time. How many times for 300 million yuan? Calculate it yourself. I'm too lazy to do the math. 3. Transform into a lovesick fool. Goddess, you're my goddess. I don't need anything. Just want to silently protect you. A smile curled the corner of my mouth. I've said so much already, yet I see no reaction. Let me see your sincerity.
Ding.
Love points increased by 100. Currently 200 points.
Ding.
Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 5, currently 42 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Luo Wanqing was both ashamed and furious, but since things had come to this, she had no other choice. Half an hour later.
Ding.
Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host increased by 2, currently 40 points. Host, please keep trying. Luo Wanqing's whole body felt exhausted. She bent over, clutching the trash can, her throat constantly retching. She kept dry heaving, looking incredibly disheveled and pathetic. As for me, I sprawled out on the sofa, a satisfied smile on my face. As if nothing had happened just now. Luo Wanqing barely managed to regain her strength. Her eyes were red as she screamed at me. Are you satisfied now? Delete that video for me. Let everything end here. I smirked,
leisurely replying.
Madam, you're far too naive. You didn't think it would just end like this, did you?
Ding.
Luo Wanqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 5, currently 45 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions. Hearing this, Luo Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened. She realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. Her voice began to tremble. What do you mean? I put on an utterly obvious expression. That's 300 million yuan. Do you think you're worth that much? So what do you want? Luo Wanqing's eyes widened, her chest heaving violently. She was fuming with rage. The oral reward just now counts as 200 yuan for you. Now you still owe me 299,999,800 yuan more. I gave a wicked smile. 20 yuan. Luo Wanqing was both ashamed and angry, her face flushing deep red. Without a word, she lunged straight at me. She pressed down on me, scratching repeatedly, just like a raging tigress. Of course, I didn't bother humoring her. I locked her wrists together. With a little force, I pinned her down onto the tea table. Then I playfully tilted her chin up, a mocking smile on my face. You dared to hit me just now.
Fining you another 200 yuan.
Well now, You owe me a full 300 million again. Luo Wangqing's eyes filled with tears. She was both furious and frantic.
You?
Don't go too far. Are you even a man?
Why are you bullying a weak woman like me?
Ding.
High EQ choice function activated. 1. Lick lips with a lewd smile. Madam, you surely don't want this video posted online, do you? 2. Speak with a reckless air.
Madam, do you think your mouth is plated with gold?
21 yuan is a very friendly price. Someone like you is worth 10 yuan at most. No more. 3. Transform into a lovesick fool. I went too far. How about this? You don't need to pay the 300 million. I'll even give you another 300 million. Looking at Luo Wangqing's ashamed and angry face, I couldn't help but feel extremely excited. So I teased her, madam. You probably don't want the video online, right? Love points increased by 100, currently 300 points. Luo Wangqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 1, currently 46 points. Host, please keep trying. Luo Wangqing was both ashamed and angry. She turned her face away, not daring to look into my eyes, her body twisting constantly, trying to escape the restraint. Unfortunately, my strength was too great. After a period of futile struggling, she finally accepted her fate. She closed her eyes tight, acting as if she'd let me do whatever I wanted. Madam, don't be like that. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. My voice grew low and husky, exuding a wicked charm. Luo Wangqing completely broke down. Her face flushed bright red with shame. She shouted curses.
You shameless bastard.
You absolute beast. What the hell do you want? Seeing her in this state, I didn't waste any more words. Luo Wangqing struggled weakly for a bit, finally giving up her resistance.
Ding.
Luo Wangqing's favorability toward the host decreased by 2, currently 48 points. Host is requested to mind your words and actions.
Ding.
Luo Wangqing's favorability toward the host increased by 20, currently 28 points. Host, please keep trying. Luo Wangqing lay listlessly to one side. Her gaze was vacant. If her soul had been lost. Her hair was disheveled across her cheeks, sweat matting the strands on her forehead. Looking at her, a wicked smile curled my lips. I took out my phone, opening Luo Yifan's chat. Location, Unit 7, Jinshu Villa District.
Huajing, Jiangcheng.
Very smooth. After sending the message, I immediately made a video call, the end of the bone dislocating technique. Luo Yifan regained consciousness. He yanked the rag out of his mouth, panting heavily. He couldn't believe how he had survived those last 6 hours. That pain was more terrifying than hellish torture. A phone rang at the most inopportune moment. He took out his phone to look. It was a video call from Yefeng. Luo Yifan's heart trembled slightly, suddenly remembering my last words before leaving. Instantly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Luo Yifan took a deep breath. Using a trembling finger, he pressed answer. As soon as it connected, what met his eyes was my loathsome face. Behind me was a luxurious wall. Luo Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Wasn't this his own living room?
Had he been raided? In the frame, I said with a mocking smile. Guess where I am? Before Luo Yifan could get a good look, the call was cut off. Looking at the dark phone screen, Luo Yifan's face turned pale and ashen. His expression became pained and twisted. No. Impossible. How could mother ever agree to him? He frantically called Luo Wangqing's number. His mouth constantly muttered, impossible?
Wei.
The subscriber you're calling is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Clinging to a final shred of hope, Luo Yifan kept dialing. Finally, after a dozen rings, someone picked up the phone. Hello, mother. What are you doing? No, it's nothing. I'm busy. Busy with what? It's nothing. Luo Yifan felt Luo Wangqing's voice tremble slightly, her tone also extremely unusual. He realized something was wrong. Luo Yifan roared in anger.
What on earth are you doing?
What's that sound over there? Luo Wangqing's impatient voice came through. It's grown-up business. Don't meddle. Why do you care about my business? I'm very busy. Luo Yifan's expression changed completely. He thought of the worst possibility. Fine then. I'm out of time. I'm hanging up.
Wait, mother, don't.
Don't. Just as Luo Yifan was about to tell her not to hang up, a heart-wrenching scream from Luo Wangqing echoed from the other end. After the phone was disconnected, Luo Yifan's expression became distorted and ferocious. His bloodshot eyes bulged to the limit. He kept muttering in a frenzy. All of you deserve to die.
You two cheating scumbags.
I will definitely kill you both. His entire face was glued to the phone screen.
As if he wanted to crawl right inside.
The phone rang once again. I placed a voice call. Luo Yifan's entire body was trembling, as if he had just seen something absolutely terrifying. He ground his teeth audibly. After a moment of hesitation, he finally pressed the answer button. Madam, it seems to me that you don't care much about your son, do you? Could it be that he isn't your own flesh and blood? Luo Yifan shuddered. Growing up, he had never felt a mother's love. He had even suspected once or twice whether he was a foundling.
What does that have to do with you?
Him.
You're quite tough, aren't you? A series of heart-wrenching sounds followed, making Luo Yifan's distorted face turn pale and then flush with rage. Speak properly. Don't tell me he actually is your biological son. Luo Yifan was overjoyed. He knew it. He did have a mother after all, but it seems like you don't give a damn about him. Is your career that much more important than him? Tell me. Is there some hidden story here? You're a grown man. Why are you so gossipy? Another burst of rapid sounds came through. Luo Yifan looked up at the sky and screamed, "This is absolutely insulting. Go ahead and tell me." It happened over 10 years ago. I had just started my career back then. My agent took me to a banquet. The other party was some investor. I only had one sip of wine and immediately lost consciousness. I knew I had been violated, but for a country girl with no power or connections in this city,
What could I have possibly done?
it wasn't until a few months later, when I went to the hospital for a checkup, that I found out I was pregnant. Maybe it was my constitution, but my belly didn't show at all. I didn't even have major morning sickness. I wanted to get rid of it, but the doctor said it was already too late. Forcing a surgery could have been life-threatening. I didn't dare tell my parents, and I certainly didn't dare show my face in my hometown. Otherwise, those people would have surely branded me a loose woman. With no other choice, I had to give birth to him. This bastard ruined my entire life. Countless times I wanted to strangle him, but in the end, I couldn't bring myself to do it. So I dumped him with my mother to raise.
That's it. That's the whole story.
Luo Yifan stood there, dazed, his whole body turning cold. When he heard the word bastard, his heart went completely numb. Fierce flame of hatred ignited within him. Ha, 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 ha. His eyes were bloodshot. His expression twisted and savage. He ground his teeth and said, "That wretched pair. I'll definitely kill you both." He picked up the butterfly knife from the ground, staggering toward the exit of the alley. The power of the bone-displacing hand was too great, so much so that his legs still had no sensation. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud, lacking the strength to stand back up. Sounds continued to emit from the phone. "I didn't expect you to have such a past. It's okay. I'll take good care of you from now on." No. The haunting sounds echoed in Luo Yifan's ears, reverberating through the deserted small alley. He picked up the phone, intending to smash it, but his arm hadn't fully recovered yet, so he could only hurl the phone away. Yet, those sounds still lingered. 3 hours later, beep. Luo Wanking's favorability toward the host increased by 40 points. It is now at 12 points. "Host, please keep up the good work." Luo Wanqing lay in my arms, breathing rapidly and heavily. After she regained her strength, she looked at me and spoke. "Are you satisfied now? Now give me that video."
Video? What video?
"I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Nuna." "What do you mean by that?" Luo Wanqing suddenly sat bolt upright.
"Washing your hands of it after everything."
"Are you playing dumb now? Are you even a man?"
Ing.
High EQ selection function activated. Option 1. Lick your lips and give a lewd smile. Madam Ill, hold on to this secret of yours for a lifetime. Option 2. Speak nonchalantly. 1,000 per session. These 2 times count as 2,000 yuan paid off. You still owe me. 299, 998,000 yuan more. Option 3. Become a total simp. I'll give it. I'll give it to you right now. I'll give you the video. I only beg you to let me be your little toy boy. The corner of my mouth curled into a smile. Under Luo Wanking's disbelieving gaze, I quickly planted a kiss on her ruby red lips.
Wah. Ding.
Luo Wanking's favorability toward the host increased by 3 points. It is now at 15 points. "Host, please keep up the good work." Gently caressed her smooth face. "Madam Ill, hold on to this secret of yours for a lifetime." Passion points increased by 100. Total points now at 400. Luo Wanking's favorability toward the host increased by 10 points. It is now at 25 points. "Host, please keep up the good work." Tisk, tisk. Women really do say one thing and mean another.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner mission. The beginning of vengeance. Soul-snatching pocket watch reward received. Soul-snatching pocket watch is a mystical product from the Fairy Empire, capable of controlling ordinary people. Once an instruction is given, the controlled target will resolutely carry it out. Unless the host releases the controlled state will not disappear. Hearing the cold mechanical voice in my head, I couldn't help but be overjoyed. I thought I had to actually kill Luo Yifan for this mission to end. It turns out just humiliating him was enough to complete the mission. Regardless, I still need to send Luo Yifan off. I want to put an end to his life with my own hands. Looking at the ancient pocket watch in my hand, the corner of my mouth curled into a sinister smile. A brilliant idea appeared in my mind, which was to use the soul-snatching pocket watch to control a few random thugs, using their hands to eliminate Luo Yifan's crew, and testing the watch's effectiveness while I'm at it. Nighttime in some dark and gloomy alleyway. 3 large, burly thugs with fierce faces were surrounding a young girl. The girl had a small frame and was shivering uncontrollably with fear. Clear teardrops sparkled on her cheeks. She clutched her backpack tightly against her chest. The blonde leader barked, "Hey, brat! Hand over the money if you know it's good for you. Don't make us get physical. I really don't have any money." The girl's voice trembled, choking up as if she was about to cry. Her small body tried its best to back away, her back pressing against the cold, damp wall. Her eyes filled with panic and pleading. "No money." Bald thug standing nearby gave a cold laugh. His massive hand, like a pair of pliers, grabbed the girl's collar and dragged her roughly toward him. "With a body this fine, sex, maybe you can come play with us for a bit instead. Don't do anything reckless." The girl screamed in terror, her legs kicking wildly in the air, trying to escape the bald man's grip. "Heh, you still dare to resist." The third thug also stepped forward, raising his fist, intending to strike the girl, while constantly hurling insults. choosing the hard way over the easy way. We're gonna have to teach you a lesson today. Help.
Someone help me.
The girl desperately closed her eyes as she screamed. Hey! A cold voice echoed throughout the alley. My targets were those 3 thugs. Since murder is illegal anyway, instead of wasting effort plotting, isn't it better to find these villains and have them tear each other apart?
Wouldn't that be more satisfying?
Let that girl go? If you've got the guts, come at me.
Ding.
Sun Zhaoen's favorability toward the host increased by 10 points. Total favorability now at 50 points. Keep up the good work. The Scar-faced man roared angrily. Where did this brat come from? How dare you ruin my good time? The bald man licked his lips, his beady, lustful eyes scanning me from head to toe. Big brother, this guy looks pretty fair and smooth. Why don't you leave him to me? You know, big brother, this is exactly my type. The blonde man nodded casually. Do as you wish. Hearing that, the bald man let go of the girl, gave a lewd laugh, and rushed straight toward me. Kid, I advise you not to resist in vain, unless you want to get your head bashed in. Just surrender quietly, and serve me well later. He swung his fists around, looking quite powerful on the surface. But in reality, there was no technique, just an empty shell. A wave of disgust washed over me. My body nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the bald man's attack. Immediately after, I delivered a spinning kick, landing it squarely on the back of his neck. The bald man's world went dark. He collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, lying motionless for a long time. His head was ringing as the world spun around him. The scar-faced man froze for a moment, seemingly surprised that I was so skilled. He let out a roar. Swinging his fist to give me a beating, I remained calm, leaning away to dodge, smoothly grabbing his wrist, and twisting it backward with force. Only a loud snap was heard. The scar-faced man shrieked in agony like a dying pig. His arm hung down limp and useless. Cold sweat breaking out all over his face. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down, his eyes now containing only pain and terror. A little girl, like a frightened rabbit, rushed to hide behind my back. Her large, round eyes blinked repeatedly, her gaze full of admiration and gratitude. She blushed shyly and said, "Thank you for saving me." I glanced at the girl, and my cold expression softened slightly. Hurry home. Don't walk alone through alleys like this ever again. Though the girl was still very afraid, she didn't want to just leave her savior behind. She asked hesitantly, "What about you?" I shook my head. "I'm fine. You go first." I didn't have time to play the hero here, nor the time to babysit this kid.
Ding.
Sun Zhaoen's favorability toward the host increased by 10 points. Total favorability now at 60 points. Keep up the good work. The girl nodded obediently, then turned and walked away quickly. Before she disappeared, she looked back once more, with a clear hint of lingering attachment in her eyes. After the girl left, blonde leader tried to act tough and said, "Brother, there's no need to take things this far, is there? Who's your brother?" I blurred forward, appearing like a ghost right in front of the blonde man. A powerful punch landed squarely on his flabby gut, making his eyes look like they were about to pop out. Watching the 3 thugs rolling around, crying on the ground, I nodded in satisfaction. Then I pulled a pocket watch from my pocket and approached the 3 moaning thugs on the ground. I crouched down, swinging the watch in front of their eyes, while chanting a spell under my breath. Soon, the gaze of all 3 became lifeless and hollow, and even the pain in their bodies seemed to vanish. They slowly stood up, a sinister glint flashing in their eyes. I took out my phone, found a photo of Luo Yifan's group of 4, and showed it to them. Before coming here, I had already checked the alley behind the restaurant. Luo Yifan's group and Lu Ruyan were still there. The bone-displacing hands effect was surprisingly good. Even though the pain had subsided, they looked as if their life force had been drained, making it incredibly difficult even to stand. It would take hours before they could even think about leaving. Go to the alley behind Fudun restaurant. Take out the 4 people in this photo for me. Don't touch the girl. When you're done, go turn yourselves in. I didn't kill Lu Ruyan because I have a better, much more satisfying plan in mind. Understood. All 3 replied in unison, sounding exactly like machines. I went to Fudun restaurant, headed straight to a private room on the 2nd floor, and sat by the window. I ordered a few dishes and a bottle of wine, quietly waiting for the good show to begin. Below, Luo Yifan's group of 5 seemed to have recovered slightly. They were forcing themselves to move, supporting each other as they prepared to leave the alley. Lu Ruyan's lovely face was swollen, her carefully applied makeup smudged by sweat. She stammered, barely able to speak. That despicable Ye Feng. I even gave him the chance to pursue me, and yet he dared to be so cruel. Just wait until tomorrow. Definitely teach that dog Yifeng a lesson. Don't you? Agree, big brother. Hosey looked at the dazed Luo Yifan. Luo Yifan walked on silently, not bothering to reply. Big brother, what's wrong? Do we need to go to the hospital? Before Hosey could finish his sentence, rapid footsteps echoed from the entrance of the alley. Luo Yifan's group all looked over together, only to see 3 murderous-looking thugs appearing right at the entrance. One of them held a small knife in his hand, looking as if he had just encountered his father's murderer. They charged straight at them. Hosey backed away, trembling.
Who are you guys?
Luo Yifan finally snapped out of it. Trying to look calm, he shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing?" The thugs charged in without a word.
Luo Yifan
Jumped in shock, retreating several steps in panic. His face turned pale with terror. his eyes overflowing with fear. The blonde thug rushed straight at Luo Yifan, clamping both hands around his neck. Tightening his grip more and more, Luo Yifan's eyes bulged, his face full of horror. His hands struggled to pry the thug's hands away, gasping for help. Help! Help me! His legs kicked wildly against the ground, trying to escape the hold. But having just barely recovered, he truly had no strength left. Scar-faced and bald thugs were brawling with Huza's group. In an instant, the alley echoed with the sound of heavy blows and incessant, agonizing screams. One lackey was punched squarely in the face, blood gushing from his nose. He cried out, "Ayog!" in pain, clutching his nose as he fell and rolled on the ground. Hosey intended to slip away quickly, but a thug kicked him hard in the rear, sending him face-planting, leaving him flattened and unable to rise for a long time. Lu Ruyan was so terrified her face was drained of all color. Her legs turned to jelly. She collapsed to the ground. A yellow liquid involuntarily soaked her skirt as her hands flailed about, screaming in a fit of panic.
Don't kill me.
Right at that moment, God knows where he got the strength. But Luo Yifan managed to break free from the thug's grip. He happened to look up, saw me sitting on the second floor, right by the window, leisurely sipping my wine. In that instant, his eyes flared with ultimate rage. The mere insect he had been trampling upon just days ago. How could he have changed so drastically? Luo Yifan stumbled and fell back to the ground, begging frantically. "Big brothers, brave heroes, please spare my life. Whatever amount Yifeng paid you, I'll pay you 10 times more." The blonde thug didn't say a single word, only sneering coldly as he stepped closer, his gaze still like that of one looking at a mortal enemy. "Brothers, big brother, how about 1 million yuan? Just give me a way out. Please. 5 million yuan. 5 million, and you can do whatever you want with those other 4. I only beg you to show me some mercy. 5 million. I'll transfer it straight to your accounts today." Luo Yifan's face was smeared with blood, tears and snot flowing as he begged, looking indescribably pathetic. Hosey, standing nearby being pummeled, disregarded his injured body and lunged straight at Luo Yifan.
"Luo Yifan.
You selfish, backstabbing dog. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. And yet you dare to abandon me. I'm going to kill you." Luo Yifan flew into a rage, delivering a kick that sent the lunging Hosey flying. Hosey was like a kite with a broken string, the back of his head slamming hard onto the cement, twitching just a few times before losing consciousness. "Your worthless life isn't worth a cent. Who do you think you are? To think you could stand on equal ground with me?" Luo Yifan didn't even have 2 seconds to gloat. As soon as he saw the blonde thug stepping toward him furiously, he immediately knelt and begged piteously. "Big brother, 10 million. 10 million yuan. This money will surely let you all live in luxury forever." But the blonde thug remained as cold as stone, his face still maintaining that same expression of deep hatred. Luo Yifan was in total despair, screaming until his voice was hoarse. "Ye Feng, you'll definitely die a horrible death.
Somebody help me.
The one who is killing me is Ye Feng." He truly couldn't understand his tactic of using money, which was usually foolproof.
Why was it completely useless today?
These 3 thugs were like they were possessed, not bothering to utter a single word. Every blow they struck was aimed to kill. Looking at the chaotic scene below, the corner of my mouth turned up in a slight smile. I raised my wine glass and took a small sip, watching Luo Yifan, who was once so arrogant and overbearing, now struggling on the brink of life and death. The hatred in my heart was finally somewhat eased. Not long after that, the sounds of brawling gradually died out. Luo Yifan and his 3 lackeys lay scattered across the ground, no longer moving at all. Lu Ruyan was slumped on the ground, her eyes lifeless and hollow, still immersed in extreme terror, her body shivering incessantly, her teeth still chattering loudly. Luo Yifan was now barely breathing, his eyes wide, staring at me standing on the second floor, his gaze filled with resentment and hatred. But in the end, there was nothing more he could do. After finishing their mission, the 3 thugs dusted themselves off and trudged toward the police station.
Ding.
Side quest triggered.
Quest name.
Who would joke with their own honor?
Quest content.
Use the method the host prefers to take revenge on the campus belle who caused the host to spend 8 years in prison.
Quest reward.
Super Evil Dragon card. Quest duration. Within 1 month of activation, the Super Evil Dragon card is a reward item. After use, the host can designate any female target with a favorability score over 20, transforming her consciousness into an immortal evil dragon. Duration is 24 hours. The host, acting as the hero, must go and subjugate the evil dragon. Every time a critical hit is dealt, a large amount of cash will be received, and favorability will also increase much more easily. Critical hits on females. The corner of my mouth turned up in a suggestive smile. Who should I use this card on? After paying the bill, I strolled out of the restaurant and walked right up to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, startled by the dark shadow that suddenly appeared, was scared out of her wits. In a state of extreme panic, she used both hands to scramble backward incessantly, screaming incoherently, "No, don't come any closer. Please.
Don't kill me."
While fiddling with the soul-snatching watch in my hand, I looked at her with a mocking gaze. "Great campus belle Lu. Could it be you've already forgotten? A stalker and simp like me who used to follow you every day." Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually regained some clarity, as if catching a life-saving straw. She cried out in overwhelming joy, "Feng Feng." Immediately after, she put on a heart-wrenching, tearful display. looking so pitiable and wretched, except for the swollen red cheek that made her look absolutely ridiculous. Who could be so cruel? To dare bully the great Liu campus belle like this? Feng Feng, you're finally here. Save me. I'll do anything you want. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan lunged at me like a starving predator, trying to throw herself into my arms. Even though I've seen it all, witnessing this scene before my eyes, even my face turned pale with disgust. In the blink of an eye, I raised my leg and delivered a kick. Lu Ruyan let out a wretched scream. She was completely dazed. She had put on such a pitiable act. Yet, not only did I remain unmoved, I even added a painful kick to the mix. Under normal circumstances, her backups and simps would have rushed over to comfort her long ago.
Whatever. When you're down on your luck, you have to bow your head.
And endure the humiliation. Terrifying realization dawned on Lu Ruyan that I was the one who hired those three thugs to kill Luo Yifan's group. The moment she thought of this, her entire body began to tremble. She really didn't want to die at all. Back at the university, there were so many new simps waiting for her to hook them. How could she possibly die here? But those three thugs only killed Luo Yifan's group of 4, while completely ignoring her presence. Doesn't that prove something? Yes, that's it. It must be. It's because I still have feelings for her. If I spared her, she was willing to give herself to me just this once.
Feng Feng.
Lu Ruyan stood up, aggravating her wounds, making her grimace and hiss in pain, but she still endured the agony. Staggering toward me, Feng. Feng, I know you're still angry. The truth is, I've liked you since 10th grade. The reason I never said yes is because my family is very strict. I wasn't allowed to date in high school, and I couldn't do that before marriage. I rolled my eyes in contempt, looking at Lu Ruyan before me, speechless. She really has no sense of shame. How dare Liu Ruyan claim she's still a virgin? Feng Feng. It wasn't until today that I realized how much I love you. I'm willing to be your girlfriend, be your wife. If you want it, I can give you my most precious possession right now. Lu Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears, looking like she was on the verge of sobbing. I was truly disgusted by her words. My stomach churned with nausea, and I couldn't stop myself from vomiting right onto Liu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Rage and hatred flared up wildly within her. In all her years, what man hadn't doted on her and cared for her, running errands and doing everything for her? When has she ever suffered such humiliation? I'll endure it. For the sake of her own life, Lu Ruyan suppressed her disgust and put on a look of concern once more. Feng, Feng, what's wrong? Let me rub your chest to help you breathe. Stop it. Don't come any closer. I raised my hand to block Lu Ruyan's dangerous advance. Stop talking nonsense. I have to go home for dinner. Let's just start already.
Right now?
Lu Ruyan's jaw dropped in shock. Going for something this intense, even though she's been a player for years. Shed only done it outdoors a few times, let alone in a place as filthy and wretched as this, which was also a horrific murder scene. This isn't really right. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile. How about we go to my place? No one is home.
What are you blathering about?
It's the same everywhere, isn't it? My face was full of impatience. I still have to go eat dinner with Auntie Bai. But it's all trash and sewage here, and there are even corpses.
What if someone is secretly watching us?
I'm begging you, let's go to my place. Lu Ruyan pleaded miserably. I glared at her fiercely, my patience completely exhausted. How about you just go and die instead? I don't have time to deal with you. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan immediately shook her head in terror. No. I'll do whatever you say. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, silently unbuttoning her shirt. My hand held the soul-snatching pocket watch. My brows furrowed tightly, looking at Liu Ruyan with an expression of pure disgust.
What on earth are you doing?
Does a worn-out bus like you actually think you can play the part of pure love? Lu Ruyan nervously fiddled with the hem of her shirt, putting on a shy, coquettish act. Of course, I want to give you the most precious thing in my life. Hey, gorgeous, do you really take me for a fool? I flew into a rage and swung my hand, delivering a loud slap. A worn-out bus like you
dares to talk about pure love.
Lu Ruyan tumbled to the ground, clutching her even more swollen cheek, asking back in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Can't you understand human speech? I'm calling you a worn-out public bus. I still didn't feel satisfied, so I swung my hand and slapped her again. Daunt, you know exactly what kind of person you are. Lu Ruyan's head was ringing, and she burst into loud, bitter sobs. Seeing that the noise was unbearable, I gave her another direct slap to the face. Lu Ruyan immediately fell silent, only daring to bow her head and sniffle softly. I pulled out the soul-snatching pocket watch, speaking with absolute revulsion. Lift your head and look at me. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan tremblingly raised her head, her heart filled with immense fear. I knelt down in front of her, flashing a wicked smile, holding the ancient-looking pocket watch. Liu Ruyan stared blankly at the strange sight before her, her mind a mess of confusion.
What is this?
My eyes darted around. Perhaps letting her know the truth before taking control would make her terror that much sweeter. I licked my lips and spoke slowly. This is a magical toy I happened to find. Do you know what it does? No, I don't know. Liu Ruyan had an ominous premonition, and it was growing increasingly intense. Daunt? You find it strange? Those three thugs clearly had no grudge against Luo Yifan. So why did they come to kill them? And how is it that every single one of them treated money like trash? Aren't you curious how much I paid for them to completely disregard those 10 million? I spoke these words casually to Liu Ruyan. They sounded like the whispers of a demon. So it really was Yi Feng who hired those three thugs, and only Yi Feng would carry such a deep, burning grudge to want Luo Yifan dead at all costs. Even though her suspicions were confirmed, only infinite terror remained in Liu Ruyan's heart. This madman Ye Feng hadn't had enough of tormenting them for all this time. He wanted to slaughter everyone, and now knowing this secret, would she even be allowed to live?
Why?
Liu Ruyan's entire body shook uncontrollably, fear in her heart surging higher and higher. If you're that curious, then I'll let you know. I held out the pocket watch and swung it before her eyes. It's all thanks to this little toy. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows deeply, her expression filled with confusion. I let out a soft chuckle and explained leisurely. This is called the soul-snatching pocket watch. I only need to activate it a little, and I can control a person's mind, making them do whatever I command.
What do you think?
Quite magical, isn't it? Isn't it just fascinating? Liu Ruyan was shivering. She had lived for over a decade and had never witnessed any supernatural phenomena. If it weren't for the events of today, she would surely have scoffed at such words. But now that the truth was laid bare before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it.
Yes, that's right.
It truly is very magical. Liu Ruyan had no other choice but to try and stall for time, hoping someone would notice something was wrong here.
Is that so?
I also find it quite magical. I leaned close to her ear and teased her. So, why don't you try and guess?
What command will I give you?
To kill someone or to commit suicide. Liu Ruyan completely broke down. She grabbed my shirt tightly and pleaded, Ye Feng, I'm begging you. Please, I beg of you. I'll do anything you say. Just don't. Don't control me. Don't kill me. I'm begging you. I looked coldly at this woman, the one who framed me and sent me to prison for 8 years, without a single shred of pity in my eyes. I growled out every single word.
Guess.
No. I won't guess. Please, I'm begging you to spare me. Liu Ruyan shook her head frantically, scrambling up and trying to flee, only to be kicked back down to the ground, with her hair in disarray. Liu Ruyan felt a bone-deep pain coursing through her body, leaving her without even the strength to stand. Yi Feng, why are you treating me like this? I only treated you as a backup for 3 years. That's not a crime worthy of death. I'm begging you, don't kill me. The next second, that demonic voice rang out again.
Guess.
Liu Ruyan wept piteously, her words incoherent. Please. I beg of you. I gave her a sharp slap and said coldly,
Guess.
Ill guess? Liu Ruyan couldn't endure this situation any longer. I guess you'll force me to kill someone, or force me to commit suicide.
Wrong?
My voice was as cold as ice. If every word was hissed through my teeth, but falling upon Liu Ruyan's ears, that sound was like heavenly music. A flicker of hope was ignited in her heart. I don't have to die after all. Liu Ruyan's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly knelt down to kowtow.
Thank you. Thank you.
I haven't finished yet. There's a country with an atmosphere that suits you perfectly.
Where is it?
India, of course. Are you happy? Heart that was hanging in suspense within, Liu Ruyan finally sank into despair. Watching Liu Ruyan's back vanish around the street corner, notification sound for completing, the mission still hadn't rung out. I shook my head helplessly and was about to turn and leave when my phone suddenly vibrated. It was Auntie Bai. A smile immediately appeared on my face, and even my voice became significantly gentler.
What is it, Auntie Bai?
In my heart, Bai Ji was truly my only love. Everyone else had to be pushed aside. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask Xiao Feng, are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Your sister Yinger is back.
Auntie Bai's gentle voice was like a spring breeze across my ear, hearing that familiar voice. My heart, which was boiling with the thrill of successful revenge, gradually calmed down. Hearing the words Yinger Nuna, my brows instinctively shot up. Gao Yinger was Auntie Bai's second daughter, a true genius girl, currently a PhD student at Hangzhou University. But she was very cold by nature, and our relationship was just average. I hurriedly said, of course I am. I'm definitely coming. I'm on my way back now.
Auntie Bai, please remember to save some food for me.
Yes, of course. I've already set the table for you. Auntie Bai's voice carried a hint of a smile. Hurry back. Everyone is waiting for you. Pausing for a moment, she added another instruction. Don't drive too fast, okay? Be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. I know, Auntie Bai. Don't worry. I'm the most careful driver there is. After hanging up the phone, I stepped on the gas and headed straight for home. Half an hour later, I pushed open the living room door. The mouth-watering aroma of food wafted toward me. He, Auntie Bai and Gao Yinger had already been waiting at the dining table for a long time.
I'm sorry.
The traffic was so bad just now. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Saying that, I strode forward quickly, rushed to the table, and plopped down. It's okay. I just finished cooking as well. Auntie Bai's face broke into a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with care. Come. Eat while it's hot, dear. Have lots of meat. I think Xiao Feng has gotten thinner lately. While speaking, she constantly picked up several succulent pieces of beef and placed them all into my bowl. I smiled and complimented her. Thank you, Auntie Bai. Auntie Bai's cooking is truly on another level. Just from the aroma alone, I'm already about to drool. Then I picked up a piece of savory food and put it in Auntie Bai's bowl. You should eat plenty too. Auntie Bai looked at me with a smile. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. I turned to look at Gao Yinger beside me and gave her a giggling greeting. Yinger Nuna, long time no see. Gao Yinger looked up and said extremely concisely, yeah, long time no see. Today, Gao Yinger was dressed very simply in a plain light-colored t-shirt paired with tight jeans, accentuating her perfect curves. Her long snow-white legs seemed longer than my own life, as beautiful as those of a professional model. She radiated a cold aura that said, keep your distance. While shoveling rice into my mouth, I stole glances at her, thinking to myself, Yinger Nuna is getting more beautiful by the day. It's just a shame her personality is as cold as Antarctic ice. At the table, Auntie Bai kept putting food in my bowl, and the interaction between us was incredibly warm. Meanwhile, Gao Yinger ate in silence, only occasionally looking up, her eyes betraying no emotion. Dinner gradually came to an end. I really wanted to know Gao Yinger's data, so I immediately thought about viewing her information. Name, Gao Yinger. Beauty, 98. Personality, cold, arrogant. Hobbies, reading, studying. Favorability, 75. Innate succubus saint body, 20. Experience, 0 times. G, 0 times. Marital status, single. Currently, having a headache over her graduation thesis. Current mood, normal. Current wish, hopes for a smooth graduation. As I ate, I mulled over Gao Yinger's information. This woman won't be easy to conquer. Auntie Bai had a total of 3 daughters. Her eldest daughter, Gao Kier, and second daughter, Gao Yinger, were a pair of twins. Yet their personalities were polar opposites. One was gentle and lovely, while the other was cold and distant. The youngest daughter, Gao Bao, was even more mischievous and haughty. 3 daughters, each with her own distinct charm. I decided to take the initiative and probe for information. Yinger Nuna, you seem a bit unhappy. Have you been having some trouble lately? Hearing this, Auntie Bai also looked at her daughter, seeing that she was indeed knitting her brows in worry. So she spoke up too. That's right.
Yinger, what's been bothering you lately?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that my graduation, the thesis, is a bit difficult to write. After hearing that, I immediately searched the system store to see if there were any relevant items. Sure enough, after a period of relentless searching, I finally found physics professor level knowledge for 300 points. I didn't hesitate to buy it immediately. Purchase successful. Exchange successful. Love points deducted by 300. Currently 100 points remaining. The next moment, a stream of cool air surged into my brain. Now, I felt that I was more than capable of lecturing. Even physics doctoral candidates.
Yinger Nuna, what's the topic of your thesis?
Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you with something. Gao Yinger looked at me like I was an idiot. The cold great beauty actually showed a bewildered expression, making for a truly fascinating contrast. If it had been the arrogant little brat, Gao Bao, she might have started mocking me already, but Gao Yinger didn't. Her expression remained unchanged. Yes, she recited the long title of her thesis. I showed a look of excitement. I actually understand this. I rattled off a series of related physics concepts. Gao Yinger was completely stunned. She never expected a first-year freshman to understand a physics doctoral graduation thesis. Gao Yinger's favorability toward the host increased by 1, currently 76 points. Host, please keep trying. Her face was full of disbelief, her 1,000-year ice mountain expression showing a rare flicker of emotion. She hurriedly asked about more concepts from the thesis, and I answered fluently, without even needing a moment to think. Auntie Bai, though she didn't understand a word, still smiled as she watched the two interact, though a sudden pang of sadness hit her heart. Perhaps Zhao Feng prefers young girls like Yinger. Gao Yinger sat down on her chair in a daze, with an expression as if she were questioning her own life, completely different from her cold demeanor earlier. She, of all people, wasn't even as good as a high school graduate. Gao Yinger asked unwillingly, "Where did you learn all this?" I'm self-taught. I like to browse through physics books in my spare time. Gao Yinger was speechless. She found it hard to accept that, after all her years of study, she was inferior to me who had just browsed through some books. She took a deep breath, calming her emotions, trying to regain her ice beauty persona. Beep. High EQ selection function activated. One horn, smile in a wicked and arrogant way. Sorry, but being a genius is just the threshold to meeting me. 2. Say in a flippant tone, Yinger Nuna, you wouldn't want to fail to graduate, would you? 3. Say with an innocent face, Yinger Nuna, how about I come to your room later? I'm quite interested in this field as well, so we can study together for a bit. I chuckled. Yinger Nuna, how about I head over to your room in a bit? I find this knowledge very interesting too, so we can research it together.
Ding.
Love points increased by 100, currently 200 points. Gao Yinger's favorability toward the host increased by 1, currently 77 points. Host, please keep working hard. Gao Yinger's expression remained the same. All right. Although she was still very concise, a small ripple had formed in her heart. Gao Yinger's favorability toward the host increased by 3, currently 80 points. Host, keep going. After eating and drinking to my fill, I followed Gao Yinger back to her room. Inside the bedroom, Gao Yinger pulled out a stack of thesis papers and handed them to me. Take a look. She still wasn't ready to believe that a first-year student could truly understand this thesis. I took the manuscript, sat at the desk, and began to read. While Gao Yinger stood right beside me, she felt it hadn't been that long since she last saw me. So why did I look so pleasing to the eye now? Sigh. If it weren't for her supervisor being busy with a project, she wouldn't have gone as far as to seek advice from a freshman like this. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. While Gao Yinger was lost in thought, her gaze drifted around the room, accidentally catching sight of the bulging tent. She had never seen such a vigorous sight before, and her exquisitely beautiful face instantly flushed red. This 1,000-year-old ice goddess suddenly became incredibly seductive in that moment.
Just what on earth is this kid thinking about?
I didn't notice Gao Yinger's odd behavior at all, and quickly skimmed through the thesis manuscript, then spoke up confidently. No problem, I basically know which parts you're stuck on now. Noticing Gao Yinger's blushing face, I felt a bit confused and asked, Yinger, Nuna, are you feeling hot? Oh. What? Startled, Gao Yinger quickly withdrew her gaze. Panic-stricken, she said, yes, that's right. The weather is a bit warm today. After saying that, she grabbed her shoulder-length hair and tied it up, revealing her snow-white neck, then used her small hand to fan herself incessantly. Her cherry-like lips blew a soft breath. Ace, if trying to dispel the restlessness in her heart. Beep. High EQ selection function activated. 1. Lick your lips. With a wicked smile. Are you stupid? Nuna. If it's hot, why don't you just take off all your clothes? If you don't know how, let me help you with that. 2. Say flirtatiously. Gao Yinger Nuna. It's not even hot today. It's actually quite cool. I think it's your heart that's burning up. Let me have a look. 3. Say gently. Then let me turn on the air conditioner. I'm feeling a bit hot too. I stood up, walked to the side, and grabbed the remote, then said with a smile. Then, let me turn on the air conditioner. I'm feeling a bit hot too. The cold air kept blowing out, making the room much cooler. Romance points 100, currently 300 points. Gao Yinger's affection for the host 5, currently 85 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Just turning on the air conditioner increased her affection by so much, proving my action hit right at Gao Yinger's heart. After a moment of thought, I understood the reason. Gao Yinger has been independent since childhood, but deep down in her heart, she has always longed to be protected and cared for like a little girl. Type who likes to be loved intensely. It's just that with her cold exterior but warm heart, not many people usually pursue her, and most guys feel inferior when they meet her. Cowardly starve, while the bold feast. I grasped Gao Yinger's fair hand. While she was still in a daze, I led her to the desk and sat her down. Then I leaned close to her and began explaining the difficult points in her thesis. Gao Yinger's mind went blank. Her fair neck gradually tinged with a soft pink, and even her dainty ears turned red. She smelled the masculine hormones radiating from beside her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Gao Yinger's thoughts were drifting. She couldn't hear a single word. Is this still Yi Feng? Just a few days apart, and has become so mature. And so masculine too. Is he going to confess to me later? But we're several years apart. Mom definitely won't agree. If he really confesses, what should I do? Ding! Gao Yinger's affection for the host too, currently 87 points. Please keep up the good work, host. I reached out and stroked her smooth face, saying with a serious expression,
Yinger, Nuna, do you have a fever?
Your face is quite hot. Gao Yinger suddenly stood up, head down and silent, pushing me out the door. With a thud, the door slammed shut, followed by her slightly trembling voice. I'm a bit tired today. I'm going to rest first. Let's finish the explanation next time. Ding! Gao Yinger's affection for the host 1, currently 88 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Women say no, but their bodies are honest. I replied in a nonchalant tone. Okay, then rest early. Yinger Nuna. There's no rush anyway. After that, I intended to go help Auntie Bai Ji with a shoulder massage. As soon as I stepped into the living room, I saw Auntie Bai Ji practicing yoga. My Adam's apple moved instinctively. At this moment, Auntie Bai Ji was performing a high-difficulty stretching pose. Shh! I swallowed hard, feeling my throat go dry. My eyes were pinned to Auntie Bai Ji, unable to look away. Auntie Bai Ji seemed to feel my gaze. She paused for a moment, then let out a gentle smile.
Ye Feng, you're out.
High EQ selection function activated. 1-1. Smile lustfully.
Hey, Auntie Bai.
I can't just come out alone. Why don't you give me a hand? 2. Say flirtatiously. Madam, why did you stop? Keep doing yoga. I haven't seen enough yet. 3. Play dumb. Yes. Yinger Nuna is a bit tired, so she went to rest first. Explain the thesis another time when we have time. At that moment, I snapped back to reality and said instinctively, yes. Yinger Nuna seemed a bit tired, so she went to rest first. Finish the thesis explanation next time. Romance points 100, currently 400 points. Auntie Bai Ji smiled gently. It must have been hard on you. After saying that, she stood up and walked toward me, gently wiping the sweat from my forehead. I felt dazed by all of this. Only in front of Auntie Bai Ji did I know what was truly worth cherishing? Soon, Auntie Bai. Once I complete my final revenge, I will surely take good care of you for the rest of my life. Looking at the gentle beauty before me, with her faint scent drifting into my nose, an uncontrollable surge of impulse suddenly rose in my heart. I slightly trembled as I spread my arms, pulling Auntie Bai Ji into a tight embrace. The moment I hugged Auntie Bai Ji, It felt like holding the most precious treasure in the world. My heart began to pound wildly. If it wanted to burst out of my chest. Auntie Bai Ji's soft breath brushed against my neck, making my heart tremble along with it. Auntie Bai Ji's body stiffened slightly. She quickly relaxed, and this small change warmed my heart immensely. Bai Ji's affection for the host won, currently 95 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Auntie Bai Jie leaned softly against me, both of our hearts racing. In this silent embrace after a long while, Auntie Bai Ji reluctantly pushed me away. Her face wore a shy blush, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yi Feng, sit for a while. I'll go pour you a glass of water. After saying that, she turned toward the kitchen. Watching Auntie Bai Ji's back, I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. A moment later, Auntie Bai Ji brought me a glass of water, then sat down right next to me. Yi Feng, have you been upset about anything lately? Can you talk to Auntie Bai about it? Auntie Bai Ji's voice was soft, with a hint of caution. I took the water, had a sip, then slowly began to speak.
Auntie Bai? Okay.
It's just that I didn't do very well on the entrance exam. Plus, university life is about to start. And by then, I probably won't be able to see you every day. So, I just feel a bit down.
Auntie Bai Ji gently took my hand.
Then said tenderly, well, you can come home to rest every day. I'll buy you a car. After all, Zhongcheng University isn't that far. My eyes lit up with joy. Really.
Want. Auntie Bai find me annoying.
Auntie Bai Ji lightly patted the back of my hand.
Bit her red lips, and then said shyly, how could that be? I also like being with Yi Feng. That's great. Auntie Bai is the best. I excitedly pulled Auntie Bai Ji into a hug. After a long while, Auntie Bai Ji gently broke free, which left me feeling very invigorated. The hurdle of hugging has finally been cleared. Just then, the yoga instructor's voice came from the TV. Next, let's perform a more challenging pose. To demonstrate the ultimate flexibility of the body, Auntie Bai Ji glanced at the TV, covering her mouth with a soft cry. Oh dear, you made me forget I was even practicing yoga. Seeing this scene, an idea popped into my head, and I began silently searching the system shop. System, exchange for the yoga master skill. Ding, exchange successful. Romance points 100, currently 300 points. Yoga master Ye Feng is officially on the scene. I turned to Auntie Bai Ji and said, Auntie Bai, let me help you with your yoga. I've studied it a bit before, and my technique is quite good. Auntie Bai Ji bit her red lips, a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't believe I knew yoga, but practicing yoga with two people, she feared some of the poses might be too intimate. Auntie Bai Ji thought about it. Wed already had a massage and just hugged, and my behavior had always been very proper, whereas she was the one with the stray thoughts. But just thinking about the two of us practicing together, her beautiful face turned burning hot, and her fair neck gradually flushed. Auntie Bai Ji's mind was a mess. Yet she unconsciously agreed, okay, thank you for the trouble, Ye Feng. Hearing this, my heart leaped with joy, but I remained calm on the outside. I gestured with my hand. Auntie Bai, let's go over to the yoga mat. Auntie Bai Ji's cheeks were crimson. Yes, she nodded slightly. She was like a child who had done something wrong. Head down as she followed quietly behind me. On the TV, the yoga instructor was guiding the first pose, the extended triangle pose. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my wildly beating heart. Then spoke up, Auntie Bai, let's try this pose first. It helps stretch the legs and waist. As I spoke, I stepped behind Auntie Bai Ji and gently placed my hands on her waist. Auntie Bai Ji's entire body suddenly shuddered, her whole frame tensing up immediately. Looking like a frightened little fawn, I whispered in her ear, Auntie Bai, first, spread your legs apart, about twice the width of your shoulders. That warm breath caused a layer of pink to flush over Auntie Bai Ji's neck. Auntie Bai Ji slowly spread her legs, her heart beating so fast it felt like it would jump out. My hands slid gently from her waist down, grabbing her wrists and guiding her to lean to one side. Bit more. Feel the stretch in your body. Auntie Bai Ji's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She bit her lip, trying to stay calm, barely managing to complete the pose. Auntie Bai Ji panted softly, her body still trembling slightly. I hurriedly supported her, my hand accidentally touching her arm, that smooth sensation making my heart flutter.
Auntie Bai did great.
Immediately after, the instructor on TV began to guide the spinal twist pose. Auntie Bai, this pose helps make the spine flexible. It's very good for your health. Auntie Bai Ji blushed and nodded slightly, feeling both nervous and a bit expectant. I told Auntie Bai Ji to sit on the mat, and then I sat down behind her. Auntie Bai, stretch your left leg out first, then cross your right leg over your left. I helped Auntie Bai Ji adjust her posture as I spoke, and following my guidance, Auntie Bai Ji slowly turned to one side, her hands searching for balance. From behind, I gently hugged Auntie Bai Ji's waist, helping her maintain her balance. Turn a bit more, Auntie Bai. Auntie Bai Ji turned her head back, and our faces were so close, we could clearly feel each other's breath. Auntie Bai Ji's gaze flitted away in confusion. She had never been this close to me before. This intimate atmosphere left her feeling both shy and a bit stunned. After completing the movement, Auntie Bai Ji felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she slumped back into my arms. I held her tightly, and only after a long while did Auntie Bai Ji gently push me away. She smoothed her messy hair and whispered, Ye Feng. Then there's still the next movement. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Right then, the instructor on TV began to guide the side split pose. I turned to look at Auntie Bai Ji, a hint of anticipation in my eyes. Auntie Bai, why don't we try this one? It's the final test of flexibility.
Auntie Bai Ji looked at the pose on the TV.
Feeling both afraid and curious, she bit her lip, and after a long hesitation, she finally nodded. She whispered, Ye Feng, I'm afraid it will hurt. I quickly reassured her. Auntie Bai, don't worry, it'll go very slowly. I had Auntie Bai Ji stand on the yoga mat first. Then I squatted down. Next, I gently took hold of Auntie Bai Ji's thighs, making her body tremble as she looked at me nervously.
Auntie Bai, just relax first.
It'll help you slowly spread your legs. I gradually applied pressure, and Auntie Bai Ji's legs began to open bit by bit. Her breathing became more rapid, and small beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I asked solicitously, Auntie Bai, does it hurt?
Auntie Bai Ji gritted her teeth and shook her head slightly.
As I continued to apply force, Auntie Bai Ji's legs opened wider and wider. I encouraged her. Auntie Bai, you're doing so well. Just a little bit more. Auntie Bai Ji's body was now fully open, forming a perfect side split. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, whether from pain or nervousness. Looking at the alluring beauty before me, my throat felt agonizingly dry. Auntie Bai Ji looked up at me. Our eyes met, and a thick, intimate atmosphere filled the space. Ao Yinger, holding a glass of water, was about to take a sip, but the sight of the two of us sitting opposite each other struck her like a bolt from the blue.
What are you two doing?
Auntie Bai, Jie and I were startled by the sudden voice. Pretended as if nothing was wrong. Nothing. I'm just teaching Auntie Bai yoga. Is that really it? Ao Yinger's eyes scrutinized the two of us. If it were before, she wouldn't have felt any ripple in her heart. Yet today, she felt a bit jealous. She didn't expect to be jealous of her own mother. And Gao Yinger was startled by this ridiculous thought. She told herself, it's definitely not that. I'm just curious. Auntie Bai Ji tilted her head to the side, looking obviously uneasy. Yes, that's right. Yi Feng's technique is quite good. He's already taught me several poses. She didn't know why she felt so guilty. After all, they were just practicing yoga, and there hadn't been any overly intimate actions. Ao Yinger glanced at me curiously. I didn't expect our Yi Feng to be so multi-talented. We haven't met for a while, and you've changed so much. Not only do you understand PhD-level physics, but now you're an expert in yoga too. I rubbed my nose and laughed awkwardly. Not really. I just have too much free time, so I look into everything a bit. It's good if I can actually use what I learn. Gao Yinger nodded vaguely. Mom, you and Yu Feng should go to bed early too. After saying that, she poured herself some water, then went straight upstairs to her room. Auntie Bai Ji and I stared at each other, both seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. I was the first to break the silence. Well, I'll go upstairs to rest now. Auntie Bai should go to sleep early too. At the same time, I didn't forget to leave a message. Next time I'll teach you some other poses. Okay. Good night, Ye Feng. Good night, Auntie Bai. With that, I walked straight to my room.
Auntie Bai Ji watching my back,
her mind drifting off to who knows where, her beautiful face gradually turning red. Back in my room, I lay on the bed, my head filled with the images from earlier, practicing yoga with Auntie Bai Ji. Her perfect figure, her shy face, and the intimate gestures between us, all making it impossible for me to close my eyes. Let's set a small goal. Next time, I have to kiss her. On the other hand, Auntie Bai Ji was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her heart still hadn't returned to normal. Just thinking about the intimate session with me, her face would flush uncontrollably. The most effective way to take revenge on a man is to take away the women in his life. In my past life, my father's best friend Gao Yi not only stole all my family assets, but also conspired with the school beauty to send me to prison. Now that I've been reborn, I will defeat him in the career Hayes so proud of, and then force him to hand over those shares. But that's only the beginning. For when he returns home, Hell realized his wife, and all 3 of his daughters have left him for me. The next day, I decided to go to the company for an inspection. So I drove to Wuyu Media headquarters. The second I stepped into the office area, countless eyes turned toward me. Both Wei Jixue and Yuan Hao were staring. Yes, these two were Gao Yi's loyal henchmen. Wei Jixue frowned slightly. Isn't that kid CEO? Yes, son?
What the hell is he doing at the company?
Yuan Hao, standing next to him, gave a mocking smile. The chance for us to score points has arrived. CEO Gao already gave us instructions that if we see this Ye-sun show up here, we must give him a proper reception. We have to give him a warning blow. After all, in this company now, CEO Gao is the one who makes the decisions. Wei Jixue looked on with utter contempt. How old is this brat even? He just got lucky in his previous life to inherit the assets from his dead father. And now he thinks he can manage a company. He should look in a mirror and see who he is. After saying that, he aggressively walked toward me and spoke with a sarcastic, mocking tone. Oh, isn't this our young master Ye? What wind blew you all the way here to the company today? I frowned slightly, giving him a cold look. I am the largest shareholder of this company. What does my inspection have to do with someone like you? Who do you think you are? To try and control my business. Of course, I'm no stranger to these 2 pieces of trash. They are Gao Yi's distant relatives, relying on their connection to him to run wild in the company, specifically harassing new employees. Seeing Wei Jixue speechless from my scolding, Yuan Hao quickly stepped forward to intervene. Young Master Ye, it shouldn't be said like that. I understand you're concerned about the company, but business is business, and everyone has their specialty. Since before CEO Ye passed away, the business wasn't doing well. Fortunately, CEO Gao took the helm to steer this ship through the storm, allowing our company to gradually get on track as it is now. So don't come here making a mess of things. Wei Jixue finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly cutting in to continue.
That's right. That's right.
Ever since CEO Yi passed away, under the brilliant and wise leadership of CEO Gao, as well as the tireless efforts of us two, this company was finally able to grow and develop. Everyone around heard those words, and they couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread, thinking to themselves that these two were truly beyond the pale. Yet no one dared to say a word, as everyone knew clearly. These two were Gao Yi's closest subordinates, and if you offended them, your days at this company would be numbered. How could I let these two types of people run wild in front of me? In the next moment, I swung my arm and delivered a thunderous slap, making Wei Jixue's wretched face swell up instantly. Then I swung my leg and delivered a powerful kick, while everyone was still dazed and didn't understand what happened. I followed up with a kick that sent Yuan Hao flying several meters. Their miserable screams echoed through the office, and everyone present stood there with their mouths agape witnessing this. Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue were rolling on the floor in pain, their groans and cries continuing endlessly. I spoke coldly, my face as icy as a sheet of paper. Who is the HR manager here? Get out here now. The HR manager heard the call and came running in a panic, his face clearly showing worry and confusion. He looked at me, then at Yuan Hao, and Wei Jixue groaning on the floor, wondering what on earth was happening, not knowing what kind of crazy script was playing out today. These two usually act out in the company, relying on their power to bully others, seriously affecting the discipline and culture of the company. They must be fired immediately. Upon hearing this, the HR manager's face immediately showed embarrassment and difficulty. He knew all too well the close relationship between these two and Gao Yi. If he fired them now, he certainly wouldn't know how to explain it to CEO Gao, so he timidly spoke up. Young Master Ye, but these two have been with the company for a long time, and in their work so far, there hasn't been any major mistake, so this sudden firing might be a bit. I said fire them immediately. Or do you want to go with them? The HR manager shuddered under my icy gaze. He was trembling all over. Though he feared Gao Yi's blame, he was even more terrified that I would fire him on the spot, with a major shareholder on one side, and the current chairman on the other. He didn't dare offend anyone. Having no choice, he grit his teeth and nodded. Yes, yes. President Dai Feng, I'll get on it right away. The colleagues around us witnessing this scene were all so shocked their jaws dropped. Then I addressed everyone in the company. Has anyone else been harassed by them? Or forced into any hidden rules? Come see me privately after work. I guarantee I will send them to prison. Gao Yi aggressively pushed open the glass door and began shouting curses loudly.
What is going on here?
Why aren't you working instead of standing here gossiping?
Yuan Hao, Wei Jixue.
What's the meaning of this? Whoever did this, get the hell out here now. Gao Yi had been in the chairman's office, schooling his little secretary with his mouth, when he was suddenly startled by the loud noise, causing him to jump in fright and shrivel up. After the shock, fury rushed to his head, and he stormed out to confront the situation. He scanned the room, his eyes quickly meeting my bone-chilling gaze. I did it. Got a problem with that? Gao Yi's throat went dry, cursing inwardly. How did this brat end up here? Just as he was about to put on a kind facade, Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue stumbled and crawled toward him. Both were crying piteously, their faces covered in tears and snot. President Gao, you must get justice for us. Yuan Hao clung tightly to Gao Yi's leg, wailing through his sobs. This Dai Feng just arrived and started hitting people, and even threatened to fire us. Is there no law and order left in this world? Wei Jixue chimed in from beside him, covered in mess. That's right, President Gao, we've always been devoted to you. How could he treat us like this? He wasn't just hitting our backsides, he was slapping President Gao right in the face. Gao Yi's eye twitched, his brow furrowed deeply. He looked at my cold expression, intending to gloss over the matter for now. Xiao Feng, these two lack discretion in their work, and perhaps they've offended you. Young people have hot tempers, I can understand that. Then, his Adam's apple bobbed. Yes, he forced out a smile, however. Hitting people in public isn't good after all. Give your Uncle Gao some face. I'll have them apologize to you.
And well, call it even?
Gao Yi glanced at the two still wailing piteously, his eye twitching incessantly, cursing them in his mind. They really had no sense of the situation. Then, he kicked them away and barked.
Apologize to President Dai Feng right now.
They finally snapped out of it, hurriedly bowing in apology, President. President Di Feng, our dog mouths. Weren't guarded. We deserve the beating. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. Corner of my mouth curled into a mocking smile. President Gao on the 12th of last month, Wei Jixue, in the artist lounge, used hidden rules against trainee quat wanting. On July 3rd, Yuan Hao, under the guise of an audition, lured Zhang Meng to the Hilton Hotel, room 1603. There are many more examples like this. Do I need to list them one by one? These were things I had accidentally investigated about Gao Yi in my past life, and now they were perfect for scaring them into a confession. There are quite a lot of these stories. Shall I hand over the surveillance footage copies to the police? Saying that, I leisurely pulled out my phone, waving it in front of everyone. Or should we bring both parties here to confront each other right now? Though I didn't actually have any evidence in my hands,
it was clear everyone present was terrified by the threat.
Especially the guilty ones like Wei Jixue and Yuan Hao, who could no longer even stand, collapsing onto the floor like piles of sludge. As soon as those words were spoken, the office area was instantly filled with constant gasps of amazement. They didn't show it on their faces, but in their hearts, they were all applauding. Normally, these two lackeys were always arrogant and tyrannical in the company, and everyone had been bullied by them to some extent. Seeing them meet their downfall now, with a high chance of going to prison, brought everyone a sense of satisfaction beyond words. Gao Yi's heart tightened as a surge of intense unease rose within him. He had a bad feeling that Dai Feng hadn't come today with good intentions. Tiny beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The corner of my mouth quirked up. I asked with a half smile. President Gao, how do you think we should handle this? Gao Yi was cursing internally. Damn it. How the hell should I know what to do? These two useless trashes. It's one thing to use hidden rules, but they even left evidence for someone to grab. He truly hadn't expected that I, a supposedly ordinary college student, would suddenly become so tough, even holding evidence in my hands. This brat must have been secretly planning this for a long time. Today's event certainly wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst. He must want to use this to overthrow me, to take back control of the company. Di Feng clearly always saw me as a good uncle. So why did he suddenly pull this stunt today? Where did things go wrong? Could Dai Feng have found out about what happened back then? No way. Everything back then was clearly cleaned up perfectly. It can't be. I absolutely cannot let him achieve his goal. Thoughts raced through Gao Yi's mind, his face turning pale and then flushed. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the teacup off the table, and hurled it at Yuan Hao's shoulder. Scalding tea spilled down his suit, making Yuan Hao cry out in pain from the heat. Yet he didn't dare dodge.
You two animals?
The company treated you well, and yet you dare to commit such heartless acts. Gao Yi put on a face of pure indignation. This is absolutely lawless. This kind of moral depravity cannot be tolerated. They must be punished severely. Yet in his heart, he was constantly calculating. These two were his trusted confidants. If he really punished them severely as Dai Feng wanted, his influence within the company would be significantly weakened. No, I must find a way to minimize this mess, to make it disappear. I can't let him get his way. I have to regain control of the situation immediately. Gao Yi roared, "Security, drag these two scumbags out of here." As if I had seen right through his thoughts, I interrupted him immediately. Just call the police already. Or is President Gao waiting for them to destroy the evidence? As soon as Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue heard about the police, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. The two who were just wailing loudly now seemed to lose all strength in their bodies. Collapsing completely onto the floor, Yuan Hao scrambled on all fours, crawling over to cling to Gao Yi's leg again, pleading miserably, "President Gao, please save us. We truly know we were wrong. We won't ever do it again. You can't hand us over to the police."
We'll be finished if we go in there.
Wei Jixue kowtowed like he was pounding garlic, his forehead hitting the floor with sharp thuds. President Dai Feng, President Gao, we will definitely pay compensation to the victims. Please have mercy and let us go just this once. We have old mothers and young children. If we go to prison, how will they survive? President Gao, this matter cannot be vague. We must give the entire staff and those victims a proper explanation. Every word I spoke was sharp and powerful, pressing him at every turn, leaving Gao Yi momentarily speechless. At this point, these two useless trashes, Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue, must be abandoned. Gao Yi's back teeth ground together with a creak. He growled his command, "Hold on to them." Hearing the order, the security team immediately rushed forward to restrain the two. The crotch of Wei Jixue's pants suddenly soaked through, the acrid smell of urine mixing with Yuan Hao's pleas.
Yes, they echoed throughout the office.
Xiao Chen called the police. Hearing this, Security Captain Chen Gao Yuan immediately called the police. Seeing this situation, Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue knew all too well that they had become discarded pawns. Their faces were white with terror. Yes, they collapsed to their knees with a thud, incessantly kowtowing for mercy. President Dai Feng, we were wrong. Please save us. President Dai Feng, we really know our mistake. Please forgive us just this once. President Dai Feng, spare us. It was all instructed by President Gao. Before he could finish the sentence, the security guards covered their mouths tightly. Yuan Hao's eyes widened, his face flushing red from stifled anger. Only able to make muffled, indistinct sounds, the veins in Gao Yi's neck bulged, his sinister eyes seemingly spitting fire. Take them downstairs. Hand them over when the police arrive. The surrounding crowd suddenly broke into murmurs.
So cool.
Now this is what a real overbearing CEO looks like. Incredible. Someone should have dealt with these animals long ago. Damn, that promising talent I worked so hard to find. Resigned in despair because they tried to force hidden rules on her. Scattered applause gradually grew into a roar. Several female employees who had been harassed were already in tears. Gao Yi's temple twitched incessantly. After taking a deep breath, he forced a bright smile and said, "My colleagues, it's because of my lax management of subordinates that these two were able to deceive those above and below, committing such heinous crimes that everyone in the company hates. Rest assured, everyone, I will absolutely not let them off. Next, I will cooperate closely with the police officers to investigate the truth thoroughly, to clear the names of the victims, and to bring justice to everyone. A few sycophant employees immediately cheered. President Gao is mighty. Gao Yi clapped his hands, signaling them to return to their workstations. All right, everyone get back to work. Then he turned to the secretary beside him, Zhao Lin. You must check the phones of everyone present. I don't want to see any video clips related. Today's events leaked online. Secretary Xiao Lin, wearing a tight miniskirt and black stockings, nodded slightly. Yes, President Gao. After the secretary left, Gao Yi looked at me with a benevolent expression and spoke. It's summer break right now, isn't it? Your Uncle Gao has been so busy lately that I haven't had time to visit you. Thinking back, it's my fault. Before old Dai passed away, I promised him I would take good care of you. Gao Yi smiled and patted my shoulder. Xiao Feng. Let's go inside and continue our talk. I stood silently watching the performance of this animal, the corner of my mouth curving slightly into a smile. Then I calmly replied, all right. With that, I followed Gao Yi into the chairman's office. Inside the office, Gao Yi's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, but as soon as he turned around, his face changed to a warm smile. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes radiated kindness. He enthusiastically walked over to the sofa, gesturing for me to sit down. Muttering, Zhao Feng, you've finally come. I've really been looking forward to this. Just waiting to have a proper talk with you. You silly boy. It's summer break, and you didn't even tell your Uncle Gao. I've been worrying about you all this time, now that you're all grown up. If old Dai and my sister-in-law could see this from the afterlife, it would surely feel very much at peace. As he spoke, he personally poured me a cup of hot tea, his movements incredibly skilled and natural, just like an elder who always cares for his junior. This is the Da Hong Pao tea your father liked most. While pouring, Gao Yi intentionally let the teapot spout vibrate slightly, causing the amber liquid in the porcelain cup to ripple elegantly. Anyone seeing this side of him? Would they not praise him as a good elder? He slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the icy glare deep within them. The corner of my mouth quirked into a perfectly polite smile. Uncle Gao, didn't I come straight to find you as soon as I arrived at the company? Pausing for a moment, I said in a mocking tone, who could have guessed? My father has only been gone a few years, and already such scum. And maggots have appeared to bully others. It seems Uncle Gao, with your thousands of duties, hasn't been keeping much of an eye on the subordinates. The company's profits over the past 2 years seem to have been quite mediocre as well. Even though you're my elder and it's not my place to say much, I can't just watch my father's hard work be ruined in an instant. You and my father were lifelong friends. So surely Uncle Gao will understand this junior's perspective. Hearing these words that sounded respectful, but were actually full of hidden sarcasm, the smile on Gao Yi's face gradually vanished. He felt everything was slowly slipping out of his control. At this moment in the chairman's office, Gao Yi reined in his thoughts and suddenly burst into laughter. That laugh sounded strangely jarring. Then you've misunderstood your Uncle Gao. Actually, I've known for a long time that those two scumbags were using my name to act out in the company, bullying their subordinates. As soon as I heard, my lungs were bursting with rage. I just wanted to tear them into 100 pieces, to avoid tipping them off, so I could catch the whole lot at once. I didn't call the police to arrest them immediately. I've been having people secretly gather evidence all this time. It's just that you happen to catch them today, Zhao Feng. The corner of my mouth quirked up, revealing a mocking smile. If you put it that way, then I've blamed you unfairly. Hearing that, Gao Yi let out a heavy sigh. Xiao Feng, our company has so many matters large and small. I'm so busy every day my head is spinning, I don't even have time to go home. You know, this company is the result of the blood and sweat your father and I poured into it years ago. Keep it going. I toil every day from dawn till dusk, to the point that I have no time left for my own family. I truly feel I've failed your Aunt Bai. Gao Yi sighed and lamented. His eyes even seemed to glisten with a hint of tears. I remained silent, coldly watching his performance. Gao Yi pretended to heave a sorrowful sigh as he continued. To tell the truth, it's quite shameful. It's because of my busyness that I neglected the management of subordinates, never imagining those two scumbags would run amok in the company for so long, committing such immoral and harmful acts. Gao Yi grew more indignant as he spoke. Slamming his hand onto the table, Xiao Feng, rest assured, I will definitely investigate this to the very end, to give you and the entire staff the most satisfactory explanation, absolutely not letting these two scumbags remain free from the law. I smiled back. I've blamed you unfairly then, Uncle Gao. I really didn't expect you to be so busy. You've worked so hard all these years. How about this? I'm on summer break now, so I have time. And normally, I don't have many classes anyway. So soon I'll return to the company to assist you. Gao Yi's jaw dropped in surprise. He instinctively tried to decline immediately. Xiao Feng, it's better if you focus on your studies. I've got the company matters under control. Don't tire yourself out worrying about it. Before he could finish, I continued with a smile. Besides, Uncle Gao, you're right. We absolutely cannot let those two scumbags remain free from the law. I'll have to trouble you to put more thought into this matter, and in the coming days, I'll also follow this case closely to prevent you from being deceived by your subordinates again. Let's leave it at that. Gao Yi was dazed by my relentless series of moves. After all, he had been navigating the business world for many years, and his cunning ran incredibly deep. On the surface, he maintained his composure, but deep in his eyes, there was a sudden flash of frantic cruelty. I was originally the company's largest shareholder, and for that reason alone, no matter how much Gao Yi didn't want it, there was no way he could stop me from returning to the company. What's more, for all these years, Gao Yi had always called himself my elder, building an image before the world, as an uncle who cared for his nephew immensely. If he were to turn on me completely over company matters, then the good man persona he worked so hard to build would surely collapse in an instant. He absolutely could not accept that the image he so carefully crafted would be ruined in a single day like that. After much deliberation, Gao Yi understood that he had no choice but to sacrifice his pawns to save the game. He leaned forward slightly, forcing a smile onto his face. Zhao Feng, if you want to come back and help the company, your Uncle Gao will certainly support you fully. If there's anything you don't understand or need help with, just come find me anytime. Then thank you very much, Uncle Gao. I sat on the sofa, eyes casually scanning our surroundings, seemingly indifferent, but in reality, I was secretly observing every single tiny movement Gao Yi made. In my past life, in my eyes, Gao Yi was an incredibly kind and close elder until I was framed and sent to prison, learning the truth about my parents' deaths and how Aunt Bai died in a foreign land. It was only then that I realized with a shock that Gao Yi was actually a madman with a truly heartless soul. However, the current me is no longer that naive fool who knew nothing of the world from my past life. Looking at Gao Yi's face that puts on a virtuous show, I only feel a surge of ultimate disgust, wanting nothing more than to rush forward and rip that hypocritical mask right off his face. Gao Yi still maintained the appearance of a kind uncle, speaking with an air of deep devotion. Lately, the company's business situation hasn't been great. Web drama production companies are popping up everywhere, so the competition has become incredibly fierce. I'm truly under a lot of pressure as well. Xiao Feng, it's good that you're coming back to help, but for now, let's just start with the basics, so you can get used to how our company does business. Gao Yi put on a face of sincerity and dedication. If everything he did was for my own good. Inwardly, I felt completely speechless, but on the surface, I tried to stay calm. Uncle Gao, you're older, so you probably don't go online much, so maybe you don't fully understand today's market trends. Lately, I've noticed that short video platforms are growing at an incredibly fast pace.
I think our company could absolutely
establish a department to incubate KOLs, specializing in finding and training social media influencers. Moreover, if this department develops steadily, we can leverage their influence to promote our company's film projects, thereby opening up many promising new directions. On the surface, Gao Yi pretended to be listening intently, but in reality, in his heart, he didn't care for a single word I said. He couldn't help but let out a small smirk, then continued in his moralizing tone. Zhao Feng, having creative ideas is good, you're still far too naive. Those short videos are just where kids mess around. It's fine for filming daily life, but it'll never amount to anything real. What good is having many followers? Making professional web dramas is the only real proper business. Uncle Gao, I've been in this industry for so many years. How could I not understand this better? Uncle Gao, a new era of technology, is opening up golden opportunities right here. If our company can seize this moment, training a team of influential social media stars, then we won't just profit from advertising or sales, but we can also integrate these faces with our existing film production division, opening up even more promising new paths. Deep down, Gao Yi was still filled with contempt. He had always looked down upon these newly emerged short video platforms. However, he suddenly changed his mind. If I wanted to make a mess like that, head let me. Once this project fails miserably, my reputation in the company will surely go up in smoke. And at that point, getting back the shares from my hands will be easier than ever. Thinking of that on Gao Yi's face, a forced smile briefly appeared. Xiao Feng, although your idea still has many immature points, it's still worth trying out once. In that case, your Uncle Gao will support you fully. How about this? On the artist management floor, there's still an empty office room. I'll assign it for your use. Since the company's current capital is quite limited, so I'll provide you with 1 million yuan as initial funding. Do your best. Uncle Gao always has faith in you. Uncle Gao, 1 million yuan is honestly a bit too little. According to my preliminary calculations, we need at least 10 million yuan as a contingency fund. What? 10 million. Gao Yi's eyes widened in horror. The old man almost jumped out of his chair. Xiao Feng, the company's business situation is currently difficult. Where would I find that much money for you to squander? Besides, the potential of this project of yours is still unknown. Everything is just your conjecture. Only 1 million. This is the maximum limit I can offer. I calmly said, if we want to achieve results in this short video segment, then the initial investment certainly cannot be small. Investing little is worse than not investing at all. As long as we seize the initiative, then future profits will absolutely exceed imagination. If you only give 1 million, this project basically cannot be launched. At that point, it won't just be a waste of time and effort, but it will also cause the company to miss this golden opportunity. Gao Yi furrowed his brows tightly. Forming a deep wrinkle, he dropped his previous casual attitude. His expression grew increasingly gloomy. He originally thought the so-called KOL department I proposed was just a joke. He didn't expect me to speak so coherently. Looking at this confident manner, I was clearly
well prepared behind the scenes.
Gao Yi's mind was a mess. Immensely troubled,
Where did the naive youth who knew nothing
about business before go? Gao Yi instinctively moved to refuse my request, but his eyes accidentally swept across my still somewhat youthful face. In a split second, it was as if he thought of something, and a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Theory is theory. Action is action. There are many who talk big, but very few who can actually execute and succeed, no matter what is said. I am, after all, still an inexperienced young man. What's the use of thinking so much? Even if he gave me 10 million to mess around. With my abilities, there was a high chance I would still mess things up. When the project fails, the massive loss will be enough for the whole company to turn on me. Under such immense criticism, how could I handle such pressure? Isn't this a wonderful opportunity for him to take my shares? And this 10 million is nothing compared to the important shares in my hands. The more Gao Yi thought, the more feasible the plan seemed. But he still feigned a troubled expression. Ye Feng, seeing how dedicated you are to the company, Uncle Gao has decided to trust you this once. I'll risk it and support you. I'll give you a 10 million budget. Consider this money for your internship. Go ahead and be bold. Uncle Gao believes you'll succeed. Then thank you, Uncle Gao. I definitely won't let your expectations down. And will manage this department well. With the budget finally settled, a faint, cunning glint appeared on my face. Uncle Gao, there's one more thing I need to bother you with. I heard our company's web film department has a minor actress named Zhang Ruolin. I think her image and potential are excellent. Perfect for the development direction of our KOL department. Can you transfer her to my team? Gao Yi was slightly stunned, finding it strange. Why would I have my eyes on such a minor actress? Zhang Ruolin, he hadn't even heard of this name before, thinking that since I wouldn't amount to much anyway, adding one minor actress wouldn't matter. He didn't want to argue with me over such a trivial matter, so he waved his hand and said, "All right, if you want her, just transfer her over. She's just a minor actress. Don't let it distract you from your main task." I smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." Uncle Gao, then I'll handle this matter. After saying that, I headed towards the artist department, longing to meet Zhang Ruolin quickly, to proceed with the next step of the plan. In the dance studio of the artist department, over 20 rookies were busily practicing their posture. The sound of the door creaking open rang out, and a group of girls practicing their posture turned their heads simultaneously. The first to react was a short-haired beauty, who had found out as soon as she started that the majority shareholder of this company was a young man. She was determined to cling tightly to this golden thigh. Seeing me, the short-haired beauty's eyes widened. Her gaze full of excitement, the minds of the beauties present immediately became sharp. Each one, like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, felt as if I were lost in a forest of flowers. The person closest to the door was a beauty named Zhang Yilian. She smiled radiantly and waved, "Hello, young Master Yi." I didn't pay attention. Right now, my mind was only on one thing, to quickly bring Zhang Ruolin to my side and bind her to this boat. Moreover, she hasn't debuted yet, and Shez right here in my company. In the corner, Zhang Ruolin was like a little rabbit, lowering her head and shrinking back in fear. Her extremely pure face looked so tender it could burst with moisture, the quintessential first love face. I smiled and waved, calling Zhang Ruolin. Zhang Ruolin instinctively shrank into the shadows. This was her first time meeting the big boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions. The beauties around her all showed surprised expressions, their faces full of admiration and envy. I thought to myself, check Zhang Ruolin's information. Name, Zhang Ruolin. Age, 21. Beauty, 96. Personality, lively. Favorability, 60. Innate charm, 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Current mood, level 1. Current wish, hope to debut successfully. I stepped up in front of Zhang Ruolin, trying to make my tone sound a bit gentler. Ruolin, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me to the meeting room next door. Let's talk for a bit. Zhang Ruolin was completely bewildered. She nodded nervously, her voice carrying a slight tremble.
"Hello, President Ye."
"Yes, sir." Her little heart pounded, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Seeing me walk away, she hurriedly stood up and followed, trotting towards the studio door. Her running posture was just like Seven's, looking incredibly adorable. The gazes of the actresses behind her were like poisoned daggers being thrown, making their faces turn extremely distorted, each of them constantly whispering and muttering. The short-haired beauty Cheng Yo-Yo stood poised at the door, her eyes never leaving Ye Feng and Zhang Ruolin as they approached. I must seize this opportunity. Thinking this, Cheng Yo-Yu made up her mind.
"Young Master Ye, young Master Ye."
Two coquettish voices rang out almost simultaneously, both using a flirtatious tone.
"Cheng, you heard the sound and looked over."
A flash of anger instantly crossing her eyes. "You again, Zhang Yilian. You scheming woman. How dare you try to snatch a man from me?" At this moment, Zhang Yilian also had a look of absolute determination. She had also thought it through. Instead of fighting for a vague debut opportunity, she'd rather bet on this handsome,
wealthy majority shareholder.
"It's you, Cheng Yo-Yu, you dare
spoil my good thing."
Their eyes met, each glaring fiercely at the other, their gazes full of the smell of gunpowder. I watched the scene before me with interest, the corner of my mouth curling into a smile. However, this short-haired beauty looked somewhat familiar. I began to think carefully, quickly remembered that in my past life, she was a blogger with tens of millions of fans. My eyes lit up. It seems I've picked up a treasure. My eyes constantly evaluated Cheng Yuyu. Cheng Yuyu was overjoyed in her heart. Young Master Yi was noticing her.
So, did she actually have
a chance for the carp to jump over the dragon gate? Thinking of this, joy on Cheng Yui's face was plain to see. She even raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yilian beside her. Zhang Yilian gnashed her teeth in anger, originally thinking that recruiting Zhang Ruolin was lucky enough. Who would have thought the raid be a Cheng Yuyu as well? I couldn't wait and thought to myself. Check Cheng Yui's information. Name, Cheng Yoyo. Age, 24. Beauty, 90. Personality, lively. Favorability, 60. Innate charm, 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Current mood. Level 1, current wish, wants to be the host's lover. Cheng Yu's beauty compared to average people is certainly outstanding. Beside me are all peerless beauties. Bai Jie, Luo Wanqing, and the 3 Gao sisters. Who among them isn't more beautiful than her? However, am not picky, pushing back the chaotic thoughts. I looked up with great interest. Each Cheng Yuyu and Zhang Yilian. The two were still glaring fiercely at each other, neither willing to look away first. The two seemed to notice my gaze, and simultaneously changed their disguise. Completing a face change move in an instant, Cheng Yuyu immediately perked up. She stood up straight, unconsciously puffing out her chest, wanting to show her most charming side. Seeing the two of them like peacocks spreading their tails, competing for beauty, found it a bit amusing. I gave a light cough and said, "Do you two have something?" Hearing this, Cheng Yui's pretty face was instantly filled with a sweet smile. Her already sugary voice now became flirtatious to the point of melting. I also want to work under young Master Ye. When I first joined the company, I heard about the glorious achievements of young Master Diep's father when he founded the company. Moreover, old staff say you're naturally brilliant. Following you, I'll surely become extremely famous. When that time comes and am truly famous, I will definitely repay young Master Ye well. Zhang Yilian stared blankly. Eat Cheng Yui's non-stop chatter. Unwilling to be left behind, she hurriedly stepped forward, a radiant smile on her face. Young Master Ye, as long as I can work under you, I'm willing to accept any condition. I don't even care if I become famous. I just want to work by your side. I thought to myself. Check Zhang Yilian's information. Name, Zhang Yilian. Age, 22. Beauty, 89. Personality, lively. Favorability, 70. Demonic charm, 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Current mood, positive. Current wish, wants to be the host's lover. Zhang Yilian wasn't a major KOL in the past life, but this kind of wheat-skinned athletic beauty is indeed rare. I smiled and said, all of this comes at a price. So, whether it's Zhang Ruolan,
Cheng Yuyu, or
Zhang Yilian, what price are you willing to pay to work under me? The two froze at the same time. Then the next second, their joy was plain to see, shouting in unison, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Even in our dreams, we want to work for young Master Yi. All right, since you want to follow me so much, then follow me into the meeting room to talk. After saying that, I turned and walked straight ahead. Zhang Ruolin hurriedly followed behind. Cheng Yuyu and Zhang Yilian also rushed to keep up, fearing being left behind. They didn't forget to glare at each other. In the meeting room, I cleared my throat and spoke frankly. The ugly truth first. This department of ours is a key focus of the company's next development, which is to nurture KOLs using short videos as the main platform. However, since the department is newly established, many things are not yet finalized. So if you three join, you must consider it carefully. Gaze swept across the three beauties with different expressions. However, I have a preliminary draft for the development of the three of you. I'm 10 parts certain. I will help you become famous within 3 months.
Cheng Yuyu quickly replied. President Ye.
I, Cheng Yuyu, am determined to follow you. If young Master Ye is willing to sign me, I will definitely give it my all, and absolutely won't disappoint you. Zhang Yilian hurried to chime in flirtatiously. Young Master Ye, I also desperately want to work with you, and will work my hardest. Her face wore a radiant smile. In her heart, she was thinking through gritted teeth. No way. Tonight, I must take the initiative to seize a place. In Ye Feng's heart, I don't believe I'll lose to her this time. Zhang Ruolin was stunned. She took a deep breath, her big eyes blinking as she looked at me, her voice carrying a hint of tension and anticipation as she whispered softly, I also want to work under President Ye. I nodded in satisfaction. Very good. In the future, you will surely feel proud of the decision you made today. You don't need to worry, even though our department is new. The initial startup capital alone is 10 million. There will be no less than 50 million in capital injected later. Furthermore, before helping you become famous, I have no intention of expanding the scale temporarily, meaning this 10 million will be prioritized and poured entirely into you. As long as you do well, there will absolutely be no shortage of resources. As soon as I finished, the eyes of the three beauties instantly lit up, amazement clear on their faces. They could almost not believe it. Their whole bodies dazed by the sudden wave of joy. Ding. Zhang Ruolin's favorability towards host increased by 1, currently at 64 points. Ding. Cheng Yu's favorability towards host increased by 1, currently at 61 points.
Ding.
Jiang Yilian's favorability towards host increased by 1, currently at 71 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Cheng Yu jumped up in excitement, her massive chest bouncing up and down along with her. Jiang Yilian was also full of excitement, her gaze lingering on me like pulling silk, while Zhang Ruolin didn't overreact. Her eyes also sparkled with the light of anticipation. They seemed to have already seen themselves standing under the stage lights, becoming superstar KOLs, admired by 10,000 people. I leisurely walked out of the meeting room, a meaningful smile on my face. I must say, watching Cheng Yo and Zhang Yilian competing and sulking was actually quite interesting. Who doesn't like seeing beauties being jealous over them? I walked to the printer, printing out pages of contracts. This is the artist contract prepared last night, in coordination with the law firm. Taking the contracts, I went straight to the office. In the office, Cheng Yu stood with hands on hips in anger, glaring at Zhang Yilian shrilly.
Copycat.
Whatever I say, you say the same thing. You copycat.
Shameless woman.
Jiang Yilian shot her a look of utter contempt. Do you think everyone is big-chested and brainless like you? Whatever Ruolin and I say, we use our brains, unlike you, who speaks without thinking.
Just blabbering whatever comes out.
Don't you agree, Ruolin? Zhang Ruolin, who was dazed, was called and said with a forced smile, "Everyone is different. It's normal."
What do you mean?
Cheng Yu was so angry her face turned red and immediately used her chest to bump the other, making Zhang Yilian take several steps back. Think you're so great just because you're busty. Zhang Yilian didn't flinch at all, stepping forward to bump her back. Click. The sound of the door opening rang out. The two quickly regained their composure, their faces filled with fawning smiles. "Young Master Ye, you're finally back." Cheng Yu's coquettish voice rang out first. She swayed her waist, like an excited house cat, hurrying to my side, her gaze full of expectation. Zhang Yilian and Zhang Ruolan followed closely behind. I handed the contracts and pens to the three of them. "These are your artist contracts. High base salary, good benefits, and the commission split isn't low either. These benefits are considered top tier in the industry. However, the breach of contract penalty is very high, and the term is long. Consider it carefully yourselves. If there are no issues, then sign." Zheng you took the contract, her eyes looking at me amorously. "Young Master Ye, whatever you say goes. After all, it'll be working for you from now on." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, saying, "Aren't you afraid it'll sell you off?" "Young Master Ye, you aren't that kind of person."
Cheng, you grabbed my arm,
shaking it as if acting spoiled. "Do you have any other opinions? It's still not too late to regret it." Cheng Yu's gaze was firm as she said flirtatiously, "Young Master Ye, I won't regret it."
When do we start working?
Ding.
High EQ choice function activated. 1. Smile wickedly and say,
"Why pretend with me?"
And acting spoiled. "How about this? We each maintain our private disguises. It's mutually beneficial." 2. Say loosely, "Want it that much?" Then right here in front of everyone. "Let's start right now." 3. Say nonchalantly, "We need to recruit people first and buy equipment. For the next few days, keep practicing in the artist department. If you're tired, you can rest in this office. I'll have someone clean it up later." I spoke nonchalantly. "We need to recruit people first and buy equipment. For the next few days, keep practicing in the artist department. If you're tired, you can rest in this office. I'll have someone clean it up later." Love points 100, currently 500 points. Cheng Yu's favorability towards host increased by 2, currently at 63 points. "Host, please keep trying."
Cheng Yu happily said, "Orders received."
Zhang Yilian followed closely, saying, "I won't regret it either. I believe young Master Yi can definitely make us famous nationwide." Zhang Ruolin lightly bit her lower lip. "I won't regret it either. Having chosen President Ye, I will follow you forever." 3 quickly signed the contracts and handed them to me. I nodded in satisfaction.
Ding.
Host has successfully recruited Zhang Ruolan with Beauty 96. Congratulations to Host for completing the main quest, helping the weak, promoting truth, goodness, and beauty. Rewards have been delivered. Tsundere Translator, 10 million real traffic card, 50 million cash reward. Cash rewards have been transferred to Host's account through legal and regulated channels. Finally completed the mission. I thought to myself, view details for Tsundere Translator. Tsundere Translator. This translator can automatically convert
woman's insincere words
into subtitles of their true psychological activity, making every lie impossible to hide. Looking at the 3 girls, I coughed twice and made a promise. "I can guarantee to make you all famous within 3 months. Just wait and see." After exchanging contact information with them, I continued,
"That's it for today.
You go back and prepare well.
Wait 2 days for the department to be ready,
and I will contact you." I waved my hand, signaling them to leave. 3 girls nodded repeatedly, reluctantly walking towards the office door. After watching their figures disappear, I chuckled to myself. Not bad. They're all beauties. I suddenly have a sense of nurturing them. If all 3 of them become famous later, then the feeling of reaping the rewards will surely be different from ordinary women. Just like the cold movie Queen Luo Wanqing. Speaking of which, It's been a day. Wanqing must really be missing me. But now is not the time to think about that. The newly established KOL department still has much work to do. As for Luo Wanqing, let her wait for a bit. Soon enough, she will get a taste of it. At this time in the office, I stared at the contract and fell into deep thought. My mind began listing the necessary people. A beautiful assistant, an excellent operator, plus a few more staff for key positions. Coordinate the upper and lower levels of the department. I also need a reliable right-hand man, like a butler. This person must be highly capable, fiercely loyal, and ideally able to execute orders perfectly, helping me oversee the big picture. After all, my time shouldn't be
wasted on trivial matters.
A familiar face suddenly popped into my head. Yan Danying. She's a talented strategist personally trained by my father. Back then, my father sponsored her education, helping her rise from an ordinary person to the high ranks. Her loyalty is beyond question. Even after my father passed away, she persisted in visiting his grave every year. This bond has never been broken. More importantly, she has not only experienced but has also worked at my family's company for years. It's a shame that after my father's death, Gao Yi suppressed her so much, she was completely sidelined. Now is the perfect time for me to recruit her. While I was calculating my move, my phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. I unlocked it to take a look. Messages from Cheng Yuyo, Zhang Yilian, and Zhang Ruolin filled up the screen. I couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. All three chose this exact moment to send them. I clicked on Cheng Yu's chat, and the first message froze me in my tracks. The first was a selfie of her.
Wet hair clinging to her face.
Downcast lashes and a dreamy gaze. That gorgeous, flushed face practically jumped off the screen. Her pure lust style was almost overwhelming. I smiled and shook my head. Is this girl trying to play hard to get? Right after that, a flurry of messages from Cheng Yo came pouring in.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening, it's me, Yu.
I'm so excited today.
Usually, I'm just a nobody that no one pays attention to. I didn't expect to be favored by a young Master Yi like you.
Please look after me in the coming days.
She included a sticker of a shy kitten. I couldn't help but scoff.
Look after you, my foot.
Do you think this is a wedding or something? I replied very dismissively. Seeing my reply, Miss Cheng immediately messaged back. Oh wow. Young Master Ye replied to me. Have you eaten yet? Hey, did young Master Ye see my selfie just now? Accompanied by a pitiful acting cute sticker. I casually replied, I saw it. Why? The chat showed she was typing. Flickered for a bit, then disappeared. A long while later, a new message appeared. I wanted to ask what you think of this look on me. Does it have the potential to go viral? Another selfie was attached to the message. She was wearing a tank top, looking both pure and sweet, yet exuding a lethal attraction. I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Use 2 fingers to zoom in and examine it closely. It really is magnificent. This woman really knows how to pick her timing. Is she trying to test my self-control? I quickly typed a reply. From my professional perspective, your foundation is excellent. If you follow the plan I've set, a few million fans will only be the beginning. Really? If I truly get a few million fans? Young Master Ye, it'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Hearing this, I let out a smug smile. Since you put it that way, I'm going to take you at your word. On the other side of the line, Cheng Yu rolled around on her bed in excitement. Originally, she only hoped to be a small blogger with a few 100,000 fans, yet I said millions of fans were just the start. She frantically cheered herself on in her head. Here is your chance, Cheng Yo. You must cling tightly to this lifeline called Young Master Yi. It was as if she could already see her bright future. To seize this opportunity, she gritted her teeth and found a special collection hidden deep in her phone. A few stunning HD photos she had painstakingly taken in her free time. If these leaked, they'd damage her reputation to some extent. But now, she didn't care. She had to go all in. A series of messages popped up in the chat. Cheng Yu, here are 9 HD photos. Young Master Ye, do you think I look good? Which style does this image of me suit best? With a shy sticker. My eyes were glued to the HD photos appearing on the screen. I was stunned for half a second, then began to admire them one by one. Meanwhile, I thought to myself, very good, great angles, and the lighting in this one is superb. The proportions in this one are perfect. Even professional photographers could learn from this. At the other end, Cheng Yo stared intently at my avatar, but there was no movement for the longest time. She was so anxious she almost threw her phone. She clutched her phone and wailed.
Why isn't there any reaction?
She had clearly laid out all her cards, even sending those private, sensitive photos. Yet this man remained so calm he didn't even react. Then she sent a string of messages. Young Master Ye, with an expectant kitten sticker. Having just saved the collection she sent, quickly typed a response. Your photos are fantastic. You're better suited for the pure lust style. When the time comes, tell the makeup artist to make you look a bit more innocently seductive. This style fits you perfectly. The pure lust style. Cheng! Yu immediately sent another picture, like this. This photo of her was quite provocative. Dreamy eyes combined with a slightly tipsy face. Her flushed cheeks looking as if shed just down an entire bottle of wine. Capturing that style to its absolute limit, I smiled. She certainly understands a man's weaknesses.
Yeah, that's the one.
Be careful not to send these photos around haphazardly, to avoid giving others a chance to spread rumors.
Ding.
Cheng Yu's favorability toward the host has increased by 2. It is currently at 65 points. Please keep it up, host, she replied coquettishly.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
I only send my selfies to young Master Ye. You're so kind, young Master Ye. Rarely has anyone cared for me like this. Then am truly honored, with a laughing crying sticker. I message back with a smile. It's getting late, and I have work to do. Let's talk another time. Yes. Thank you, young Master Ye. Message me again whenever you're free. I really enjoy sharing my life with you. I don't know why. I've never felt this way before. I looked at the screen and laughed disdainfully.
Why?
Because of money, of course. Don't think I don't know? Petty calculations in your heart. But that's fine. It's mutually beneficial. Anyway, according to the system settings, once favorability exceeds 100,
it will be locked in.
Then she wouldn't leave even if I chased her away with a stick. Just be a good little top-tier tool for me. I shook my head and exited Cheng Yu's chat, scrolling to the next person's messages. As soon as I opened Zhang Yilian's chat, her greeting along with a photo popped up immediately. Young Master Ye, good evening. Have you gone home yet? It was accompanied by a photo in office attire, yet it was a bit seductive with black stockings. She didn't forget to add, which style should I choose from now on? Sexy or cute? Stared at the photo and pondered. I almost forgot that this woman had been waiting in the underground parking lot for a long time. I need to wrap up what I'm doing quickly and go down to see how she plans to ambush me. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Yilian was standing by my car in the parking lot. Her small face was flushed from the biting cold wind. Zhang Yilian bit her lower lip in slight frustration, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. She had been waiting in the parking lot for over an hour, and her legs were almost numb. Suddenly, a notification sounded, and a bright smile instantly lit up her face. She quickly checked her phone. I had replied, haven't gone home yet. I'm a bit busy. You'd be a great fit for the cosplay style. You're working so hard, young Master Ye. Still busy at this late hour. Isn't that reply a bit too plain? She frowned and thought for a moment, then sent over another selfie of herself. It was a photo of her wearing a JK uniform. Young Master Ye, how about this? I looked at the photo and smiled, feeling an urge to tease her a little. So I messaged back, quite pretty. You're perfect for cosplay, but it would be even better if the skirt were a bit shorter. Ding. Zhang Yilian's favorability toward the host has increased by 1. It is currently at 72 points. Zhang Yilian saw the reply on her screen, and her heart pounded like a drum. Hey, young Master Ye, my legs hurt a bit. Could I possibly hitch a ride with you? With a shy little girl sticker. Sure. It'll be down as soon as I'm done. Go find somewhere to wait. Yes. Thank you, young Master Ye. Love you so much. Next, I opened Zhang Ruolin's message. It was very brief and concise. President Ye, thank you for your favor. I'm really looking forward to working with you. I replied, no need to be so formal. I'm quite easygoing. After replying to all the messages, I breathed a sigh of relief. Preparing to head to Yan Danying's office. 2 minutes later, I knocked on the door. Yan Danying, who was absorbed in her work, looked up in surprise. Her long, alluring purple hair cascaded down freely. Exuding a hint of spontaneity, she spoke slowly. Come in. Yan Danying was wearing a white shirt on top, the collar slightly open as if by accident. She paired it with a tight, pale purple miniskirt. Her cold, elegant look hid an irresistible charm. On her refined bridge was a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, making her look even more mature and intellectual. Extremely charismatic. Seeing that it was me who entered, Yan Danying said in surprise, Zhao Feng.
Why are you here?
I replied warmly, Auntie Yan, I missed you so much, so I came to visit.
Why? Am I not welcome?
Of course not. Yan Danying gave me a gentle, playful scolding, then stood up and came to my side, saying with a smile, come, let Auntie Yan see if Zhao Feng has grown any taller. Wow, Zhao Feng has really grown up. She looked at me with a smile, reaching out to gently ruffle my hair, then checking my height against hers. Then she teased, we haven't seen each other for just a little while, yet you've shot up like this. And you're getting even more handsome too. Tell the truth, there must be plenty of girls chasing after you at university, right? Spill it? Are you dating anyone? Bring her here for Auntie Yan to check her out and give her approval. I laughed and said, not at all. Those girls are so childish. If they were even a tenth as beautiful as you, I would have hurriedly said yes already. Get out of here. You dare to tease your aunt. Yan Danying's smile widened, and she gave my chest a playful, gentle swat. As her hand made contact, she seemed to notice something, then said in astonishment, your chest muscles are so firm.
That's right, Auntie.
Would you like to feel them for a bit? I smiled, flexing my biceps, struck a powerful pose. Yan Danying's beautiful face flushed slightly. Yes, she poked me with her slender fingers, then burst into giggles, saying, you really are as hard as rock. Tell me what brings you to see your aunt this time. I looked at her with a feigned, innocent face. Danying. Those words really hurt my feelings. Can't I visit you unless I have a reason? I told you I missed you. Having said that, I spread my arms wide and continued with a smile. Danying, you've changed. You used to hug me every time you saw me. Have you become distant now? You brat, stop playing around. She hesitated for a moment but finally gave me a gentle hug. In that instant, a rush of masculinity enveloped her, seemingly leaving her slightly stirred. Yan Danning suppressed the unusual feeling in her heart and whispered, I know you too well. You never come by unless you want something. Speak up. What do you want? Short on cash or having trouble winning over some girl? Looking for your aunt to help you hatch a plan. She huffed and continued. If you don't talk, I'm heading home right now. I shrugged and said with an indifferent look, then go ahead. I drove here today, so I'll drive you home. It's been a while since I last visited Danning's place. In her heart, she secretly scolded. This stinky brat is all grown up now. Does he have no sense of boundaries at all? Yet she couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
But why do I feel like
Xiao Feng is getting more handsome by the day, and he has such a manly aura too. Yan Danning. Oh, Yan Danning. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Hez still just a child. No thanks. I have my own car. Then Yan Danning patted my shoulder. Stop teasing your Auntie Yan. Tell me what's really going on. Quickly. I wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, silently stared at her increasingly reddened face. I called the system in my mind. Check Yan Danning's information. Name, Yan Danning.
Age 32.
Beauty, 96. Personality, gentle, virtuous. Hobbies, work, reading. Favorability, 92. Innate charm, 0. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Current status, being ostracized by Gao Yi. Gradually being pushed to the sidelines of the company. Current mood, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Current desire, hoping to save the company from dire straits. Wishing for that bastard Gao Yi to just drop dead already. Stop teasing your Auntie Yan. Tell me what's really going on. Quickly. Hearing this, I didn't answer immediately. A flicker of hesitation flashed in my eyes.
Yes, I debated whether to reveal Gao Yi's true face
to her or not. However, looking at the system display, Yan Danning's favorability was at 92 points. And given her actions in my past life, I knew for a fact she could be fully trusted. After hesitating for a moment, I took a deep breath and finally made up my mind. My expression turned serious. My gaze fixed directly on Yan Danning. Auntie Yan, did you know that this morning? Something world-shaking happened at the company. Yan Danning shook her head, her eyes uncontrollably darkening. A hint of bitterness on her face. I haven't heard about anything major. Yan Danning had been suppressed by Gao Yi for years, and had long since been removed from the leadership structure. Now, she was completely in the dark about the company's movements, with only a few washed-up artists left under her wing. Auntie Yan, are you familiar with Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue? I narrowed my eyes slightly, a cold glint passing through them. I know them. Those two are truly shameless. On a daily basis, they rely on the label of being. Gao used people to run rampant and act out in the company, doing all sorts of wrong things. The more she spoke, the more indignant she became, her hands involuntarily clenching into fists. I've told Gao Yi many times. He completely ignored it, even covering up for and condoning them. Hearing her complaints, the corner of my mouth quirked up into a cold smile. I fired both of them today. Are you serious? Yan Danning's phoenix eyes widened like brass bells. Her face, a picture of pure astonishment. Did Gao Yi have any reaction? Would he really allow you to kick out his confidants? My lips curled into a confident arc.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't need his permission. Auntie Yan, don't forget that. I am the largest shareholder of this company. Pausing for a moment, I continued. Besides, I have evidence in my hands of those two using unspoken rules on female artists and harassing female staff in the company. Even if Gao Yi is so angry his nose explodes, he'll still be forced to fire them. Hearing this, Yan Danning couldn't help but look me up and down. A flash of admiration glinted in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of emotion.
You're impressive, Xiao Feng.
I really underestimated you. We haven't seen each other for just a short while, yet you've become so capable. Are you planning to come back and reclaim control of the company?
That's right.
I nodded, looking at her seriously. That's why. The reason I came to see you today, Auntie Yan, first, of course, is that I missed you since we haven't met in a long time. And the second reason is that I hope you, Auntie Yan, can lend me a hand. I looked at her with a burning gaze, eyes full of urgency and expectation. Yan Danning's expression became solemn. Have you thought this through? This isn't going to be simple. She sighed helplessly. Right now, everyone from top to bottom in the company is Gao Yi's person. Trying to intervene is harder than reaching the heavens. Furthermore, most of the minority shareholders are on his side. She frowned and continued. Thought you just came here today to say hello. I didn't expect you to want to overthrow Gao Yi as well. Yan Danning sighed, then looked at me with a face full of concern. Xiao Feng, your growth makes me feel very reassured. But Auntie Yan must remind you, money easily blinds people. This involves interests worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The cruelty of the human heart erupts. It might be something you can't even imagine. I nodded firmly. I've thought about it very carefully. It's precisely because it isn't easy that I need Auntie Yan's help. I gazed at her intently, my voice dropping but staying firm. Auntie Yan, I'm sure you don't want to see the company turned upside down and ruined by that bastard Gao Yi, or even driven into bankruptcy, right? Hearing your tone, it seems you have a huge prejudice against Gao Yi. She frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of doubt. He was, after all, your father's childhood friend. They were as close as blood brothers. Hearing those words, I let out a cold laugh, a flash of hatred appearing deep in my eyes. Auntie Yan, What I'm about to say next?
You might find hard to believe.
I have to make it clear to you. I suspect that my parents' car accident years ago was personally orchestrated by Gao Yi. These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Yan Danying completely stunned.
What? Are you serious?
How could that beast do such a thing? Weren't he and your father sworn brothers who grew up together? Her face was full of disbelief, anger clearly written across her beautiful features, her hands clenched into fists, nails almost digging into her skin. She tried to suppress the fire of rage burning in her heart, hurriedly pressing Zhao Feng. You have evidence that it was him? If you do, well, call the police immediately. So the law can punish him, I replied in a low voice. Auntie Yen, I'm still investigating. I don't have solid evidence in my hands yet to throw him in prison right away. That's why I need to reclaim control of the company, to force him to slip up. Hearing my words, she took a deep breath, her expression becoming extremely grave. If that's truly the case, then everything finally has an explanation. Complex emotions flickered through her eyes. Xiao Feng, I'll be honest with you, I myself have long suspected that beast Gao Yi killed your parents. Those words made my heart tighten. I looked at her silently. Yan Danying's face was filled with indignation and grief. Usually, he always puts on such a gentle front. Everyone around thinks very highly of him. Except for me, no one would ever believe he could do such terrible things. You might not know the details of what happened back then, but as someone who was there, I know everything perfectly. That year, because Gao Yi wanted to make money, he planned to force the company's artists to entertain guests with drinks, wanting them to use their bodies to bribe officials and wealthy bosses. Your father found out and was absolutely furious. He said he didn't care what other companies did, but as long as he held his position for even one more day, he would never allow such a thing to happen in his company. She continued her story, her voice trembling slightly. You didn't see him that day. How terrifying Gao Yi's gaze really was. Before that, I also thought he was a kind person. But on that very day, after your father finished saying those words, his eyes turned dark, as if he wanted to kill someone. Hearing this, my fists clenched tightly.
Waves of emotion surging within me.
And not long after that, your parents were in that car accident. I have been secretly investigating for years, but I haven't found any clear evidence. Her voice grew lower and lower, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. I only know that the person who caused the accident was a drunk truck driver. Police investigated his accounts, but there were no unexplained sums of money. She shook her head, her face full of resentment. The only suspicious thing is that the driver himself had leukemia and didn't have much time left to live anyway. He died shortly after, but his son received a scholarship from a foreign charity to go to university. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. But I can't find even a shred of evidence. However, my intuition tells me that this was definitely Gao Yi's doing. I listened to her words, my heart swelling with emotion. Auntie Won, on behalf of my father, I thank you for everything you've given over the years. It must have been hard for you these past years, being suppressed by Gao Yi and the company like that. I took a deep breath and continued, my voice full of sincerity. If you're willing to help me take down Gao Yi, then that would naturally be the best. But if you feel tired and don't want to be involved anymore, I can also give you a sum of money, so you can start your own business. Feng, don't say that. She suddenly looked at me, tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling slightly, her voice a bit choked up. Back then, if it weren't for your parents, I might have had to drop out since middle school. I would have never escaped that mountain village in my entire life. It was your father who gave me the chance, so that I could get into university from that poor valley and achieve what I have today. Kindness is something I can never repay in a lifetime. Seeing her sorrow, I hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and gently hugged her. My hand slowly rested on her back, patting her gently to comfort her. She leaned into my firm chest, her body shivering slightly, a hint of insecurity and vulnerability in her eyes. I could feel that. It had been many years since she last felt this safe. Yan Danying's favorability toward the host increased by 1. It is currently 93 points. Please keep up the good work, host. The two of them just hugged silently like that for a long time. She gently pushed me away, her beautiful face blushing like a ripe tomato, looking down, not daring to meet my eyes. A moment later, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked up at me, her gaze filled with determination. Feng, although Gao Yi is in control of the company, your father left the shares to you, so you are the largest shareholder. He will move against you sooner or later. The reason I haven't been willing to leave the company all these years is also because I was afraid something would happen to you. Now, if you want to take back control of the company, I will do my absolute best to help you. I looked at her sincere face, my heart overflowing with emotion. My eyes unwittingly grew moist, and my voice became hoarse.
Thank you, Auntie Won.
Since my parents passed away, other than Auntie Bai, only you have made me feel the warmth of a family. Yan Danying looked at my appearance, sensing my vulnerability, and it seemed her heart was touched. She couldn't help but pull me into a tight embrace, gently stroking my hair, her voice so gentle it felt like it could melt. It's okay now. It's all in the past.
Oan will always be by your side.
Her hug brought me a strange warmth, making my heart feel a little lighter, but it also caught me a bit off guard. I was about to pull away, when suddenly everything went dark before my eyes. She was squeezing me so hard I could barely breathe. Hick! What's going on? After a while, she seemed to realize I was suffocating, snapped out of it, and hurriedly let me go. Yan Danying's face was flushed bright red, the redness quickly spreading from her earlobes all the way down to her cleavage. She looked like she was on fire, seemingly trying to calm the strange emotions inside her. She screamed silently in her head, looking down and scolding herself. Ah! Have I gone crazy? How could I do such a thing to Dai Feng? He's still just a boy who doesn't know the world yet. She took a deep breath, coughed a few times, suppressing those feelings and forcing herself to stay calm. She spoke up, getting straight to the point. The artist department is Gaoya's stronghold. If we want to strike from there, I'm afraid it will be incredibly difficult. Do you have any good ideas? Let's think together and put our heads together. I smelled the faint scent still lingering on the tip of my nose, feeling a bit dazed. But when I thought of the main task, I quickly regained my focus. Anti-Own Im, very optimistic about this short video segment. It will definitely explode in the next few years. Today I went to see Gao Yi, got 10 million yuan in startup capital from him, and also established the influencer training department. Now, I really need the help of a talent like you. Yan Danying looked at me in astonishment. Unbelievable look in her eyes. It was clear that my actions today had given her quite a shock. She praised, Dai Feng, you are truly impressive. Her eyes held a few more degrees of admiration. Auntie Owen is starting to admire you too. I'm still just stuck at talking about things on paper, but you've already started taking action. Currently, the influencer training department is a mess of work, so I'll have to rely on you to help me build it up. She looked at me, a gentle smile blooming on her lips, then solemnly nodded. Don't worry. Di Feng, your business is my business as well. I will do my absolute best. Anyone who has ever owned an MCN knows, those influencers who normally look posh and cold are incredibly proactive and open in front of the boss. I hadn't even finished work yet, when the newly signed influencer Zhang Yilian already invited me to her house tonight, saying her little kitten knows how to do backflips. At this moment, I had just stepped out of Yan Danying's office and headed straight to the parking lot. In the underground parking lot, Zhang Yilian was idly scrolling through her phone. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Yilian suddenly looked up and walked quickly to greet me. Master Dai? Are you done with work? You've worked hard. Just as she finished speaking, the tsundere translator automatically activated. Finally, you're here. I've been waiting so long, my legs are numb. Glanced at her and let out a chuckle. It seems that waiting for a few hours has left her with quite a bit of resentment. I nodded slightly, a warm smile appearing on my face.
Yeah, I just finished.
I opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. I've kept you waiting too long. Let's go, get in. Master Dai, can I sit in the front seat? I looked at Zhang Yilian in surprise. How polite of her. It's fine, sit down. Hearing that, Zhang Yilian hurriedly sat in the passenger seat. I started the engine and turned my head to look at Zhang Yilian.
Where do you live?
I'll take you there right now. Zhang Yilian clasped her hands on her thighs and said a bit nervously, I live in the Jingfu apartment complex on Zhongshan Road. All right, I replied. The car slowly left the parking lot. The faint scent of perfume lingered in the car, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Zhang Yilian stole a glance at me, hesitated for a while, and then spoke up. Master Dai, do you think I can become famous? I'm feeling very worried. Sigh, she bit her lips slightly. Anxiety filling her eyes. I looked at her, nodded, and said, it won't be a problem. No need to worry. Right now, the short video segment is just starting.
Waiting for us to explore it.
As long as we're willing to invest resources, and the video quality is good enough, then becoming famous is as easy as the palm of your hand. Zhang Yilian asked carefully, her eyes fixed on me. Then Master Dai, will you invest resources in us? I smiled and said, of course. Otherwise, why would I hire you all? Zhang Yilian pressed further, a hint of urgency in her eyes. But resources are classified as high and low. What standard do you use to allocate them? Is it based on high and low data? Zhang Yilian thought to herself, investing resources sounds great, but spending 100 dong is an investment, and spending 100,000 yuan is also an investment. How can they be the same? The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Naturally, data quality is very important. If the data is good, there will certainly be more investment. Then I changed my tone. But that's not the only standard, because besides the data, how you all perform is also extremely important. You understand it yourself. Having said that, I gave Zhang Yilian a suggestive look. Zhang Yilian's cheeks blushed slightly, her small lips parted slightly, and she said coquettishly, Master Dai, I just bought a really beautiful outfit. I wanted to ask you to help me critique it a bit. Just as she finished speaking, the tsundere translator automatically activated. Little boy, watch me make you crazy in love with me. As she spoke, she pulled a set of clothes out of her bag, opening them to show me. I tilted my head to take a glance. It turned out to be a REM outfit, that signature blue and white color scheme. Along with the sexy details made me understand her intention immediately. Not bad. Not bad at all. Compared to a pretentious Cheng Yo-Yo, she is much more obedient. High EQ selection function activated. Sly laugh.
What are you trying to do with this?
I can't see it clearly. How about you model it for me right here? 2. Righteous and stern. Speaking sternly. Put it away. What kind of person do you take Di Feng for? Do you think I'd be blinded by these little tricks of yours? I'm warning you. My company doesn't allow this kind of bad habit.
You're fired.
3. Laughing with satisfaction, saying, not bad. Not bad at all. That's indeed some good equipment.
You're very sensible.
I have high expectations for you. The corner of my mouth curled into a sly smile. Not bad. Not bad. It's a good outfit indeed. You
are very sensible. I quite like you. Ding.
Love points increased by 100, currently 700 points. Jiang Yilian's favorability toward the host increased by 3, currently 75 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Jiang Yilian blinked her large, teary eyes and asked with a face full of expectation, then Master Dai, how is my performance? Can I get more resources? Her eyes were filled with desire and impatience. Jiang Yilian thought, I've hinted this much. Even if Master Dai is as stiff as a piece of wood, he must understand my intentions by now, right? I don't believe it. How could there be any man in this world who could resist a beautiful woman offering herself voluntarily? I didn't give a direct answer, smiled and said, well, it's okay, barely acceptable. Let me consider it more. I still have to see your future performance. My smile held a meaning that was hard to decipher. Only one outfit. I won't release the eagle until I see the rabbit. Jiang Yilian bit her lip. Master Dai, I want to tell you something. I will definitely do my best, and I absolutely won't let you down. She looked so pitiful. Jiang Yilian thought, no way. I've already gone this far, and he still has to consider it. Jiang Yilian was full of resentment. She looked at me with a reproachful expression, wondering in her heart. Is my performance still not obedient enough? I laughed secretly to myself, driving with one hand while saying seriously, well, everyone must work hard, because opportunity never waits for anyone. Sometimes when an opportunity appears, it might be the only and rarest time in your life. If you don't know how to seize it, then your whole life will just be like this. What does that mean? As soon as these words were said, Jiang Yilian's heart skipped a beat, and she began to think wildly, is he hinting at me? If I don't seize the opportunity now, then there won't be another chance later. Jiang Yilian looked around. Right now it was the peak hour traffic jam, and vehicles were moving as slowly as snails. The sound of car horns was incessant, and cars were packed densely all around. She was extremely conflicted in her heart, her face showing hesitation. But then she thought again, if I don't act this time, maybe I really will lose this rare opportunity. Forget it. I'm going for it. Jiang Yilian made up her mind, teeing her hair up into a high ponytail, revealing her slender, pale neck. Then she looked at me with seductive eyes. Master Dai, do you think I look good with my hair tied up like this? I glanced at her briefly and then nodded. Very beautiful.
Ding.
Jiang Yilian's favorability increased by 5. It's currently 80 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Car rolled slowly through the streets, heading toward the Xingfu apartment complex. Night gradually fell. The Porsche stopped right in front of the Xingfu apartment complex gates. Inside the car, I leaned back leisurely in the driver's seat, my fingers tapping rhythmically and absent-mindedly on the steering wheel. My eyes seemed to be looking forward inadvertently, but the corners of my eyes were always watching every
gesture and movement of Jiang Yilian in the passenger seat.
Whoever takes the initiative first loses the hardest. That is my creed. I had no intention of taking the initiative. To ask to go up to Jiang Yilian's place. The two of us sat in this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere in silence for a while, and I began to feel a bit bored. If I keep wasting time like this, it would really be a waste of my own time. It seems I need to add some spice for Jiang Yilian and pressure her a bit. Go on up by yourself. I'm going home. My tone was indifferent, as if the interactions in the car just now were just a passing interlude to me. I deliberately acted like I was about to leave, hinting for Jiang Yilian to get out of the car. I tilted my head slightly, my eyes carelessly glancing over Jiang Yilian's panicked face. Jiang Yilian suddenly looked up. Corner of her mouth still had a hint of something glistening. She was originally looking down, not knowing what she was thinking, but now her heart suddenly tightened. As if squeezed by an invisible hand, Jiang Yilian licked her lips lightly, frantically grabbing my arm. Her eyes darting around, seemingly frantically searching for an excuse. After stuttering for a long time, she finally spoke. Master Dai, are you just gonna leave like that? As soon as she finished speaking, the tsundere translator automatically activated. Jiang Yilian, no way. Master Dai, don't leave. Come to my place. I've already prepared everything. Her tone clearly revealed urgency and insecurity. Her eyes instinctively glanced outside the car, her gaze distracted, seemingly trying to find a reason strong enough to keep me there. But what should she do now? Inside Jiang Yilian, at this moment,
it was as turbulent as a pot of boiling water.
Everything was just beginning. Could it be that he doesn't want to move to the next step with me? Could it be that Master Dai hates me that much? Or is it because I've completely lost my charm? She was originally extremely confident in her beauty and figure, but now Jiang Yilian was only left with endless self-doubt and fear. After holding it in for a long time, she finally uttered another sentence. Master Dai, are you just leaving like that? Do you have something busy to do? Jiang Yilian thought, Master Dai, please don't go. Looking at the subtitles from the tsundere translator appearing above Jiang Yilian's head, I laughed inwardly with delight. Intentionally putting on a face that didn't care about the world, I shrugged and said nonchalantly, I'm not really busy with anything, just going home to rest. After hearing my answer, a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes, and her heart grew even more confused. Her elaborate seduction plan, in the face of my indifferent attitude, seemed about to go down the drain. Clearly, we were already at her doorstep. Who would have thought that the cooked duck was about to fly away? She bit her lips slightly, her red lips gently gnawed by white teeth, looking even more inviting. Zhang Yilian took a deep breath. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to say, you want to come up to my place and sit for a while? Zhang Yilian thought, why doesn't Master Dai have any gentlemanly manners? Does he really insist on making me speak first? Her voice was very soft, but her cheeks grew increasingly hot. There was a hint of both anticipation and anxiety in her eyes. In truth, Zhang Yilian didn't want to be too proactive. In her mind, being too proactive would make her look cheap. She wanted things to happen more gracefully, like a push and pull. That would be the elegant scenario in her heart. Once she left a cheap impression in my mind, it would definitely affect her status later on. And that status was exactly the capital she relied on to advance herself. But now the cooked duck was about to fly away, and in her helplessness, she didn't care about acting reserved or being calculating anymore. I continued calmly. No. That's probably not necessary. You don't have to be so polite with me. I knew Zhang Yilian was about to reach her breaking point. Zhang Yilian was going crazy inside. She couldn't have imagined that I would be this difficult to deal with. Is this even a man? Clearly, he looked so bold just a moment ago.
Why was he acting like a block of wood now?
Facing a great beauty like her, not a single reaction. She suddenly had an idea and said, "My cat Hajime knows how to do backflips. Do you want to come in and see?" As she spoke, she looked at me with expectant eyes. This excuse was truly too clumsy. Even she felt embarrassed by it, but this was her last shred of dignity. She could only cling to it, hoping I would give her some face. Hearing this, I was slightly stunned for a moment, a strange look briefly appearing on my face. I remained completely unmoved, my voice as bland as plain water. "Am not interested in Hajime the cat." Zhang Yilian completely gave up all resistance. She took a deep breath and said with a flushed face, "Yes, all right. The truth is, I want to spend some time alone with you." Her voice is soft and full of shyness. Her eyes are filled with the bashfulness and longing of a young girl. That tone seems to carry threads of enchantment. At this moment on the Sunder language translator, Zhang Yilian's subtitles also change. "Fine. No more pretending I'm laying all my cards on the table. I just want to be your lover." The corners of my mouth can no longer be restrained. A smug smile spreads across my face. A teasing look appears in my eyes. "Be alone with me for a while. What do you want to do?" Aye. Zhang Yilian's voice is as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. She lowers her head. Her hands nervously clutch the hem of her shirt, her fingers turning white from the pressure, her beautiful face flushing red like a ripe apple, as if water could be wrung from it. Chi scat skay skay skisistebanyam simpietid. Contexicasigatsiking plankam ryu. Getting straight to bounding a haprid rietid. Uansum fritas as a fly dartig discali artix as life. Vietizik, Arkentiknia from the belt. That's really resource year and a flife Rouge Vietneta relieving in them Ebdej was here. Along with the back and forth probing, makes me enjoy it even more. So that's how it is. I smile and nod. Then I restart the car, and slowly drive into the apartment complex. Zhang Yilian sits in the passenger seat, her hands tensely gripping her hem, her eyes occasionally stealing glances at me, her gaze filled with nervousness and anticipation. Her heart beats rapidly like a drum. Her breathing also becomes more labored, her chest heaving slightly. Is the main act finally about to begin? My face shows a relaxed expression, my eyes focused on driving, a faint smile always on my lips, seemingly enjoying this delicate atmosphere. Finally the car comes to a stop, right under the building where Zhang Yilian lives. Engine off. I turn to look at her, with a hint of teasing in my eyes. It's here, right? At this moment Zhang Yilian is simulating the confrontation in her mind. Her beautiful face is beet red. Seeing Zhang Yilian dazed, I speak up to remind her. "We're here." "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yilian startles, suddenly snapping out of it, stammering. "No, it's nothing." Her eyes avoid mine, not daring to look directly at me, looking at the subtitles on the Sunder language translator above Zhang Yilian's head. Zhang Yilian. "I can't. Say that I'm simulating a battle, and losing miserably. You even dare to simulate it. Even Linda the foreigner was defeated by me. You think you can defeat me just like that? Quite a dreamer, aren't you?" Perhaps because I'm in a good mood, I'm especially patient as I repeat the question. "We're here. Is this the place?" Zhang Yilian recognizes the building entrance, and quickly replies, a trace of panic still on her face. "Ah yes, this is definitely it. Alright, let's get out of the car." Nod. After parking I walk towards the building. Behind me Zhang Yilian keeps her head down, her face flushed red, following me somewhat awkwardly. This time Zhang Yilian and I just arrived at the foot of her building. A beautiful lady happens to walk over from the other side. Seeing the two of us she greets us enthusiastically. "Oh my Yilian, off work. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend?" This is Zhang Yilian's neighbor from across the hall, a divorced single woman. The two often talk and visit each other. Their relationship is very harmonious. Zhang Yilian doesn't know how to answer for a moment. She really wants to say has her boyfriend, but she's afraid he'll be displeased. Just as she's at a loss, I take the initiative to speak. Nuna, good evening. I'm Yilian's boyfriend. Zhang Yilian's favorability towards host +5, currently 85 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Zhang Yilian looks deeply moved. Even though she knows this is just, I lie to bail her out. The beautiful lady says with an admiring face. My goodness, don't call me Nuna, I'm over 30. Much older than you too. Yilian, you're really lucky to find such a handsome boyfriend. I smile and say, Nuna, you're still very young and beautiful. People who see you would think you're just a girl in her early 20s. How should I address you? My name is Lin Jiayu, and you, Lin Jiayu, just finished her night run. Her beautiful face with its mature charm is flushed red. System check Lin Jiayu's information name. Lin Jiayu, age 38. Beauty 90. Personality enthusiastic, open, likes exercise. Favorability 60. Innate charm +20. Experience 100. Marital status divorced, single. Current status bored every day, lonely inside. Current mood normal ish. Wants someone to talk to. This is great. Seems like I'll have to visit Zhang Yilian's place often. Nuna im Yi Feng, you can just call me Zhao Feng. Lin Jiayu breaks into a bewitching smile. A smile that seems to hide some deep meaning. Her gaze lingers on me intentionally or not. Then let's go up together. I just finished exercising, my whole body is uncomfortably sticky. I need to get home and shower quickly. Yes. The three of us walk towards the elevator. Zhang Yilian follows behind me with her head down. Her little face still beat red, her hands unconsciously clutching her hem. The perfect image of a little wife submissively following along. The elevator doors slowly open. The three of us step into the elevator one by one. The small cramped space is filled with the fragrant scent of Lin Jiaya's post-exercise sweat, mingling with Zhang Yilian's youthful scent, plus the aroma of perfume, making me feel a bit restless. Lin Jiayu turns around just as the elevator doors open, looking at me and waving. I'll go home first then. When you're free, let's the three of us go eat. Yilian and I have known each other for a long time. She's a good girl. You have to treat her well. I smile in response. Yes, take care, Nuna. I'll definitely treat Yilian well. Zhang Yilian's face is red all the way to her ears, following behind me with her head down. Her mind is a mess. She probably doesn't even know what she's thinking. After saying goodbye to Lin Jiayu, I say gently to Zhang Yilian. Let's go, Yilian. Yes. Hearing that, Zhang Yilian hurriedly gets her key to open the door and enters the room. I observe the surroundings with interest. Zhang Yilian follows behind me, looking a bit restless and nervous, her hands tensely interlaced in front of her, seemingly not knowing where to put them. Young Master Yi, please make yourself at home, Zhang Yilian says in an extremely nervous voice. As she speaks, she walks quickly towards the water dispenser to pour some for me. Her movements are a bit clumsy. She even almost knocks over the glass next to her. I sit on the sofa watching Zhang Yilian's busy figure, finding it amusing in my heart. But my face remains expressionless. Why are you so nervous? I'm a very approachable person. There's no need to be so tense. Yes. Zhang Yilian finally manages to regain her composure. She hands me the glass of water. This is the first time a man has been to my house. I am just a bit unaccustomed to it. Take the glass and take a small sip. A glint of teasing flashes in my eyes. It's okay, you'll get used to it after I visit a few more times. Yes? Zhang Yilian blushes bashfully. Looking down, she whispers. I also hope young Master Yi can visit more often. I will definitely serve you well. Her voice gets smaller and smaller, until the last few words are almost inaudible. Her cheeks are so red it's as if blood could drip from them. I nod. Go take a shower and change. I'll wait. Pausing for a bit, I add another sentence. We'll see how you perform later. Zhang Yilian nods vigorously. Yes, young master. I'm going right now. After saying that, she acts like a startled little rabbit, hurrying into the bathroom. The room suddenly falls silent, with only the faint scent of perfume, mingling with Zhang Yilian's characteristic youthful breath, spreading through the air. The sound of rushing water comes from the bathroom, a sound that seems to carry a certain magic, making my heart flutter a bit. I stand up and stretch, loosening my muscles. Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Nothing. Bing. Zhang Yilian's favorability towards host +5, currently 90 points. Host, please keep up the good work. 10 minutes later, I sit comfortably on the sofa scrolling through my phone, my eyes occasionally glancing towards the bathroom door. Zhang Yilian is still showering. Soon after the bathroom door, Zhang Yilian walks out wearing a special REM outfit. Her skin, due to the hot water splashing on it, looks extremely rosy, like a ripe apple. The wet strands of hair on her forehead hang down in clumps, making her whole being exude charm. Young master, do I look beautiful? Perhaps the new outfit has given Zhang Yilian some confidence. She shows a bit of pride. I speak calmly, my face devoid of expression. I'm pleased. But I don't like the tone you just used. The relationship between master and servant is strictly hierarchical. We haven't even started, and you already dare to rebel. Zhang Yilian panics immediately. The smile on her lips vanishes in an instant, replaced by a face full of terror. She hurriedly kneels on the floor, nearly tumbling due to her frantic movements. Her hands tremble slightly from the tension. She says carefully, "Young master, I'm sorry. I just wanted you to like me. I won't dare to do it again." Zhang Yilian chokes up as if about to cry, tears glistening in her eyes. She looks at me pitifully. Very good. Admitting your mistakes makes you a good girl. I nod in satisfaction, my expression softening slightly. The title Young Master Yi doesn't seem to fit the new outfit you're wearing very well. Is there another way to call me? Zhang Yilian looks down at her new outfit and immediately has an epiphany. She smiles charmingly and says, "Master, very good, you're very sensible. I'm very pleased. Your future is very bright." 2 hours later. Zhang Yilian's favorability towards host +5. Zhang Yilian's favorability towards host +5. Currently 100 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Zhang Yilian's favorability towards host has reached 100. To ensure the purity of love and prevent being cuckolded, favorability has been locked for the host and cannot decrease. Never to betray. Another woman with 100 favorability, admiring the beautiful sight before me. I nod in satisfaction. This time in the living room, Zhang Yilian struggles to support her body and stand up, wanting to see me downstairs. Her face shows exhaustion, her eyes full of reluctance to let go. Don't just get some good rest. If your body isn't feeling well, then don't go to work yet. Just rest until you're better. Wait a few more days until the department is officially established. You'll have someone notify you. Zhang Yilian says obediently. Yes, thank you for your concern, young Master Ye. I'll be waiting for good news from you. Before leaving, I give Zhang Yilian an assurance. Rest assured your efforts won't go to waste. Thank you, young Master Ye. Zhang Yilian is so excited that she forgets the H's in her body, jumping up in excitement. Disregarding the pain, she hugs me and gives me a kiss, her eyes overflowing with gratitude. After Zhang Yilian calms down a bit, I carry her and place her gently on the sofa. Then I say, "Get some rest. I'm leaving now." Wait a second. Zhang Yilian's gentle voice suddenly rings out in the room. She seems to have suddenly remembered something extremely important, her weak body suddenly filling with energy. She abruptly springs up from the sofa. This violent movement immediately affects her wounds that haven't healed yet. Her eyebrows knit tightly together. A flash of pain appears on her face. She doesn't care about the pain in her body, running barefoot to stand before me. Her cheeks due to the sudden movement, and her bashfulness turn beet red. She lowers her head slightly, hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. Then she holds out the key in her hand to me. "Master, this is the key to my house. Whenever you want. I'll visit when I'm free." After saying that, I casually take the key. "Young Master Yi, goodbye. I hope you can visit often, preferably every day." Zhang Yilian waves goodbye, her eyes full of expectation. I nod, casually replying, "Well, see." Then turn around and close the door to leave. Just as I reach the elevator prepared to leave, Lin Jia's door suddenly opens. "Xiao Feng, could you come and help me for a bit? It seems a water pipe in my house has burst." Lin Jiayu leans against the door, a look of worry on her face, but within that worry there seems to be a different kind of subtext. Ding! The Sunder language translator has detected a duplicitous woman, automatically starting up. Lin Jiayu thinks to herself, "Let's see how capable you are. If your strength is up to par, then I'll just pretend I don't know anything." I ask in surprise, "Jiayu Nuna, how did a pipe suddenly burst? Maybe you should contact the building management." Lin Jiayu puts on a pitiful and pathetic look. "Management said they're not around. They've all gone to a banquet." Lin Jiayu thinks to herself, "Ugh, this damn straight man. Why doesn't he get the hint?" Communicating with straight men is absolutely exhausting. Inside she is completely fuming. Just now Zhang Yilian's place next door was so noisy, to the point that even through a thick wall she could hear it loud and clear. Out of curiosity she told a little lie, wanting to interact with me. Who knew it'd be such a typical straight man, making her regret it a little. Lin Jiayu has a pitiful expression, her loose nightgown gently billowing in the night breeze, accentuating the curves of her extremely hot body. She knits her brows slightly, her eyes filled with vulnerability, an appearance that would make anyone feel sorry for her. "See, let me go in and take a look." "Thank you so much, Xiao Feng. Luckily you're willing to help, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do," Lin Jiayu says as she lightly bites her lower lip. Her plump red lips under the gentle bite of her white teeth look even more sensual and seductive. Strange kind of anticipation glimmers in her eyes. Ding! The Sunder language translator has detected a duplicitous woman, automatically starting up. Lin Jiayu thinks to herself, "Himp, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see what you're capable of. I'll definitely win you over tonight." I find it secretly amusing, but remain normal on the surface. After following Lin Jiayu into the living room, I speak up and ask, Jiayu Nuna, where is the water pipe? Then I scan the room observing. I see clothes strewn all over the room. Some styles look rather strange. While lost in thought, my gaze stops on the coffee table, at a dark red object there. What is this dark red thing? Could it be a handheld massager? My eyelids twitch slightly, realizing that this woman is definitely not simple. Lin Jiaya's gentle voice rings out, cutting through my train of thought. Over here, it's the pipe in the bathroom. It seems to be leaking. Please take a look at it for me. As she speaks, she leads me into the bathroom in the master bedroom. As soon as I enter the bathroom, a strong scent of lavender hits me, as if trying to envelop me. On the edge of the bathtub, several strange skimpy outfits are hanging loosely there. Just looking at them is enough to trigger distant associations. I silently marvel in my heart. Isn't this intention too obvious? Could it be a bit more subtle? Lin Jiayu squats on the floor, checking the situation with the pipe, and I stand there looking down from above, taking everything into my view. I see her reach out and lightly touch the pipe, a move that looks accidental, but skillfully lets the water splash onto her. Her already loose nightgown is instantly soaked, clinging tightly to her body. Lin Jiayu says with a face full of regret, an expression and tone that anyone unaware would definitely think she really got wet by accident. Oh, I was so careless. I just showered and now my clothes are all wet. However, the Sunder language translator has already stripped away her inner thoughts. Lin Jiayu thinks, aren't you men all visual creatures? I just need to use a few tricks to make your head spin, just like a little dog. I roll my eyes speechless, thinking to myself that she's quite something. I just don't know if she has enough skill to act opposite me. Today I won't just make her proactively beg for my help, but I'll make her completely surrender. Are there any new pipes and tools in the house? Of course, my ex-husband left them before. Follow me, I'll lead you to get them. Lin Jiayu says as she stands up, walking out of the bathroom, every gesture and movement exuding the characteristic charm of a mature woman. I follow closely behind her, taking the chance to enjoy the view. Lin Jiayu stops in the kitchen. She kneels on the floor, opening a small cabinet under the sink, then starts rummaging through it. My eyes are fixed straight ahead. Seeing her as soon as I look down, she probably won't get stuck right. The next second, Lin Jiayu cries out in horror. Oh, why can't I get out? Ouch, my head is stuck in the cabinet. Xiao Feng, can you help me? Lin Jiayu thinks. Little brother, how will you handle this move? Right now in the kitchen, Lin Jiaya's head is stuck in the cabinet. Lin Jiayu cries out. Oh, why can't I get out? Ouch, my head is stuck in the cabinet. Xiao Feng, can you help me? Lin Jiayu thinks. Little brother, how will you handle this move? I almost burst out laughing, watching her put on an act, only to be completely exposed by the Sunder translator. This scene is just too funny. Jiayu Nuna, I'm coming. Don't panic, I'll help you. Xiao Feng, thank you for coming. Pull me out slowly. 3, 2, 1. Soon after, Lin Jiayu with a resentful face returns to the bathroom with the tools and me. She says reluctantly, it's all here. See if any of it is useful. If not enough, I'll go buy more. This was definitely not part of her original plan. How did setting the stage turn into actual plumbing? Could he really be an upright gentleman? No way. Even if you are an upright gentleman, then I'm sorry. The arrow is already on the bow. It must be fired today. I must corrupt you. Sorry, Yilian. I'll borrow your boyfriend for a bit. Meanwhile, I have my back turned to her, squatting in front of the pipe. Hearing the quiet voice behind me, I let out a cunning smile that's hard for anyone to notice. Right after I use my strength to crush the pipe joint, the high-pressure water instantly sprayed out. In an instant, water splashed everywhere. Lin Jiayu was so startled by these sudden jets of water that her face turned pale as a ghost. In her panic, her foot stepped to a puddle on the floor and she lost her balance. She just fell straight backward like that. Just as she thought it was all over and her head was about to hit the ground, she wondered if her life was really going to end so tragically today. No way, I haven't even had a taste of the new dish yet. I was quick and sharp-eyed, immediately pulling her into a tight protective embrace. At the same time, I skillfully used my own body to shield her from the splashing water. The two of us were pressed tightly together. I could clearly feel Lin Jiaya's racing heartbeat, as well as the warmth radiating from her body. I asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Nuna?" Feeling my powerful arms around her, Lin Jiaya's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She looked just like a ripe red apple. I am fine. Lin Jiayu has so masculine. I almost want to fall all over again. This sense of security is just wonderful. How can he be so incredibly handsome? Lin Jiayu was screaming wildly in her heart. She had never felt so safe and secure before. Lin Jiaya's favorability toward the host +10. The current score is 70 points. Keep up the good work, host. The water pressure must be too high. Let me shut off the main valve first. I gently let go of Lin Jiayu, then turned around to close the water valve. I kept muttering to myself, I bet I should have turned off the valve from the start. Sigh, I'm still just too inexperienced at this. By now my clothes were soaking wet, clinging to my body and revealing my firm muscles, radiating pure masculine charm. It's fine. I'm really putting you out too much. Lin Jiayu. Hes so firm. That hip power must be 100 times stronger than my ex-husband's. Lin Jiayu stared intensely at my back, swallowing hard. A glint of pure infatuation flashed in her eyes. She reached up to tuck a wet lock of hair behind her ear and said, "This is a mess, your clothes are completely soaked. Listen, wait here for a moment. I'll head over to Yilian's to get you a change of clothes. It's not right for you to stay like this." I made a move as if I were about to leave. Lin Jiayu. No way, I've already prepared everything. What am I supposed to do if he just leaves? Lin Jiayu's face was full of reluctance. She was lamenting in her heart. If Jiang Yilian found out her boyfriend was here with me, she'd probably charge over here to guard him. Everything's going wrong. My entire plan is about to go down the drain. I proactively gave her a way out. I continued acting as if I were in a difficult spot. Sigh, but she's already asleep. She was already exhausted earlier. And she still has those injuries on her body. I really can't bring myself to wake her up. But I guess there's no other choice. After saying that, I pretended to head for the door. Upon hearing this, a look of pure joy immediately broke across Lin Jiaya's face. She rushed forward and grabbed my hand. Wait. Forget it. Let's not disturb Yilian's rest. My ex-husband left a few things here. I haven't tossed them yet. Why don't you just wear those for now? Sigh, it's such a shame you had to go through this. That works, I don't mind. And I continued to feign self-reproach. Sigh, it's just my lack of experience. I really should have shut off the valve first. Lin Jiayu gave my shoulder a gentle pat. I'm just glad you were here to help. Ever since the divorce, I've realized that not having a man around really is quite difficult. I have to handle every little thing all by myself. A woman struggling all alone in a strange place, with no family to turn to. Sigh. Listen to me rambling on. Thank you so much, Xiaofeng. Lin Jiayu. I'm acting this pathetic, and you're still not coming over to comfort me. I followed Lin Jiayu into the bedroom. She opened the wardrobe, pulling out a man's shirt and some lounge shorts. Wear these for now, they're clean. Let me go grab a towel for you. Okay, thanks, Nuna Jiayu. Taking the clothes, I headed into the bathroom to change. Lin Jiayu quickly returned with a bath towel. As she walked past the bathroom door, she caught a glimpse through the crack of my 8-pack abs and my firm masculine waistline. Damn it, on what basis does Jiang Yilian get to keep such a handsome and impressive boyfriend all to herself? Why? I absolutely won't allow her to hog him like this. Lin Jiaya's heart suddenly began to race, and her breathing grew heavy and rapid. She felt as if she were about to suffocate. Lin Jiaya's head was spinning with dizziness. Favorability toward the host increased by 5. The current total is 75 points. Keep up the good work, host. After I finished changing, I stepped out of the bathroom, only to run straight into a blushing Lin Jiayu. I asked her intentionally, Nuna Jiayu, are you alright? It's nothing. Lin Jiayu flusteredly handed me the towel, then kept her eyes glued to the floor, completely unable to look me in the face. Here, dry your hair. I took the towel and started drying my hair. I'll go replace that water pipe now. It'll definitely be fine this time. Entering the bathroom again, I quickly finished replacing the damaged section of the pipe. Lin Jiayu squatted down beside me, watching me with a face full of admiration. Her eyes were filled with pure infatuation. Xiaofeng, you're really amazing. It's nothing, just a simple job. I stood up and made a show of getting ready to leave. Since it's all fixed, I'll head back now. After all, a man and woman alone in a room together like this isn't great for your reputation. As soon as she heard that, she hurriedly held me back, facing my questioning gaze. Lin Jiayu stammered for a moment before explaining. You've worked so hard today. It's so late you probably haven't even eaten yet, right? Let me make it up to you a bit. Let me cook something for you. Lin Jiayu. Don't go. I'll cook a proper meal for you. I'm sure you're going to love this feasting. The high EQ choice function has been activated. 1. Give a wicked smile. Is this compensation of yours appropriate if it's for something serious in going home? 2. Transform into a righteous lover and say, get lost. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm Jiang Yilian's boyfriend. How could I possibly be blinded by these cheap tricks of yours? I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. I will never do anything to betray Yilian. 3. Smile and say, that sounds great. Thanks for the trouble, Nuna Jiayu. I've been busy all evening and haven't had a chance to eat. I happen to be quite hungry right now, so I'll accept your kind offer. I must have a taste of your cooking. At 7 p.m. the lady next door said her water pipe was clogged, asked me for a hand, but after I finished clearing it, she didn't want to let me go. She held me back and said with a smile, you've worked so hard today. It's so late you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Let me nourish you a little. My eyes swept over Lin Jiaya's plump and seductive figure, and the corner of my mouth quirked into a smile. Yes, I'll trouble you then, Nuna Jiayu. I've been busy all night and haven't had a bite to eat. I am feeling a bit hungry now, so I won't stand on ceremony. I must enjoy Nuna Jaya's cooking. Lin Jaya's favorability toward the host +1. The current score is 76 points. Keep up the good work, host. As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Jaya's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at me with a face full of surprise and delight. Really? Then I'll go cook right now. Just sit and rest on the sofa for a bit. With that, Lin Jiayu went into the kitchen, pulling an apron out of the cabinet, with a cartoon bunny printed on it. Her hands skillfully tied the apron around her waist. This image created a sharp contrast with her usual mature and seductive aura. In an instant, her slender waist, no bigger than a handful, was perfectly accentuated. Well, you're about to have a delicious meal. My daughter loves my cooking most of all. She even says I cook better than a hotel chef. Lin Jiayu gave a soft smile, a hint of pride appearing on her beautiful face. She spoke while opening the refrigerator, pulling out all sorts of fresh ingredients. Her movements were incredibly agile and practiced. I narrowed my eyes slightly, admiring Lin Jiaya's graceful figure, and said with a smile, "Oh, then I'll have to savor every bite. Here, let me give you a hand." With that, I walked over to the sink, began helping her wash vegetables and prep ingredients. Lin Jiayu looked at my back as I busied myself with the work, and a sudden look of loneliness and sorrow crossed her face. "Xiao Feng, you really are a good man. Sigh, I was just unlucky. Marrying a gambling drunkard. If he were even half as good as you, I wouldn't have ended up in a divorce." Hearing this, I stopped what I was doing, gently patted Lin Jiaya's shoulder, and offered some comfort. "Nuna Jiayu, it's okay. Everything is already in the past. We just have to keep moving forward." "You're right. But my biggest worry right now is my daughter. She's lacked a father's love since she was little, and now she's incredibly mischievous and rebellious. She really gives me such a headache." Lin Jiaya's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes full of worry. Clearly the situation with her child had caused her a great deal of distress. I continued washing the vegetables while asking curiously, "Nuna Jiayu, your daughter must be grown up by now, right? Why is she still acting so rebellious?" The night breeze brushed past, shaking the stray hairs around Lin Jiaya's face. She massaged her temples and said with a sigh of helplessness, "Yeah, people say kids start listening once they're grown. But she's grown and still won't give me any peace. My marriage was already a disaster. And now she won't listen to a word I say. She even often stays overnight at her best friend's house, never showing her face at home. I'm really at my wit's end with her." Seeing Lin Jiaya's distress, I quickly tried to comfort her. "Children have their own paths to follow. The divorce wasn't your fault. It's just that he didn't know how to cherish what he had." Lin Jiayu heard what I said, and slowly looked up. Her eyes glistened with tears of deep emotion. "Xiao Feng, thank you for those words. I feel much better now." The two of us kept talking like that, chatting about everything under the sun. Before long the meal was all ready. Time to eat. With that, Lin Jiayu quickly brought the steaming dishes to the table. At the table we sat across from each other. I said with a smile, "Wow, it smells incredible. Marrying a capable woman like you, Nuna Jiayu, must be a blessing from 8 lifetimes. It's just that your ex-husband didn't know how to value you. Heaven is definitely going to punish him." Lin Jiayu laughed so hard her whole body shook. "Oh, stop talking nonsense. As I see it, whoever gets a good man like you, Xiao Feng, is the one who is truly blessed. Now eat up. It won't be as good once it gets cold." "Okay, you eat plenty too, Nuna Jiayu." After dinner I glanced at the wall clock. It was past 9 p.m. Time for the main event. I stood up and said, "Nuna Jiayu, it's getting quite late. I should head back now. A man and woman alone in a room together like this. If anyone saw it would ruin your reputation." Lin Jiayu was suddenly struck by panic. "No way. She had put in so much effort playing all these games until now. Wasn't it all just to spend a spring night with me? And now the cooked duck was about to fly away. Who could possibly bear that?" She also hurriedly stood up, her face clearly showing her anxiety and impatience. "It's so late, the roads aren't safe at all. Listen to Nuna Jiayu, just stay here for the night. You can go back tomorrow morning. My house still has a spare room. It'll be ready with just a little cleaning." As she spoke, Lin Jiayu took 2 steps forward, blocking my path. Her posture made it clear that if she didn't get what she wanted, she definitely wouldn't let it go. The Sunder translator detected a woman whose words contradict her heart. Auto activation. "Lin Jiayu, you still think you're leaving? Now that you've fallen into my hands, if you don't leave something behind, you think I'll let you go so easily?" I almost couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of my mouth. This really isn't proper. If the neighbors see, or if your daughter suddenly comes home, won't there be a lot of gossip? I'm fine either way, but I'm just afraid it'll affect you. Nuna Jiayu, it's really okay. Lin Jiayu shook her head hurriedly. What's there to worry about? I'm already divorced anyway. And I haven't been looking for anyone all these years. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a life of my own. Never mind letting my sworn younger brother stay the night, even if the two of us were dating. What of it? Lin Jiayu. Damn it. Why care about those gossiping women? As long as I'm happy, that's enough. I looked at her with a face full of hesitation. But after all, Yilian is right across the way. Damn it. Lin Jiayu suddenly felt a surge of unprovoked anger. Do you insist on making me take the initiative? Fine. I'm going all out. Don't say another word. With that, Lin Jiayu stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a passionate kiss. Kiss me? After tonight, let's just consider it all a dream. Her voice trembled slightly. At this moment in Lin Jiayu's world there was only me. The very moment our lips touched, a rapid ringing of the doorbell shattered the romantic atmosphere in the room. After letting go of me, the flush on Lin Jiayu's face hadn't yet faded, but it was replaced by a look of sheer fury. Damn it, who is it? Are they crazy at this hour? She cursed under her breath, while storming toward the door. Seeing Lin Jiayu's irritable state, I suppressed a smile in my heart. Who knew that beneath her usual gentle and seductive exterior, she hid such a feisty side? This fierce contrast was actually even more charming. A gruff voice came from outside, sounding like someone was intentionally deepening their tone. Open up. From the building management. The floor below says your bathroom is leaking water. Lin Jiayu gritted her teeth and snarled. What a lunatic. Can't whatever it is wait until tomorrow morning. She instantly yanked the door open. But the moment she saw who was standing outside, her face suddenly turned pale as a sheet. Her once rosy lips were now completely colorless. Why are you here? Sun Yuanzhang, what the hell are you doing here? You're not welcome in this house. She tried to slam the door shut, but a coarse rough hand blocked it. The hand forced itself against the door with strength. Jiayu, a day of marriage is 100 years of love. You really have the heart to leave me out here. Besides, I only came here because I miss you and our daughter. Let's remarry, okay? I swear I'll never gamble ever again. Sun Yuanzhang had a fawning smile on his face as he tried to squeeze his way into the house. You despicable man. I bet you lost all your money gambling again, and now you're targeting this house that's in my name or rent you. Lin Jiayu gave a cold snort, her eyes filled with pure contempt. She looked at him as if he were nothing but a cheap jumping clown. I'm telling you right now. Stop dreaming in broad daylight. This house was left to me by my parents. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. I will never ever give it to you. Get that idea out of your head. Get out now or I'm calling the police. Sun Yuanzhang was as shameless as a rogue, showing no sign of fear or hesitation. His fat body managed to squeeze halfway inside. He kept muttering under his breath. Jiayu, listen to me. I'm not lying to you. Besides, Xiaoyan also needs a father's love, doesn't she? Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes swept past Lin Jiayu and landed on me. His eyes instantly went wide with shock. Sun Yuanzhang flew into a violent rage. The anger in his heart was like an erupting volcano. He completely lost all reason. Who the hell is this? Wait! It turns out you're fooling around behind my back. You slutty woman! He roared as he charged into the house, his fat body shaking with rage. His steps became unsteady and stumbling. Lin Jiayu was no pushover either. Exploding in anger immediately, she shouted right back at his face, Is there water in your brain? How ridiculous. Who's fooling around? You and I have been divorced for ages. Who do you think you are, trying to stick your nose in my business? Sun Yuanzhang was so enraged his face turned purple, looking like a piece of boiled pig's liver. Vile insults kept pouring out of his mouth. He raised his hand to slap Lin Jiayu across the face. In that split second, I lunged forward and grabbed Sun Yuanzhang's wrist in a death grip. Sun Yuanzhang tried to struggle wildly, but realized in horror that his wrist was held as if by an iron vice. He couldn't move it at all. He snarled a threat. You wretched woman. This pretty boy is definitely after your assets. Get out of my sight right now or you'll regret it. If not, I'll call my brothers from the streets to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. His greasy face became twisted and distorted with fury. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I looked at him with cold, empty eyes. Watch your mouth. A piece of useless trash who's both addicted to gambling and unfaithful like you. What right do you have to get high and mighty with me? At that, Sun Yuanzhang's eyes instantly became bloodshot with rage. He lunged forward like a wounded beast. I'll kill you. He roared frantically, swinging his other hand to punch me in the face. I tilted my head slightly, easily dodging the blow. Immediately after, I swung my hand and delivered a sharp slap, straight across Sun Yuanzhang's face. The slap was heavy and powerful. A bright red handprint immediately formed on Sun Yuanzhang's face. Before he could even recover, I landed a direct kick to his stomach. Sun Yuanzhang's fat body was like a kite with a broken string as he went flying backward. He crashed hard onto the ground. I rushed over in a flash and grabbed Sun Yuanzhang's arm. I twisted it back forcefully, locking it behind his back. Next, I pressed my knee into his back, pinning him firmly to the floor. Sun Yuanzhang squealed in pain like a stuck pig. Ah, it hurts. Let me go, otherwise I'll call the police. You're illegally assaulting me. Hemp. I'm simply detaining a trespasser who broke into a private residence. This is called acting heroically for justice. You're full of it. Sun Yuanzhang's heart was now filled with panic and fear. Had only intended to extort some money from his ex-wife. How did things end up like this? You talk too much trash. I turned my head to look at Lin Jiayu. Nuna Jiayu, bring me some rope. Lin Jiayu, who had been standing by, was already captivated by my masculinity. Hearing me, she rushed to the balcony and grabbed some thick ropes. I took the rope and skillfully bound Sun Yuanzong's hands and feet. Then I looked at Lin Jiayu, pretending to be innocent. Nuna Jiayu, I hope I wasn't too heavy-handed. After all, he is your ex-husband. But at this moment, Lin Jiayu only had eyes for me. Are you hurt anywhere? Her eyes were filled with worry, completely unconcerned about Sun Yuanzong's fate. I'm fine. I shook my head slightly, letting her know I was okay. Sun Yuanzong saw this scene and exploded with rage. He didn't stop hurling curses. You pair of adulterous scumbags. If you're so brave, let me go. It'll make you wish you were dead. You shameless pretty boy. I'm going to kill you. It'll definitely kill you. His ex-wife was showing concern for the pretty boy who beat him, without giving a single thought to his own injuries. Lin Jiayu had never once shown him such a tender and gentle expression. Sun Yuanzong's pride as a man was being trampled upon without mercy, whereas that dog barking so loudly it's deafening, saying that I frowned and told Lin Jiayu, Nuna Jiayu, bring me a dirty rag. Lin Jiayu hurriedly went to find a rag. I stuffed the rag tightly into Sun Yuanzong's mouth. He could only shake his head in despair, making muffled groans in his throat, like a trapped beast struggling hopelessly. Admiring the work before me, the corner of my mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then I turned to Lin Jiayu. Nuna Jiayu, shall we continue what we started earlier? Is it okay? Lin Jiayu glanced down at the floor, where her ex-husband lay like a dead dog. She thought for only 0.1 seconds, then replied firmly, All right, Xiaofeng. You must stay in touch with me. As she spoke, she slowly moved toward me, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wait a second. The corner of my mouth twitched with a wicked smile. I reached out to stop Lin Jia's movement, as if she wanted to throw herself into my arms. My gaze swept over to Sun Yuanzong nearby, this piece of trash tied up like a bundle, who was still struggling fruitlessly. To me, he was like a fly buzzing irritably. Truly an eyesore. Lin Jiayu looked puzzled, her large tarry eyes blinking at me, as if asking, at a heated moment like this, what are you stalling for? I lightly raised an eyebrow. A useless guy like Sun Yuanzong. Watching this live is too good for him. His kind only deserves to be outside the door. With that, I strode over to Sun Yuanzong. I grabbed him like a little chick and tossed him all the way to the bedroom door. Sun Yuanzong's eyes rolled back, his gaze practically spitting fire, as if he wanted to devour me whole right then and there. But he couldn't do anything with his hands and feet bound tightly. He could only lie there staring helplessly, with his mouth stuffed with a rag. He could only make stifled, frustrated groans. After dealing with Sun Yuanzong, I turned around and swept Lin Jiayu up into my arms. Lin Jiayu let out a soft cry of surprise, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around my neck. Her graceful appearance was like a frightened little fawn. I carried her and strode proudly into the room. Sun Yuanzong struggled wildly behind us, his body twisting and coiling into a mess. Seeing our intimate scene, her ex-husband Sun Yuanzong could do nothing to me. Half an hour later. Ding. Lin Jia's affection for the host increased by 10. Lin Jia's affection for the host increased by 4. It is now 100 points. Lin Jia's affection for the host has reached the maximum of a 100. To ensure the purity of love and prevent any cuckolding NTR, the system has locked the affection level for the host. This affection level will never decrease, and she will never betray you. After an unknown amount of time, I reached out for the phone by the pillow. The screen lit up, showing that it was already midnight. But at that very moment, from the entrance came a sound, clear and sweet like a silver bell. Mom, I'm home. You're not asleep yet. Lin Jia's face, once blushing with shyness, suddenly turned deathly pale. Panic filled her eyes. What should I do? Xiaoyan is back. If she sees me like this, where will I hide my face? She gripped my arm tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I gently patted her hand and comforted her. It's okay, I'm here. Just trust me. With that, I quickly got out of bed, got dressed in a flash. In the living room, Sun Xiaoyan had just returned. Hearing no response from Lin Jiayu, she felt a bit strange. The living room and kitchen lights were on, so where was everyone? She took a few steps forward, scanning the surroundings. She soon discovered Sun Yuanzong tied up at the door. Sun Yuanzong was struggling frantically, making muffled cries for help. When he saw Sun Xiaoyan appear, a final spark of hope flared in his heart. I'm saved. Once I get out, I'll definitely kill that bitch, and that pretty boy too. But Sun Xiaoyan's next words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his hope. Sun Yuanzong, who gave you permission to come here? Did you do something to my mother? Mom, where are you? Are you okay? Sun Xiaoyan completely ignored the fact he was tied up, instead loudly demanding why he was present. Sun Yuanzong's heart went cold. Sun Xiaoyan looked visibly worried, thinking something had happened to Lin Jiayu. She stepped over Sun Yuanzong and flung the bedroom door open. The moment she stepped in, she saw me. At first she was a bit dazed, But then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in surprise. "Ah, it's you, Appa. I was so lucky you saved me last time. Otherwise those bastards would have disgraced me." As she spoke, she quickly stepped in front of me, her eyes sparkling with infinite gratitude. Looking at the twin-tailed girl in front of me, I wondered blankly, who is this? Lin Jia's daughter, Sun Jia's daughter. Do I even know this girl? I immediately ordered in my head. Check Sun Xiaoyan's information. Name: Sun Xiaoyan. Age: 19. Beauty: 91. Affection: 60. Innate charm: plus 20. Experience: 0. Marital status: single. Status: worried about Lin Jia's health. Current mood: irritated. Current wish: wants her gambling ex-husband Sun Yuanzong to disappear immediately. I suddenly remembered. Turns out she's the twin-tailed girl that I happened to save last time. It was nothing. I didn't expect you to be Nuna Jia's daughter. We really have a fated connection. I smiled and waved it off. Sun Jiayan turned to look at Lin Jiayu, who was covered in blankets with a bright red face, and immediately became concerned. She asked anxiously, "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Jiayu was extremely embarrassed, and could only try to act calm. "I am okay." She felt like she was about to go crazy. Clearly she had heard noisy sounds from next door, so she had planned to find me and investigate. Who knew her disgusting ex-husband would show up to cause trouble? And even her daughter, who said she was staying over at a friend's house, returned early. What kind of day is this anyway? Why is everything happening all at once? But I guess it's all worth it. Lin Jia's dreamy eyes rested on me. She never thought she could be like this, even while her ex-husband was tied up right outside. Seeing Lin Jia's dazed state, along with Sun Xiaoyan's suspicious look, I sensed trouble and hurriedly spoke up to cover for them. "Your mom is fine. It's just that earlier that bastard suddenly burst in, so she's just a little shaken. But Appa has already subdued him, so everything is okay." Hearing me say that, Lin Jiayu gradually regained her composure. Then she added, "Yes, that's right. Sun Yuanzong is truly a madman. He must have lost gambling again. So he came here to demand money from us." Sun Xiaoyan nodded. "It's good that you're okay, Mom. A scumbag like that, you absolutely must not give him any money." Then she turned to me and asked curiously, "Why are you here, Appa? Did you know my mother beforehand?" I smiled and explained, "Yes, last time your mother and I, Nuna Jiayu, had a very pleasant conversation. Earlier your water pipe broke, so I came over to help fix it. I didn't expect Sun Yuanzong to try and break in, intending to do something terrible." Ding. Sun Xiaoyan's affection for the host increased by 10. It is now 70 points. "Host, please keep up the good work." After listening, Sun Xiaoyan's small face was full of gratitude. "Then I really thank you so much, Appa. Last time you saved me, and this time you saved my mother as well. Could he be my Prince Charming? If it weren't for him, not only would I have been disgraced, but my mother would have been harmed by that gambling ex-husband. Maybe I should offer myself in return." I smiled and nodded. "Don't mention it, it's a small thing. I'm relieved that you're both okay. Let's go outside first to give your mother some peace. She just had a huge fright." Sun Xiaoyan nodded obediently, then turned to Lin Jiayu. "Yes, Mom, please rest for a bit." The two of us walked out of the room. Sun Xiaoyan glanced at Sun Yuanzong tied at the door, and asked with a frown, "What should we do with this bastard? Should we call the police, Appa?" I nodded in agreement. "Call them. This behavior is already against the law. We need the police to handle him." Sun Yuanzong's face turned ashen like burnt wood. He just wanted to wait until he got out. Then he would kill me and Lin Jiayu at any cost. Even if he had to die with us, he wouldn't regret it. Sun Jiayan went out to the balcony and started calling the police on her phone. Meanwhile, I approached Sun Yuanzong. Seeing his expression as if he wanted to eat me alive, I shook my head in disappointment. I took the soul-snatching pocket watch out of my pocket and activated it immediately. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuanzong's eyes changed from rage to a dull gaze. I ordered, "Once you're in prison, keep slamming your head against the wall repeatedly until you're dead." Soon after, Sun Yuanzong returned to normal, his eyes again filled with anger and hatred. At this point, Sun Xiaoyan returned after making the call, her face showing clear concern. "Last time you saved me, Appa. I didn't have the chance to thank you properly. Were you injured anywhere that time? I saw on the news that those people killed several others, and I thought something bad had happened to you too." I smiled and shook my head. "It's fine, they're just a bunch of thugs, who are only aggressive on the surface, no big deal." Sun Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's such a relief, truly. Previously she had really thought I was in danger. She had even gone to the police station to ask about it, but got no results. Because at that time she didn't know my name or how to contact me. "That's great then. I wanted to thank you so much last time, but unfortunately I didn't have your contact information." She hesitated for a moment, and looked at me and continued. "Ah, right, my name is Sun Xiaoyan. What's your name, Appa?" I smiled and replied, "My name is Yefeng." Sun Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. Let's add each other on WeChat. When you're free, Appa. Can I treat you to a meal? Sure. Hearing that, Sun Yuanzhang, who was nearby, was so angry his face twisted. His eyes rolled back as if they were about to fall out. His heart was burning with fury. He didn't expect his daughter to be so enthusiastic toward me. At this moment, Lin Jiayu regained her calm and stepped out. But as soon as she reached the door, Lin Jiaya's body suddenly felt weak, and she almost collapsed onto the floor. Sun Xiaoyan quickly ran over to support her, asking anxiously, "What's wrong, Mom? Are you feeling tired?" "I'm fine. Just a bit shaken." The truth was that she had exerted herself too much earlier, which is why Lin Jiaya's legs were so weak now. As she spoke, she gave me a reproachful side glance, her gaze tinted with a touch of gentle sulking. I quickly chimed in. "Nuna Jiayu just hasn't fully recovered from what happened. A good night's rest tonight will fix her right up." Lin Jiayu looked relieved, gently patting Sun Jiayan's head, and said, "I'm fine, Jiayan. Why did you come back so early? Didn't you say you'd stay over at a friend's house?" Lin Jiayu smoothed her slightly messy hair, trying to smile as naturally as possible. In her eyes a lingering shadow of her earlier panic still remained, but in front of Sun Jiayan, she strove to appear perfectly fine. Sun Jiayan pouted slightly. "My friend's relatives came over to visit. It was incredibly noisy. I couldn't stand that atmosphere, so I just slipped away and came back here." After that she glanced at Sun Yuanzhang still lying on the floor, her eyebrows immediately narrowing in anger. "Sun Yuanzhang, why did you come back here again, you bastard? Did you lose all your money gambling again? Planning to come here to swindle money from us again, or rent you?" Lin Jiayu nodded vigorously, her face showing clear determination. "Yes. This time he definitely must be sent to prison. I was too soft-hearted before. I can't let this bastard disrupt our lives any longer." He couldn't let her daughter suffer any more pain because of this ex-husband. Short while later, 2 police officers arrived. Among them was a very beautiful female officer, who frowned slightly at the chaotic scene in the house. With a look of surprise, she pointed towards Sun Yuanzhang, who was writhing on the floor. "What is going on here? Who is that person tied up?" When Sun Yuanzhang saw the police, he was like a drowning man grasping at a straw. His body, which was already exhausted, suddenly regained its energy. He made incessant muffled cries for help. I stepped forward, explained to them calmly, "Officer, this man's name is Sun Yuanzhang, as the ex-husband of Nuna Lin Jiayu here. Usually he spends his time gambling and chasing women. Today he posed as a manager to trick us into opening the door, then illegally broke into the house." This female officer's name was Sheng Yuqi. She looked very valiant, with a strong fit physique. Sheng Yuqi frowned upon hearing that. She turned to her male colleague. "Xiao Wang, unto him first." The male officer nodded, and quickly carried out the task. Sheng Yuqi looked at everyone sternly and asked, "Who was the one who tied up Sun Yuanzhang?" I shrugged and replied, "It was me." "Is there a problem?" Sheng Yuqi shook her head. "Then in a while I'll need you and this lady to come with us to the station to give a statement." On the other side, Sun Yuanzhang's blood boiled as soon as he was untied. He screamed madly and rushed straight at me. His head was filled with images of him eavesdropping earlier. He absolutely could not bear such humiliation. In his mind there was only one insane thought, which was to take me down with him no matter what. "Arg. I'll kill you. You must die." He was like a raging bull, roaring and swinging his fists as he charged at me. His expression was as if he wanted to eat me alive. "Stop!" Both officers shouted in unison, while quickly moving forward to stop Sun Yuanzhang. However, as soon as the words were out, my body suddenly darted forward, and delivered a perfectly executed side kick. The movement was incredibly fluid and smooth. Instantly Sun Yuanzhang was sent, flying like a kite with a broken string, and crashed painfully into the wall. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, then let out a pathetic groan. I brushed my hands nonchalantly at the 2 officers and said, "Officers, your reactions are a bit slow. If this criminal had injured me, this wouldn't be easy to resolve." Sheng Yuqi stared at me in wide-eyed astonishment, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She looked completely stunned. Even a professional martial artist would find it hard to possess such impressive power. Who is this young man anyway? But now wasn't the time to question it. She hurriedly ran over to Sun Yuanzhang, and while helping him up she quickly handcuffed him, then turned to tell me, "Let's go, including you, Mez. Lin Jiayu. We're all heading to the station for statements." I nodded in agreement. "Fine." Lin Jiayu approached Sun Xiaoyan, gently stroked her head and said softly, "Xiaoyan, you stay home. It's already late. Once I've given my statement, I'll be right back." Sun Xiaoyan nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, please stay safe, Mom and Appa." Though she was usually quite stubborn, in this particular situation, she understood that she should cause any more trouble for her mother and me. When we left the station after finishing everything, it was already 2 a.m. Officer Sheng Yuqi walked us to the gate, cleared her throat and said, "You 2 can head home now. We will deal with Sun Yuanzhang. According to the full extent of the law, the specific sentence will be decided by the court. If anything arises, we will contact you. Please keep your phones available. I just shrugged with indifference. Yes, we understand. I actually didn't care how long he would stay in prison, because I had already used the soul-snatching watch on him. If everything goes as planned, tonight Sun Yuanzhang will lose his life in prison, with the cause of death being ruled as suicide. Immediately after, I turned and wrapped my arm around Lin Jia's waist. Let's go, Nuna Jiayu, I miss you so much that I can't even sleep. Lin Jia's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She bowed her head as if trying to hide in my chest. She glared at me reproachfully. But strangely enough, not only did she not refuse, but on the contrary, her heart welled up with an indescribable excitement. Even though we were outside, such an inappropriate place, she still couldn't bring herself to push me away. Walking to the car, I politely opened the door and invited Lin Jiayu inside. Once settled, Lin Jiayu leaned back in her seat, looking at me with dreamy eyes. Xiaofeng, I truly thank you so much for today. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to handle everything. Her voice was incredibly soft, carrying a hint of sincere gratitude and a touch of strange passionate emotion. I smiled and replied, it's nothing. Nuna Jiayu, it's enough that you're safe. The car slowly began to move, gliding gently through the quiet streets. Lin Jiayu bit her lower lip slightly, her face again showing a blush of shyness. Xiaofeng, could you come by my place more often in the future? Actually, being home alone is quite boring. You can just come over to chat with me for fun. Sunder Translator detected a woman whose words don't match her thoughts, automatically activating Lin Jiaya's thought. Tonight was wonderful. If only every day could be like this. Lin Jiayu seemed to suddenly remember something, and immediately added, you want tell Yilian, right? I smiled and nodded. Of course. If Nuna Jiayu misses me, just send a message, or give me a call. Besides, even if Yilian knows, it's no big deal. Lin Jiayu bit her lower lip, saying with a bashful look, Xiaofeng, you're so kind. Next time I can go look for Yilian, and then I'll bring the girl over to play with you. 10 minutes later, the car stopped below Lin Jiaya's apartment. After getting out of the car, Lin Jiayu looked at me affectionately and said, then I'll head home first. I'll miss you so much, so you better miss me too. I smiled and nodded. Yes, Sister Jiayu, please get some rest soon. At that moment, Sun Xiaoyan ran down from the entrance. Seeing Lin Jiayu, the girl wrinkled her nose. Are you okay, Mom? Why is there such a strange smell on you? Lin Jiaya's face turned slightly red and her gaze flickered away. I'm fine. I smiled and said to Sun Xiaoyan, well, I'll be going now. You two get some rest soon. Sun Xiaoyan waved her hand and said sweetly, goodbye, you've worked hard, brother Yi Feng. Lin Jiayu also gently waved her fair arm, her face filled with emotion. She was still savoring the wonderful feeling from just now. I returned home, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw the lights were still on. Bai Ji came out of the room, and when she saw me, joy was evident on her face, and she rushed to greet me. Xiaofeng, you're back. You're back. Bai Ji's voice was full of joy. For some reason, in the days when I was at home, she slept very soundly. But today, when I didn't return, she kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. Her heart just felt so empty. She had originally wanted to call and tell me to come home early, but after thinking it over, she feared I wouldn't like being controlled, so she dismissed the idea. Bai Ji faintly felt that she had developed a strange kind of feeling for me, and that feeling was becoming more and more intense, like weeds spreading in the spring, impossible to suppress. This was a feeling she had never experienced in the first half of her life. In her heart, Bai Ji knew well, these were thoughts she shouldn't have. I was young with a future full of beautiful girls waiting for me to choose from, but she was no longer young, and even though she maintained her looks well, there was still a difference in status between us. Thinking this in Bai Ji's eyes, a hint of loneliness flickered. I nodded and asked with concern, Auntie Bai, why are you still awake so late? Bai Ji, who was still blaming herself internally, was startled by my words and replied frantically, I saw you hadn't returned, so I waited for a bit. Are you hungry? I saved some dinner for you. Bai Ji's duplicity made me a bit suspicious. I spoke up and asked, is Sister Ying not home then? She went back to school, probably to write her thesis. I went to the dining table, sat down, and began to eat. Bai Ji sat beside me, resting her chin on her hands, staring at me intently without looking away. Her eyes filled with tenderness and care. As I ate, I chatted with Bai Ji about the day and the things that happened at the company. Bai Ji would occasionally laugh like a silver bell, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Soon I finished my late-night snack, feeling full of energy again. After eating, I went to take a bath. While soaking in the bathtub, a smile played on the corners of my mouth. It was time to interact with Bai Ji. I raised my voice and called out, Auntie Bai, I forgot to bring a towel. Could you please bring it in for me? Bai Ji answered, okay, wait a moment. And she took the towel and stepped into the bathroom. Seeing the burly physique before her, Bai Ji's beautiful face flushed bright red. Even the tips of her ears turned a vivid crimson. Her heart rate suddenly accelerated. Just as she was about to hand me the towel, she suddenly slipped. Her whole body tumbled uncontrollably into the water. She was extremely panicked, flailing her arms and legs in a struggle to stand up. But the more she hurried, the more flustered she became, only causing the water to splash even more. Her soaked hair clung to her face, adding to her pitiful and heart-stirring appearance. After fumbling for a long time, I finally had to carry her out. Before she could leave, Baiji leaned against my chest, feeling my strong arms, her heart beating even faster. The redness on her face grew even deeper. I am going back to my room. I'm all wet. Xiao Feng, be careful not to catch a cold. Having said that, she fled the bathroom as if escaping a disaster. I smiled and slowly followed behind. A while later, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, I gently pushed open Baiji's bedroom door. Auntie Bai, let me help you. At this moment I stood before Baiji's bedroom, softly pushing the ajar door. Auntie Bai, am coming in. Inside the room, Baiji was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a towel and gently drying her long soaking hair. Drops of water slid down her white swan-like neck, gliding over her smooth skin, tracing a heart-stirring curve. Hearing the sound of the door, Baiji's movements stiffened, and she abruptly turned her head. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. Xiao Feng, why did you come in here? You must go out now. Baiji's voice trembled slightly, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the towel. Her flushed cheeks instantly turned scarlet, like a ripe apple. Her eyes flickered in panic, not daring to look me in the eye. Her heart was racing like a panicked deer. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Feng really came in. What am I going to do now? Should I kick him out? If I kick him out, will it hurt him? Or should I just let it be? Stop thinking so much. Stay quiet. Am his elder his superior? This isn't right. Oh Baiji, how can I even have these kinds of thoughts? Her mind was a tangled mess. All sorts of thoughts intertwining and clashing, leaving her spirit restless. I stepped toward Baiji one step at a time, my gaze growing more fiery. Auntie Bai, the truth is I've always liked you. I've liked you from a long, long time ago. To me, Baiji was a very special existence. In the years after my parents passed away, I felt like the whole world was submerged in darkness. At that time I locked myself away, not wanting any interaction with the outside world. Baiji back then was like a warm ray of sunshine, gradually dispelling the gloom in my heart. Even in my past life, after being framed by Su Ruoshu and sent to prison, Baiji still chose to believe in me unconditionally. She ran around everywhere, sparing no effort to search for the truth. She sacrificed everything for me, and in the end was harmed by Gao Yi to the point of losing her life in a foreign land. In this life I secretly vowed to myself that I would definitely protect and love Baiji well, and never let her suffer even a single hint of pain again. Baiji bit her lower lip, bowing her head and not daring to look at me. Her hands restlessly twisted the hem of her bathrobe. But what about us? Such a big age difference. This isn't right. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, filled with hesitation and struggle. Baiji felt like she was going crazy, because she hadn't directly refused. Even in the back of her mind she was imagining how wonderful it would be if their age difference wasn't so great. She kept reminding herself in her heart, no, I must restrain myself. I patiently guided her. Auntie Bai, age has never been an issue. Don't think too much. Life is very short. One should live for oneself. Baiji is currently only in her early 30s, at the peak of a woman's maturity and elegance. But if Ying Er and the others find out, how could I ever face them again? Baiji's voice grew smaller and smaller. If no one knows, then could you? The little resistance left in Baiji's heart was now like a candle in the wind, flickering and about to fail. After all, she herself had unusual feelings for me, and the time spent with me had actually allowed her to see through her true thoughts. I continued to coax her. Auntie Bai, it's okay. We just won't let them know, right? Baiji hesitated for a long time, her eyes full of struggle. Finally, as if gathering all her courage, she gave a slight nod. Her voice was so small it was almost inaudible. Okay. She looked at me with eyes full of love. 3 hours later, ting. Baiji's affection for the host increased by 5. Currently reached 100 points. Baiji's affection for the host has reached the maximum of 100. To ensure the purity of love and prevent any betrayal, the affection for the host has been locked. It cannot decrease. She will never betray you. Looking at Baiji in front of me, a feeling of joy and achievement, unlike anything before, welled up in my heart. Auntie Bai finally belongs to me. Looking at the dreamlike scene before me, I licked my lips. It was a long time before Baiji snapped out of it. She felt like she had just gone through a mystical journey, like a dream, her body and soul both immersed in unprecedented happiness. I reached out and gently stroked her hair. Auntie Bai, how are you feeling? Do you want to rest a bit more? The flush on Baiji's face hadn't completely faded. She gave me a resentful look and said coquettishly, isn't it all because of you? Xiao Feng has really grown up. I even used to carry you when you were little. In her mind an image of me as a child suddenly appeared. Back then I was tiny, with smooth fair skin looking so adorable. Nothing like how you are now. This is so embarrassing. Thinking this, Baiji's face turned even redder. So ashamed she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I smiled teasingly. Then isn't Auntie Bai very happy? Baiji's beautiful face instantly flushed, the red spreading from her ears down to her neck. Looking just like a ripe tomato, she got angry out of embarrassment, grabbed a nearby pillow, and tossed it lightly at me. Her voice was reproachful yet sweet. It's so embarrassing. Why do you keep bringing these things up? Just tonight from now on you absolutely cannot do this anymore. Absolutely not. I chuckled looking at Baiji, then hurried to coax her. Weren't those heartfelt words? I wasn't lying. Baiji gave me a graceful glare. I really can't deal with you. Auntie Bai, fine, ill speak less. Baiji reached for a piece of clothing and threw it. It's not about speaking less. It's that I don't allow you to mention it again. Although her mouth wouldn't give in. Her beautiful face was full of coquettishness. After going through tonight, she seemed 10 years younger. This was the first time she acted spoiled with a man, and a younger one at that. I caught the item, intentionally held it to my nose to sniff, and smiled wickedly. It smells so good. This time Baiji was so embarrassed she buried her head in the blanket, constantly groaning softly. Stinky Xiaofeng, hateful Xiaofeng. I smiled brightly witnessing this scene. After Baiji had calmed down, I suddenly stopped smiling, and said seriously, Auntie Bai, I have something to tell you. It's time to tear away Gao Yi's true face. Seeing me so serious, Baiji's heart tightened, and she asked in confusion, What's wrong? Xiaofeng, why are you being so serious? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Is he going to propose to me? No, that can't happen. At least wait until I've divorced. With that Gao Yi guy, wait, what on earth am I thinking? I absolutely cannot agree. That would ruin Xiaofeng's future. Our age gap is so large. Xiaofeng caring for me occasionally is actually already more than enough. Thinking that she spoke, Xiaofeng, you're still very young. At the same time I also spoke up. I discovered that my parents' death wasn't an accident. Before I could finish, I noticed Baiji was saying strange things. What? I looked at her suspiciously. Auntie Bai, what did you just say? Baiji felt like she was going crazy. She had completely lost her usual calm and reason. She wasn't usually like this. What was wrong with her today? She bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, No. It's nothing, please continue. Although I was curious, I continued. I discovered that my parents' death was not unintentional. Baiji's beautiful face was filled with shock. She asked in disbelief, Huh? Who harmed them? Though in her heart she had also vaguely felt that the car accident back then was a bit strange. The authorities had investigated for a long time and concluded it was just an unfortunate incident, so she hadn't looked into it any further. A flash of anger crossed my eyes. It's Gao Yi. Shocked, Baiji's eyes widened, and her hands unconsciously covered her mouth. It could actually be Gao Yi. Her husband. Truthfully, despite being terrified, it wasn't altogether impossible to accept this truth, because after so many years, no one understood Gao Yi better than his wife. When she first knew Gao Yi, he appeared to be a kind and virtuous man, harboring deep feelings for his late wife, and his childhood friendship with my father was also very sincere. But after they got married, she realized things weren't like that at all. Because Baiji couldn't bear him a son, Gao Yi quickly lost interest in her. Gao Yi stayed away from home all year round, and even kept a mistress outside, with illegitimate children. And because Gao Yi's preference for boys over girls was extremely heavy, his relationship with his 3 daughters was also terrible. There was even one time when Baiji asked Gao Yi to come home more to care for the children, and he immediately showed his true colors. Not only did he fly into a rage and scold Baiji, but he also smashed the furniture, and even laid hands on her. If it hadn't been for their youngest daughter being so small, she would have divorced Gao Yi long ago. But she knew well that if she left, the daughters would surely be awarded to Gao Yi's custody, and their situation then would only be even more miserable. Thinking this, Baiji pulled back her thoughts and spoke quickly. Then let's go to the police. Let the police arrest him. I looked at Baiji, a warm current surging in my heart. Auntie Bai, do you trust me that much? Or aren't you afraid I might be lying? As expected, Auntie Bai always believed in me unconditionally, and this feeling was truly wonderful. I believe you wouldn't lie to me. Baiji looked at me firmly, her eyes full of trust. Thank you, Auntie Bai. I gave a small sigh and continued. Right now it's just a suspicion. I don't have any actual evidence yet. Baiji looked at me and asked, Then do we need to call the police? Let the police investigate. I shook my head. Not yet, Auntie. I'll investigate it myself. And wait until I've found enough evidence before handing it over to the police. In my heart I knew well that in many matters if the police intervened, it would actually tie my hands if I reported it. Not to mention that evidence is hard to find. Even if he were convicted, it would still be far too lenient for that kind of beast. Furthermore, I had many methods that couldn't be brought to light to apply to Gao Yi step by step. Bai Ji gently took my hand, her eyes full of anxiety. So that's how it is. Then Xiaofeng, you must be very careful. If you need help with anything, just tell me. If he really did it, then this man is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he might come after you. You must be extremely cautious. Actually, the fact that Gao Yi for so many years had a mistress outside, and even an illegitimate child, I knew about all of it. But back then Kair was still in school, and I didn't want the children to know. Their father was that kind of person. I also didn't want to affect her college entrance exams, so I kept pretending I didn't know anything. Bai Ji's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Looking back, I should have taken the 3 daughters, and you too, and left that beast Gao Yi a long time ago. Otherwise, who knows what other cruel, utterly inhuman things he might do. Now all 3 children are in college, and they are capable of living independently. I had actually intended to divorce him this year, but I truly couldn't have imagined that he could be heartless enough to do such things. Your father was his sworn brother. How could he do that? I gently took Bai Ji into my arms and softly comforted her. Bai, don't be sad anymore. I'm here. I will always be by your side. Bai Ji leaned against my chest and suddenly felt much more at ease. The anxiety in her heart seemed to have lessened somewhat. I'm fine, Zhao Feng. Truthfully, I'm not that sad in my heart. My feelings for him died a long time ago. I just feel heartache for your parents. They trusted that beast Gao Yi with all their hearts, and I'm also afraid he'll harm you. I tightened my embrace around Bai Ji and spoke seriously. It's okay, Auntie, everything is in the past. I will definitely make him pay a fitting price to comfort your parents' souls in heaven. In the room, Bai Ji and I sat facing each other. Another 3 hours passed. After having faced each other, honestly, we both fell into an awkward atmosphere that made our hearts pound. In an instant, the space became incredibly silent, so quiet that we could even clearly hear each other's breathing. Bai Ji's fingers flusteredly twisted the hem of her clothes. She slightly bowed her head. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. She had to gather all her courage to dare look up. But as soon as her eyes met mine, she flinched as if struck by electricity and looked away immediately, and then bowed her head down again in a fluster. In that moment, her cheeks flushed a light pink, like a peach blossom budding in the spring sun. Truly beautiful and heart-stirring. My body leaned forward slightly. My eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. A burning gaze that seemed like it could melt Bai Ji. Bai Ji slightly opened her ruby red lips, her voice gentle, but carrying a hint of trembling and shyness. Go back to your room now. Get some rest early, she said as she slightly turned to the side, trying to avoid my gaze. Sunder translator detecting a duplicitous woman. Automatically starting up. Bai Ji. I'm so tired. I can't even lift a finger. It's clear as day, but why is he still looking at me so longingly? Could it be that I'm really that seductive? At that thought, a secret joy suddenly surged in her heart, because she could clearly feel my infatuation with her. I, on the contrary, moved a bit closer, licking my dry lips, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. But Auntie Bai, you are truly so beautiful. I just can't control myself anymore. Thanks to the genetic evolution serum, my physical stamina is currently at its peak. Hearing this, the red flush on Bai Ji's lovely face deepened further, looking like radiant clouds painted by the sunset at the horizon. She lightly bit her lower lip, her white teeth leaving a mark behind. A faint smile played on her soft pink lips. Don't talk nonsense, Ye Feng. You're still young, you must learn restraint. Otherwise it will take a toll on your health. In truth, there was a flicker of desire in her heart, but she worried it would drain too much of my energy. She felt that simply maintaining this connection, caring for each other occasionally, was more than enough to be content. After all, she was already over 30, always feeling like she wasn't a good match for me, much less wanting to hold back my future. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smirk. Auntie Bai Ji, my stamina is actually quite incredible. Bai Ji was so shy her face felt like it was catching fire. She let out a soft exclamation. You shouldn't be like this. Even as she thought that, she peeked through the gaps of her fingers, carefully observing the situation, only to accidentally lock eyes with my half-smiling gaze. Startled, her blush spread all the way down to her neck. I slowly approached Bai Ji, wearing a sly grin as I said, Auntie Bai Ji, it's still early, maybe I could. Bai Ji jumped, her voice rising slightly, filled with a mix of panic and embarrassment. Have you gone mad? What nonsense are you talking about? It's clearly 3 in the morning, and how could you say such things? Wicked Yi Feng, you truly have no shame. Bai Ji, Auntie Bai Ji, I love it when you talk like that. Deep down, Bai Ji knew perfectly well that these words shouldn't be spoken, but upon hearing them in her heart, a strange surge of happiness welled up. She couldn't help but wonder to herself why she was feeling this way. My gaze grew even more tender. I gradually drew closer to Bai Ji and spoke with sincerity. Auntie Bai Ji, let's keep going. Bai Ji's cheeks burned hot, her heart pounding like a drum. She felt her rationality slowly dissolving under my intense stare. Finally, she gave a soft whisper of agreement, a sound as faint as a mosquito's hum. By now Bai Ji and I were still deep in our dreams. Just then the phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing it was Yan Danyuan calling. There must be progress with the recruitment. I glanced at Bai Ji, who was still sound asleep, and quietly slipped out of bed, afraid of disturbing her. I only answered once I reached the living room. Yi Feng, I've finished scheduling the interviews for the 3 candidates. It's set for 3 p.m. today. Their abilities are all quite impressive. Understood. Then Sister Yan Danyuan, I'll see you this afternoon. Finally, the framework for the department is set. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Yan Danyuan. It's nothing. Being able to share the burden with Ye Feng makes me very happy as well. I'll see you this afternoon then. After hanging up, I stretched luxuriously and headed back to the bedroom. Turning to look at Bai Ji. She was still fast asleep. Her cheeks were flushed a soft rosy pink, with her lips slightly upturned it seemed. She was immersed in a sweet dream. I gently caressed her cheek, my touch as soft as a passing breeze. I couldn't bear to wake her. A moment later Bai Ji slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still clouded with sleep. Seeing me smiling down at her, a shy blush immediately bloomed across her face, filling her heart with immense sweetness. The feeling of waking up and immediately seeing the one you love is truly wonderful. I asked with an indulgent smile. Are you awake, Auntie? Bai Ji's voice still held a hint of seductive sleepiness. I slept so well last night. It's been a long time since I've had such a deep sleep. I gave a wicked grin. Then I'll continue to coax you to sleep tonight. Bai Ji's face turned beet red. She gave me a playful little punch. You're talking nonsense again. Just after saying that, as if afraid I'd misunderstand, she hurriedly added in a tiny voice. That would be nice. I chuckled brightly. Auntie Bai Ji, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Bai Ji grew flustered with embarrassment. She gave me a light playful bite. Wicked Ye Feng, you only know how to bully me. At that moment Bai Ji suddenly remembered something extremely important. She bolted up from the bed and exclaimed, Goodness, is it already this late? I have to go make breakfast. Yi Feng, you stay here and rest for a bit longer. Perhaps since they had been honest with each other, her mindset had shifted, and not even bothering with the nightgown nearby, she rushed out of the room. Not long after Bai Ji returned to the room, her hair was loosely bunned at the nape of her neck, with a few strands framing her face, enhancing her captivating and alluring beauty. Time to get up and have breakfast. Bai Ji spoke with a blush, her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation. Looking just like a young girl in love for the first time. Looking at Bai Ji standing before me, my throat suddenly felt parched, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. A faint sound escaped my throat. Who could possibly resist such a sight? Forget breakfast. As Bai Ji was about to leave, I suddenly pulled her into an embrace from behind, whispering softly into her ear. Auntie Bai Ji. Bai Ji's body trembled slightly. Stop fooling around, can we eat breakfast first? After that you can do whatever you want. Now is for now, and after breakfast is for then. These two things don't conflict at all. Are you trying to kill me? Bai Ji turned back, meeting my burning gaze, and a wave of warmth flooded her heart. The words of refusal could no longer escape her lips, and she gave a faint consenting nod. An hour later, the two of them finally emerged into the dining room. I sat down and popped a pastry into my mouth. Bai Ji watched me eat with relish, a happy smile clear on her face. Eat as much as you like. I'll make more if it's not enough. I chuckled. Auntie Bai Ji, you're so good to me. I'll reward you after we eat. Bai Ji shot me a side eye. You smooth talker. By now she had grown accustomed to my occasional teasing. Moreover, she was increasingly coming to love this feeling of flirting like couples in love. This was something she had never experienced before. Her marriage to Gao Yi was merely a calculation of gains and losses. But beside me she finally felt a happiness she hadn't known in half a lifetime. I grinned mischievously. That's not nearly enough. I have to admit, teasing Auntie Bai Ji is truly fun. Especially when I see your shy lowered face. It brings me endless joy. Bai Ji lightly bit her lower lip, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. She feigned anger and said, Just focus on your breakfast. I already told you it's good, and yet that mouth of yours still won't stop. Naughty Ye Feng, so improper this early in the morning. Always saying such embarrassing things. I became even more excited, licking my lips before flashing a sly grin. My gaze deliberately lingered on her lips, as red and luscious as if they were about to melt. Auntie Bai Ji, the food is indeed delicious, but if you want to silence me, then this alone isn't going to be enough. I leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to get even closer to her. Being stared at like that by me, she turned flustered with embarrassment. She put her hands on her hips and spoke up. Stop talking. Her voice unconsciously rose several octaves. Her body trembled slightly. Yi Feng is getting more and more out of hand. If this continues, he'll surely be left flustered, and completely at a loss for what to do. After all, I'm the elder here. How can I show such weakness in front of Yi Feng? Seeing this, I knew when to stop, and quickly backed off a little. Could push Bai Ji too hard. I had to take it slow. Breakfast quickly came to an end. Bai Ji sat at the table resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with affection as she looked at me. A gentle happy smile played on her lips. Noticing she hadn't even touched her food, I couldn't help but wonder, "Auntie Baiji, why aren't you eating?" Baiji shook her head slightly, a brief look of daze appearing on her face. She spoke softly, "I guess I'm just not that hungry." I chuckled and licked my lips, a smile carrying a hint of mischief. "Then let me feed you something else of mine." Hearing those words, Baiji froze for a second. Almost immediately she understood the implication, and her face flushed even more intensely. She shot me a glare, then stared me down, scolding me playfully. I haven't even finished my sentence yet. "Naughty Ye Feng, don't interrupt me." "Naughty Ye Feng, it seems men really do turn bad once they have a woman, and now you're starting to get all smooth-tongued." And yet she felt that this playful romantic banter was actually quite sweet. I shrugged with a devious grin. Maybe it's just because the weather is too hot. Baiji brushed back her long hair that fell over her shoulders, her eyes full of concern as she spoke. "Yi Feng, why don't you rest for a while? You stayed up so late last night." "It's fine, Auntie Baiji. Look, I'm still full of energy." Hearing this, her lovely face turned bright red, the blush spreading from her earlobes down to her neck. I carefully swept her up in my arms and walked straight toward the bedroom. My movements were very gentle, every step incredibly steady, for fear of disturbing the Baiji in my arms. Back in the room, I gently laid her on the bed, and even thoughtfully covered her with the blanket, to prevent her from catching a cold. "Auntie Baiji, I'm going to the office to interview new staff first. I need to finalize the department quickly." It took Baiji quite a while to regain her composure. She responded warily as if all her strength had been drained. Her voice was very soft, as if she had exhausted every ounce of energy in her body. And yet that slight upturn of her lips clearly revealed the sweetness in her heart. I planted a kiss on Baiji's lips, and then said, "Wait for me, Auntie Baiji. I'll cook a wonderful meal for you when I return tonight." Baiji, who was still immersed in the afterglow of happiness, sat up instantly upon hearing those words, so startled she forgot the H's throughout her body. In her confusion, even the blanket slipped off. Her eyes widened as she spoke hurriedly. "No, you can't. No way, please spare me. Can you give me a day's rest? I really can't take any more. Besides, cooking is tiring for you too." Shy and flustered, she felt that my stamina was simply too much, and she couldn't possibly handle it. But I wouldn't let her off the hook, still wearing a devious grin on my face. "That won't do. I'll show off my skills for you tonight, and even prepare some dessert after the meal." Baiji let out a helpless sigh, a hint of blush reappearing on her face, as she whispered softly, "Fine, I'd like that too." She lowered her head, her hands fidgeting with the corner of the blanket. Half an hour later, I left the villa and drove straight to the company. Soon I arrived at the floor of Wuyu Media. As soon as I pushed the door open and entered, I saw Yan Danyuan in the distance, walking toward me with a smile. Every step she took was graceful and fluid, highlighting her alluring curves. I smiled and said to Yan Danyuan, "Sister Yan Danyuan, thank you so much for this time. Having you at home truly is like having a treasure." Yan Danyuan shot me a playful look and scolded me lightly, "You smooth talker. Come on, let's head to the meeting room. The 3 candidates are waiting for you there." I nodded, and we both walked toward the meeting room, following behind Yan Danyuan. My eyes unconsciously drifted to her waist, which swayed with every step she took. I silently marveled to myself. It really made one's blood boil. Who could resist such beauty? I wondered when I'd finally get to have a little interaction with Sister Yan Danyuan. Inside the meeting room, we both sat on one side of the conference table. We interviewed a total of 3 people: Lin Yuyu, Gao Qiangqian, and Li Mei. Lin Yuyu had been orphaned at a young age and raised solely by her grandmother. Although she was a bit nervous during the interview, Yan Danyuan and I both believed that with a little training, she would definitely excel at the job. She was the brightest candidate for the assistant position. While Gao Qiangqian's abilities were slightly less impressive, she possessed a very striking appearance, making her perfect to be groomed as an influencer. I told her to stay and wait at the influencer department upstairs. As for Li Mei, it was clear she was only here to try and seduce me. After finishing all 3 interviews, I spoke up. "All right, Sister Yan Danyuan, let's head up to the influencer department to see how things are coming along with Gao Qiangqian." With that, Yan Danyuan and I went upstairs together. Inside the influencer department office, which used to be an abandoned space, everything had been completely transformed. A stark contrast to the dusty, chaotic and cluttered scene it once was. Yan Danyuan beamed at me, prized. All of this was thanks to her supervising the logistics team's cleanup. She had even personally helped out with some of the tidying. Not only that, she had gone out to buy new office desks and computers. Seeing everything before me, my heart was filled with gratitude. "You've worked so hard, Sister Yan Danyuan." Saying that, I couldn't help but step forward and give Yan Danyuan a hug, feeling Sister Yan Danyuan's soft body tremble slightly. Before quickly steadying, I pulled her even tighter. Right then in the office, Yan Danyuan's body stiffened slightly, her face instantly flushed crimson. She hadn't expected me to act so suddenly. In an instant, a swirl of conflicting emotions rose in her heart: astonishment, a touch of joy, and even a hint of shyness. In this ambiguous atmosphere, we both felt that our relationship seemed to have taken a subtle turn. That thin veil of separation seemed as if it were about to be broken. Once I regained my composure, I grabbed an artist contract from beside the printer and went to find Gao Qianqian to sign it. Gao Qianqian was sitting at her desk. Seeing Yan Danyuan and me enter together, she hurried to her feet to greet us. I handed the contract to her. Gao Qianqian took it and began to read it thoroughly. To be sure, there were quite a few restrictive clauses, but in return the base salary was extremely generous. The commission split was also higher than at other outside companies. Gao Qianqian bit her lower lip slightly and finally decided to put pen to paper and sign the contract. Looking at her, I nodded with satisfaction and said, "Excellent. From this moment on, you are officially a member of the influencer department in our company. Although this is a brand new department, the resources being invested here are significant, so work hard. With your looks, the chance of you becoming famous is huge." In my previous life, Gao Qianqian truly was a famous blogger with over 7 million followers. In this life under my management, gaining even more fans than before wouldn't be difficult at all. Jiang Yilian is a very sensible person. She knows the meaning of sacrifice. Starting tomorrow, she will be the first influencer to be promoted by the company. As for Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qianqian, they still need to work much harder. A look of deep gratitude filled Gao Qianqian's beautiful face. "Thank you for the praise, President Yifeng. I will definitely work very hard." I nodded in approval. "The work officially begins tomorrow. Go see President Yan Danyuan tomorrow. She will directly lead you through training. You need to learn at least a few basic skills to present yourself in front of the camera." Gao Qianqian bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, President Yifeng." "Thank you, President Yan Danyuan. I'll take my leave now." After Gao Qianqian left, I turned to Yan Danyuan and said, "Sister Yan Danyuan, you've worked hard all day today, and it's all thanks to you. I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight to make it up to you. That the department could be finalized so quickly was all due to Sister Yan Danyuan's tireless efforts. Showing my appreciation for her was only right. Whether I thanked her with a delicious meal or with my very own self would depend on Sister Yan Danyuan's own desires." Yan Danyuan looked at me, a feeling of warmth rising in her heart. She smiled and nodded. "Right then, I won't be formal with you." As night fell, Yan Danyuan and I went to an elegant Western restaurant. We sat at a table by the window. Once the food and wine were served, I picked up the bottle of red wine and poured a glass for her, then poured one for myself. Next, I raised my glass to today's achievements and to the bright future of our company. "Cheers." Yan Danyuan also elegantly raised her glass and smiled. "Cheers." Clinked our glasses together lightly and drank the red wine. As the wine gradually took effect, both Yan Danyuan's face and mine flushed red, our gazes becoming hazy and intoxicated. The alcohol made our consciousnesses start to blur, but the feelings in our hearts only grew more passionate. An hour later, Yan Danyuan and I supported each other. Stumbling out of the restaurant together, Yan Danyuan's cheeks were crimson. Looking no different from a ripe apple, her large eyes were watery, her gaze full of daze. Her hair brushed against the tip of my nose, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. She looked up slightly and let out a soft sigh. Her voice softened and sweetened by the alcohol. "Goodness, is it already this late? I've had such a wonderful time talking with Ye Feng." She paused for a moment, a distant sorrow flashing through her eyes. "To be honest, I haven't lived well at all these past few years. The company your father worked so hard to build was stolen by that villain Gao Yi. He even caused the company to decline. But it's fine now. I really never imagined my Yi Feng would be so capable. When I was your age, I was just a naive student who only knew how to study." She spoke as her body swayed from the alcohol, her fair skin turning an even deeper shade of red. I reached out to support Yan Danyuan, a profound sense of compassion rising within me. I gave her shoulder a gentle, soothing pat. "Sister Yan Danyuan, you flatter me. I've simply learned a little here and there. Besides, I'm truly grateful for your willingness to help me." My voice was also laced with alcohol, sounding slightly hoarse. Without Yan Danyuan's full support, how could building the department have been such smooth sailing? Even if I could have established it, it would surely have taken much longer. For me, having a trusted confidante who believes in me unconditionally is truly an invaluable and incomparable thing. I silently made up my mind that I must work even harder to make Yan Danyuan's affection level for me reach the absolute maximum. Yan Danyuan shook her head slightly, a very gentle smile appearing on her face. "All right. The two of us don't need such empty words, Yi Feng. I'm the one who watched you grow up. How could Sister Yan Danyuan not help you? I have no other family left now, and I have no intention of starting a family. Yi Feng, you are the person closest to me right now." Just then a cold wind suddenly blew by. She unconsciously pulled her coat tighter and instinctively moved closer to me. It seemed she wanted to find a bit of warmth from me. Anyway, it's already very late. Let me call a taxi and head home first. I'll see you tomorrow. Seeing this, I quickly reached out to stop her. Let me take you home. Yan Danyuan waved her hand, trying to refuse. No need to trouble you, Yi Feng. I can get back myself. She wasn't just being polite. It was because both of them were now quite drunk. If they went home together now, a man and a woman alone in one room, who knows what would happen? She didn't even dare to think about it. But it wasn't that she didn't want it either. It's just that everything happened so fast she couldn't quite adapt. I frowned, speaking with a face full of worry and concern. Yan Danying, be good and listen to me, you're drunk. Besides, it's already this late. I'm worried about your safety. I won't be at ease unless I personally take you home. She felt a bit helpless but still muttered a soft complaint. Fine, okay then. Little rascal, you really have no respect for your elders. Actually telling me to listen to you. Yan Danying felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She acted slightly annoyed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a hint of a smile. Yan Danying's favorability toward the host increased by 1. It is currently at 94 points. Keep up the good work, host. Ding. The Sunder translator detected a woman who says one thing but means another, automatically starting up. Yan Danying. I'll listen, I'll be good. Yan Danying felt a bit of secret pride. She actually quite liked it when I told her she had to listen to me. The contrast between our ages and social standings gave her an indescribable thrill. Thinking of this, her already flushed face turned even redder in an instant, as if blood were about to seep through. I smiled and said, He be good now. Let's go, I've already called a car. It'll be here in a moment. That smile looked truly radiant under the streetlights. Thought to myself, this man right here really loves this kind of beauty, who plays tough but has such a contrasting inner self. I hope you stay this way, saying one thing and meaning another forever. Not long after, the rideshare car slowly pulled up in front of the restaurant. I carefully helped Yan Danying into the car and got in after her. The whole way back, Yan Danying unconsciously leaned against me. Her drunkenness grew heavier as she gradually fell into a deep sleep. Gazed at Yan Danying's sleeping face, a strange sensation welling up inside me. Then I gently adjusted my posture slightly so she could lean more comfortably. At the same time, I did my best to suppress the urges in my heart. Soon the car came to a complete stop at the apartment complex gate. I gently shook Yan Danying awake. Yan Danying, we're here. Yan Danying opened her eyes groggily. She looked around and realized she was home. Oh dear, how could I fall asleep like this? And even leaning on Xiao Feng, she looked down and saw a wet patch on my chest, hurriedly wiping the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, how embarrassing. It's bad enough I fell asleep, but I even drooled. Xiao Feng must have seen it. She awkwardly stood up to get out of the car, but found that her legs were weak and trembling. She simply couldn't stand steadily. Seeing this, I picked her up in a bridal carry. Yan Danying let out a small cry of surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck, her face flushing red in an instant. Ah, Xiao Feng. Put me down quickly, you really are. I looked at Yan Danying and spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. Be good. Just listen, you can't even stand straight. Stop being stubborn. Which floor is your apartment on? Yan Danying whispered. Unit 1, room 2304. Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz, and her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Smelling the strong masculine scent on me, she felt her head spin, still trying to reassure herself in her heart. This must definitely just be the alcohol talking. I'm not actually being infatuated by Xiao Feng. I had no idea what kind of wild thoughts were racing through Yan Danying's mind. I carried her into the elevator. Since the elevator was a confined space, the air felt a bit heavy, our breathing intertwined, and the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. Yan Danying leaned against my chest. Feeling the strength of my shoulders, an unprecedented sense of security welled up inside her. It was as if in this tiny space, the entire world consisted only of the two of us. As for me, I was working hard to control my heartbeat, trying to keep my breathing steady. Having reached the 23rd floor, I walked into the apartment and gently placed Yan Danying on the sofa. Looking at her, I asked, tentative, we're here now, so I'll be heading back. Yan Danying grabbed my hand and said, Wait a moment, come in and sit for a bit. You're already here anyway, have some water before you go. Yan Danying felt her throat was parched. She didn't even know what she was thinking. It's just that she couldn't bear to let me leave just like that. In the heat of the moment, she held me back. But we're both drunk now. With a man and woman alone in a room like this, do I actually want something to happen with him? I shouldn't, it's not right. After all, I am his elder. Alright. I nodded, sitting down beside Yan Danying. Of course I wasn't going to leave. Just now was just a bit of a push and pull. I had calculated this carefully. No matter what, today I must make sure. Yan Danying's favorability hits 100. The atmosphere became more and more suggestive. Yan Danying was so stirred by this atmosphere that her mouth went dry. She really couldn't take it anymore. She hurriedly stood up and said, I'll go pour you a glass of water. With that she stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Looking at the water dispenser and the wine cabinet next to it, she hesitated for a moment. To be honest, deep in her heart, she was also quite lonely. At this moment the alcohol rushed to her head, even though her mind was still fairly clear. But if something were to happen, she could entirely blame it on being drunk. She took a chance and decided. She took a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the cabinet. Then with slightly unsteady steps she returned to me. Seeing her flop down beside me, I pretended to be oblivious, asking in a puzzled tone, "Sister Ying, why did you bring out red wine? Didn't you say you were going to pour water?" Yan Danying's beautiful face grew even redder. She avoided answering my question. "Oh, I don't want to drink water anymore. Since we're already drunk today, we might as well have a few more glasses." As she spoke she skillfully opened the wine bottle and poured a glass for each of us. I took the wine glass, clinking it gently against Yan Danying's. Right then I'll drink to the end with Sister Ying. Yan Danying took a sip of the red wine, then looked at me with dreamy eyes. "Xiao Feng, you're so handsome. I'm sure many girls chase after you in university, right?" Oh, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She wondered if Xiao Feng had any feelings for her at all. University is full of beauties, young, beautiful, and full of vitality. While she was already over 30, her beauty was bound to fade. I smiled and replied, "I think there are, but I don't really pay attention. It's hard. When I have such a great beauty like Sister Ying by my side, how could I possibly be interested in other girls?" Yan Danying gave my shoulder a light swat, then scolded coquettishly, "You have such a silver tongue, ding." Yan Danying's favorability toward the host has increased by 1. It is currently 95 points. "Host, please keep up the good work." Yan Danying knew I was just coaxing her to be happy, but she still felt very sweet in her heart. Spoke with an incredibly serious face. "Sister Ying, it's unfair of you to say that. Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. Sister Ying is both young and beautiful. How can those little girls who are still wet behind the ears ever compare to you?" Yan Danying's face was full of radiance, secretly delighted yet in those dreamy eyes. A flicker of expectation appeared. "This rascal, I see that not only is your business ability great, but your flirting skills are just as top tier." I purposefully let out a sigh, showing a face full of regret. "I'm not joking. With Sister Ying being this beautiful, I wonder which lucky man will end up with you." Yan Danying said half jokingly, "I never intended to date or get married anymore anyway. I might as well just focus on assisting Xiao Feng to help the company grow. How about I just give myself to you then?" In her heart she was secretly happy. Is this kid trying to play the suggestion game with me? So what if she lets me have my way? She was just afraid I didn't have the guts. I said excitedly, all right. I'm all in heart and soul." At this moment my face was lit up with a brilliant smile. "There's nothing I won't dare to say. Besides, isn't this exactly what I aimed for tonight? Wasn't this my goal all along? You rotten brat. Are you trying to play tricks on me again?" Yan Danying laughed and swatted me. But because she was drunk she lost her balance and fell directly onto me, while the wine glass in her hand spilled. Red wine splashed all over my pants. She looked at me and said with a smile. There was a hint of mischief in that smile. "Oh my, look at you, always wanting to tease Sister Ying. Now look what happened. You've got your pants all wet." I laughed and said, "How could I bear to bully you? It's fine. Wet is wet. I don't have any men's pants here for you to change into. My pants probably won't fit you either. So how about I give you a dress to wear for now? Xiao Feng in women's clothes." Really looking forward to that, Yan Danying burst into hearty laughter. The laughter was clear and incredibly pleasant to hear. "Well played, Sister Ying. You're clearly teasing me." As I spoke I suddenly reached out my hand and tickled Yan Danying. "I was wrong, Xiao Feng. I'm sorry, it tickles so much, stop tickling me." Yan Danying laughed while begging for mercy, struggling to escape my hands. I laughed and said, "Haha, it turns out I found Sister Ying's weakness. It turns out it's right here at your waist." But my hands didn't stop. Yan Danying said with feigned anger, "You brat, how dare you? What is there that I wouldn't dare? Surely Sister Ying wouldn't have the heart to hit me, right?" With that I continued tickling Yan Danying. "It tickles. I know I'm wrong, I'm sorry." Yan Danying laughed so hard she almost cried, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Fine, I'll let you off this once. Sister Ying, how is it? Do you feel any better now?" I stopped and looked at Yan Danying, a gentle smile playing on my lips. Yan Danying straightened her clothes and laughed. "Yeah. Playing around with you for a bit really has made my mood much better. Then I'll take my leave now. Sister Ying, you should get some rest early too." I prepared to stand up and leave, and as expected, Yan Danying fell for it. She panicked and grabbed my hand, her eyes filled with a longing that wouldn't let go. I pretended to ask, "What's the matter, Sister Ying?" Yan Danying bit her lower lip. Her eyes dreamy she whispered softly, Don't go, Xiao Feng." The feelings that Yan Danying had suppressed for so long now felt like a flood breaking through a dam. It surged intensely all at once, unable to be held back any longer. 3 hours later, ding. Yan Danying's favorability toward the host has increased by 5 points. It has now reached 100 points. Yan Danying's favorability toward the host has reached the 100 mark. To ensure the purity of love and prevent any betrayal, this favorability has been locked for the host. The score will not decrease, and she will never betray you forever. I looked at the blushing Yan Danying in my arms, reached out to stroke her hair and said gently, Sister Ying, the two of us really are very compatible good friends. Hearing that, Yan Danying's body shuddered as if an electric current had passed through her, and a sudden shyness surged in her heart. She bit her plump crimson lower lip, then quickly buried her head in my chest. Her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Don't talk nonsense, forget about that quickly, you brat. Why did you suddenly say something like that? Yan Danying was both shy and flustered in her heart. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She was dying of embarrassment. She desperately wanted to forget everything that happened. But the feeling was just like a brand, etched deep into her soul, making it incredibly hard to forget. What kind of spell have I been under? Even if I only drank a little bit of wine, and my mind was clearly still quite sober, the result was still me being so compliant. Drinking really ruins everything. I definitely won't drink ever again from now on. Right, it was all because of the wine. She was just being a little careless. Seeing her shy demeanor, I suddenly felt the urge to tease her. Sister, I want to forget it too. But with the current situation as it is, unless I'm blind, otherwise it's really hard to forget, sister. I spoke while smiling suggestively, wrapping my arm around Yan Danying's fragrant shoulder, and pulling her even closer into my embrace. Then I used my chin to gently nuzzle her hair. Do you still dare to speak? Yan Danying's embarrassment turned to anger. She gave me a little bite, neither too hard nor too soft. If you say another word, I'll bite you to death. In her heart she was both angry and shy. This brat only knows how to bully me. Normally at the company she was one person, a fierce career woman who commanded respect. What she said was law. Yet in front of me she was always teased into a state of mental confusion. I laughed and teased her. Yuan. How could you possibly have the heart to? Yan Danying was so embarrassed that her beautiful face turned bright red. She spoke through gritted teeth. What do you mean Yuan? Really, before you got what you wanted, you called me Sister Ying. Now you call me Yuan. You rotten brat, do you want to completely overturn the hierarchy? Even though she spoke like that in her heart, a different kind of emotion flashed. It seemed like she didn't feel any rejection toward this new way of being addressed. In fact, in a hidden corner of her soul, she even felt a vague sense of excitement. I purposefully continued to tease. Then what should I call you, baby? Darling, or maybe I should call you my puppy. I spoke while carefully observing her reaction. Yan Danying swatted me in a huff, but even after hitting me she wasn't satisfied, so she gave me another light bite. You're the puppy. But in her heart a ripple of excitement surged. These nicknames were like scratching. Just the right itch in her heart. They were clearly embarrassing ways to be addressed. Yet for some reason, deep within Yan Danying there was an unintentional, incredibly strange feeling. It seems I actually quite enjoy this. I've definitely gone crazy. I must be possessed. Otherwise why would I have such crazy thoughts? In her heart she kept denying herself. But no matter what, that subtle feeling couldn't be dispelled. Looking at the subtitles from the Sunder translator, my smile became even broader. Then I understand now. When outside I'll call you Sister Ying. When it's just the two of us I'll call you Yuan. And when we're being intimate I'll call you my puppy. I seem to have discovered a secret attribute of Sister Ying. I felt incredibly excited in my heart, as if I had just opened a gate to a completely new world. Yan Danying's beautiful face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She headbutted my chest with quite some force. No way do you still dare to say that. I'm not letting you say another word. You rotten brat, what exactly is inside that head of yours? This is really too much. How can you even manage to say such embarrassing things? She felt like she was about to be made so ashamed she couldn't show her face to anyone. I waved my hand. Alright, I won't say it anymore, okay? Isn't it just because I adore you too much? Yan Danying rolled her eyes and gave a huff. I think you're just good at bullying me, that's all. I put on a completely innocent face. I haven't bullied you at all. This is what people call the interaction between people in love, sister. Yan Danying lightly bit her lower lip. She muttered softly, who would want to be your lover? I haven't even agreed to it yet. Even though her mouth said that, in her heart she was thinking, actually being by his side like this doesn't seem bad at all. She had been single for over 30 years. Her long parched heart had finally welcomed the spring rain. Is this feeling what being in love is like? I directly played the rogue. Then I don't care. Either way, I've already set my sights on Sister Ying. Sooner or later you'll be willing. Yan Danying blushed and gave a light scoff. What a truly thick-skinned guy. Tell me the truth. Exactly what number good friend am I to you? Infinite curiosity suddenly surged in her heart. This brat definitely doesn't just have only me as a good friend. Has young, handsome, full of vigor and rich too. Those vixens out there would definitely be fighting each other to throw themselves at him. Thinking of this, a slight pang of jealousy rose in her heart for no reason. I replied with a look of utter astonishment. Yuan, you're really treating me unfairly. Yan Danying gave a huff, still arguing. As if I don't understand you, look at the way the female artists in the company look at you. Their eyes are practically glued to you. With this physique of yours, I don't believe you're holding back. She had always noticed the intentions of the female artists in the company toward me. How could she not see it? I hesitated for a moment and then decided to tell the truth. After all, she'd have to find out sooner or later. Alright, you're the sixth. Yan Danying rolled her eyes. T-Scots-Key-Skay. You rotten brat, your father was so loyal to your mother. How did he produce someone as flirtatious as you? She frowned slightly, her heart feeling a bit complicated. A surge of jealousy and possessiveness rose within her. She cared a bit about my past, yet my sincere appearance made it impossible to truly be angry. Oh well, forget it. Being entangled with this rotten brat means I've already fallen deep into it, and I can't pull myself out anymore. I'll just let him be. I asked carefully. Yuan, you're not angry, are you? Yan Danying tried to speak casually. Why would I be angry? Anyway, I don't intend to get married. Although on the outside she acted like she didn't care, in her heart she still felt a bit bitter. Because who would want to share the man they love with anyone else? I laughed and hugged Yan Danying tightly, whispering close to her ear. It's good that you're not angry. Yuan, I will love you very much. The corner of Yan Danying's mouth curled up slightly. She spoke with a flirtatious gaze. You're just sweet-talking me. I never realized you were so silver-tongued before. In truth, she was actually quite delighted. Being coaxed by me like this made her feel a sudden surge of warmth in her heart. I defended myself. That's only because I never had the chance before. But now it's different. You belong to me now. Of course I have to pamper you and make you happy. Yan Danying leaned into my chest with pure bliss. Always so smooth with your words. But being with you, I'm truly happy. It's been so many years since I felt this kind of joy, having struggled in a business world full of deceit. She was exhausted in both body and soul. But when she was with me, she could finally feel the relaxation and happiness she had lost long ago. I spoke softly. Don't think about the past anymore. From now on you have me by your side. I won't let you suffer another moment of grievance. Yan Danying gave a soft reply and snuggled deeper into my chest. It seemed the closer she was to me, the more at peace she felt. The room fell silent as the two of us leaned against each other, cherishing this moment of warmth and tranquility. A moment later, Yan Danying looked up at me, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. A strange surge of courage suddenly rose within her heart. Her eyes held a hint of provocation. My Yifeng, you look tired. Why don't you head home early and get some rest? The moment she said it, she felt a twinge of regret. She didn't even know why she had suddenly blurted out such words. I raised an eyebrow, laughing inwardly, my gaze full of teasing intent. Little Ying, you're playing with fire. Since you've taken the initiative to provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. 2 hours later, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily mission. Your rewards have been delivered. 3 million actual traffic vouchers, and a 1 million cash bonus. By now, Yan Danying was completely exhausted. Seeing her so weak, I felt a pang of sympathy, and gently pulled her into my arms. Ying, are you alright? Yan Danying shook her head slightly, her voice frail. I'm fine, I'm okay. Just a little tired. I nodded and gave her a light kiss on the forehead. Then get some good rest. I'll head home for now. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Auntie Bai is still waiting for me at home. I promised to cook some noodles and make a late-night snack for her. Yan Danying's face clearly showed she didn't want me to leave. It's so late already. It's not safe on the roads. Why not just stay here and rest tonight? She was lingering on the sweetness of our time together. Moreover, she craved companionship right now, which was why she didn't want me to go. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with expectation, hoping I would stay by her side. I shook my head. You're tired today. Get some proper rest. We still have plenty of time together later. Yan Danying was jealous. She let out a huff. I bet you're just rushing back to find Bai Ji. It seems she's more important than I am. There was a hint of bitterness in her heart. Although Bai Ji's figure wasn't as curvy as hers, she was arguably more beautiful. Ye Feng must definitely prefer Bai Ji. The more she thought about it, the more pain she felt. Who would have thought that after being single for 30 years, she would end up being jealous of another woman over me? How did you know about me and Auntie Bai? I looked at Yan Danying in total shock, my mind filled with doubt. I couldn't understand how she had guessed the relationship between me and Bai Ji. This must be that famous woman's intuition. It's truly terrifying. Yan Danying gave a cold snort, as if she had read my mind completely. It's not some sixth sense. Bai Ji is a stunning beauty who's right there every day. How could a lecher like you not be tempted? Nobody would believe otherwise. I rubbed my nose awkwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. That logic was honestly impossible to argue with. Then I gently stroked her hair to reassure her. Ying, everyone in. My heart is equally important. Arriving home, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bai Ji was already waiting gracefully by the door. Her hair fell naturally over her shoulders, exuding a unique and captivating charm. Seeing me return, Bai Ji pouted slightly. Her face showed a hint of sulkiness, but her voice was filled with concern. What kind of work kept you so late? You've worked hard. Is everything okay today? Ding. The Sunder translator has detected a woman who says the opposite of what she feels, automatically activating. Bai Ji, why are you only getting home now? I've been waiting for ages. In reality, Bai Ji felt a little hurt. After all, they had just been intimate this morning. She had spent the entire day yearning for me to come home early. Every passing minute felt like an eternity to her, yet she didn't voice her grievance. Because she thought I'd be exhausted from working all day. She didn't want to add any more burden to my shoulders. Seeing Bai Ji like this, a wave of warmth surged through my heart. I hurried over and pulled her into a gentle embrace. I'm sorry, Auntie Bai. I got held up with some business. And I kept you waiting for so long. You've been through so much. Regarding the new department, Ying has been a huge help, so I took her out for dinner tonight. We got caught up in conversation, and I lost track of time. I felt a bit guilty inside, because I hadn't told her the whole truth, but I also didn't want any conflict to arise between Bai Ji and Yan Danying. Bai Ji didn't ask any further questions. She leaned against my chest, her finger tracing small circles on my skin. Yi Feng is the one who's truly working hard, hosting guests until this hour. I shook my head and spoke seriously. My little Bai Ji is definitely the one who had it hardest, waiting for me all day long. So the second I was done, I rushed straight back here to be with you. Bai Ji blushed at my words. She gave my chest a light playful punch. You stinky Ye Feng. You're only good at being a rogue. On the outside she was scolding me, but inside she felt nothing but sweetness. Being pampered like this, her feelings of neglect instantly faded away. I quickly put on a fake innocent expression. I'm not being a rogue. I'm speaking from the heart. If you don't believe me, let me ask little Bai Ji. You've definitely had a hard time waiting for me. Honestly, I found Bai Ji's bashful appearance so incredibly adorable that I couldn't resist teasing her some more. Bai Ji licked her ruby red lips and let out a peesh, as if I'd bother waiting for you. While speaking, her cute little nose twitched and sniffed. Have you been drinking again? Let me warm up a glass of milk for you. Otherwise it'll hurt your stomach. Honestly, you really don't know how to take care of yourself. With that, she walked barefoot into the kitchen. A few minutes later, she brought out a warm glass of milk for me. Her eyes were brimming with concern. Here, Ye Feng. Be good and drink up. I felt an extraordinary warmth in my heart. I downed the milk in a single gulp. Auntie Bai, you're too good to me. Bai Ji's face suddenly turned bright red. She gave me an affectionate glance and lightly scolded me. Keep talking. You stinky Ye Feng are all words. If you're so brave, why don't you just make your move? Though she said that it was clear she was thoroughly enjoying herself, I immediately shook my head. I'm not just all talk. I'm going to take action right now. At this moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and racing heartbeats. 3 hours later, Bai Ji sat slumped on the floor. Seeing Auntie Bai so exhausted, I felt a deep sense of pity. Auntie Bai, the floor is very cold. Let me carry you back to the room, Bai Ji answered weakly. By now she didn't have an ounce of strength left. It could only let me do as I pleased. Once in the room, I gently laid her down on the bed. I accidentally glanced at the wall and realized the wedding photo of Bai Ji and Gao Yi had been taken down at some point, moved to a corner of the room, and even covered with a black cloth. Looking at the ring finger of Bai Ji's left hand, her wedding ring had also vanished. Auntie Bai trusts me completely, which is why she did all of this. A faint smile spread across my face. What could possibly bring a greater sense of achievement than this moment? I looked over at Bai Ji, who had just regained her strength, and asked pointedly, Oh, Auntie Bai, why has the picture on the wall been taken down? Bai Ji's face turned beet red the second she heard me. She stammered. It's nothing. I just happened to take it down. I smiled triumphantly. Is that so? Where is your ring, Auntie Bai? Bai Ji hung her head shyly and complained. You already know, yet you still ask. Don't ask me anymore. Bai Ji obviously didn't want me to misunderstand. All she felt for Gao Yi now was pure disgust. I refused to let her off the hook. Tell me, I want to hear it. Bai Ji didn't dare look directly into my burning gaze and lowered her head further. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. I intentionally feigned ignorance and continued to press her. Misunderstand? Misunderstand what exactly? I wanted to lead Bai Ji into revealing her true feelings. Bai Ji bowed her head even lower, the blush spreading from her cheeks all the way down to her chest. She whispered, I don't want you to misunderstand me. To me, Gao Yi is nothing but a source of loathing now. Seeing Bai Ji's bashfulness, a surge of satisfaction welled up inside me. So I asked once more, then what about me? Bai Ji's crimson lips parted slightly. her expression filled with shyness. Her voice was so gentle, yet profoundly firm. I belong only to you, my Yifeng. I laughed and said, I don't want to be called Yifeng anymore. Bai Ji felt like she was about to suffocate. Choked with excitement, she didn't know why. But she absolutely loved this ambiguous atmosphere between us. She tilted her head up, gazing at me with flirtatious eyes. That single hubby was like a spark that instantly detonated the powder keg in my mind. I yanked the black cloth off the picture frame, revealing the wedding photo of those two. And then I flashed a wicked grin. Bai Ji's face was burning hot. And she stammered, Hubby, what are you doing? Don't take the black cloth away. I didn't care at all, letting her watch just like that. Early the next morning, Bai Ji and I woke up after a deep slumber. Bai Ji looked at me, her face flushed with a shy glow. She recalled the intimacy we shared last night, feeling both sweet and a bit embarrassed in her heart. She gave me a gentle nudge. Hubby, wake up. It's time for breakfast. I opened my eyes and admired her bashful appearance. Feeling a flutter in my heart, reached out and pulled her back into my arms. Let me hold you just a little longer, sleep a bit more. My heart still clings to this warm moment, unwilling to let it end so soon. Hearing my words, a blissful smile bloomed on her lips. She gently nuzzled her head against my chest. You lazy pig. An hour later I slowly got up, dressed and headed to the kitchen. IG was busy at the stove wearing an apron. Her silhouette in the early morning light was truly stirring. I softly hugged her from behind, resting my head on her shoulder. Auntie Bai, your breakfast smells incredible. Having such a gentle and virtuous woman by my side is truly my greatest blessing. Bai Ji laughed and said, You really are just a flatterer. Though she said that, she was inwardly overjoyed. Bai Ji wore only an apron, partially concealing her smooth sensual body. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, with a few playful strands resting against her pale cheeks, adding to her lazy yet seductive allure. I rested my head on her shoulder, taking a deep breath of her clean scent, then smiled and said, Breakfast smells wonderful, but it certainly can't be as sweet as you are. As I spoke, I gave her cheek a soft, gentle kiss. The warmth caused her cheeks to instantly flush. That bashfulness only made her look more mature and beautiful. IG lightly slapped my hand and playfully scolded, You're just a smooth talker, always so silver-tongued. In her heart she was feeling so much sweetness, and she lowered her head slightly, like a shy young wife. IG herself found it hard to believe that in such a short amount of time, her mood could have shifted so dramatically. Just a few years ago she had clearly only seen me as a child. Auntie Bai. I wrapped my arms tightly around her waist, pulling her even closer to me. Then I gently breathed onto her slightly reddened earlobe, my warm breath like a feather, drifting softly across her skin, making her shudder slightly. While I whispered, I also gently caressed her neck. Bai Ji was already bashful from my words. She was about to scold me for being a naughty boy, but my actions left her tingling all over. She pleaded softly, Oh, stop it. Don't play around. I still have to cook, or breakfast will be completely burnt. Bai Ji felt both sweetened and helpless. I said, It's fine, even if you burn it, I'll still love eating it. My hands began to stray. Auntie Bai, just stay with me for a moment. It's okay if we eat breakfast a little late. Bai Ji's face was flushed deep red. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to her forehead and stuck to her cheeks, making her look even more radiant. Her face bore both the shyness of a young girl and the sultry charm of a mature woman, beautiful beyond comparison. In her heart she could stop sighing. This kid Yifeng, he only knows how to bully me. Bai Ji's face was crimson with excitement. She panted, biting her lip. You rotten Yifeng. You just don't want to let me rescue you. She was both angry and bashful. I don't know why this stinky Yifeng is suddenly so dominant. I'm truly at my wit's end with you. A while later, seeing the timing was right, I looked up at Bai Ji, then reached out and turned off the stove. Then a wicked smile spread across my face. Auntie Bai, let's not cook breakfast. We can just order something later. By now Bai Ji didn't care about anything else. As long as she was with me, nothing else mattered. 2 hours later, Bai Ji leaned against my chest exhausted. She was gasping for air, but her face was filled with a happy smile. I stroked her hair with one hand, while using the other to order food on my phone. Long after she had regained her energy, Bai Ji gave me a glare. Hubby, you are so wicked. Hemp, go ahead and keep bullying me. She said this while lightly punching my chest. Hearing that, my eyes lit up. You're the one telling me to bully you. So such a good thing really exists, you stinky Yifeng. That was a rhetorical question. Bai Ji rolled her eyes and continued, Look at this mess now. There's no breakfast left to eat. She said it while playfully poking my chest with her finger. I laughed and pulled her tighter. It's fine, I've already ordered. The road ahead is long. I plan on eating your breakfast for the rest of my life, so I don't mind missing it once. Though she felt warm inside, she still playfully scolded me. Keep talking. Who knows how long? You'll even stay interested in me. Your Auntie Bai is already old and ugly now. Perhaps after such intense activity, she started having stray worries. Feeling insecure. Even though she knew she shouldn't ask for more, she still wanted me to give her a greater sense of security because of the age gap. Her beauty and figure might only last another 10 or 20 years, but I would still be in my prime then. The more she thought, the more anxious she became, fearing that one day I would leave her. I held her tight and spoke seriously. Auntie Bai, I like you not just for your looks or body, but for our soulful connection as well. A virtuous wife and mother like you, Auntie Bai, is a once-in-a-millennium find. Bai Ji felt the sincerity in my words, and her inner anxiety instantly vanished. In a flash, she became infatuated. Her eyes were dreamy as her small lips whispered, "Hubby." Receiving this signal, I immediately responded. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. The two of us rested for a bit before getting up to head to the dining room. However, just as Bai Ji tried to stand, her slender legs suddenly gave way, and she lost her balance, collapsing onto the floor. Luckily, I was quick enough to catch her. I teased her. Auntie Bai, do you feel completely secure now? Will you still dare to talk nonsense later? Bai Ji glared at me and replied irritably, "Isn't this all your fault? You stinky hubby, you bad man." I threatened playfully. Still won't admit you're wrong. Do you want even more security? Bai Ji flinched, and her beautiful face immediately took on a pitiable and helpless expression. She bit her lip and pleaded, "Hubby, I know I'm wrong. I'm already overflowing with security now." I nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good. There's still room for improvement. Then I scooped her up and carried her to the dining room. The two of us ate breakfast, while laughing and chatting together. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Bai Ji asked with an incredibly bashful face, "Hubby, are you free tonight?" After asking, she looked at me with a reserved expression. I asked curiously, "What's the matter, Auntie?" Actually, I already had a date with Yan Danying tonight. But if Auntie Bai was inviting me, I could speed things up over there to get back home as early as possible. At this moment, Bai Ji looked exactly like a shy teenage girl, her cheeks flushing crimson. "It's just, let's go see a movie together tonight." Even though we've already been intimate, she still wanted us to have a formal date like any other couple. She hoped for a romantic date with me. However, she didn't want to interfere with my work or personal life. Her heart was filled with both anticipation and worry about whether I would agree or not. Hearing Bai Ji's words, my mind drifted for a moment. Even though I promised to stay over at Yan Danying's place tonight, seeing the expectant look on Auntie Bai's face, I still nodded and said, "Of course, Auntie Bai. I'm looking forward to it too. Is there any movie you'd like to see?" I sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll just have to speed things up tonight. I hope Ying Ying can hold out. Bai Ji's face lit up with a happy smile. "Really? That's wonderful. I was worried you might be busy." Her heart was bustling with joy. She felt as though she were the happiest woman in the world. The soft morning light. Bai Ji was like an obedient little kitten, snuggling tightly against my chest. Even though her hair was a bit disheveled, it didn't lose any of its gentleness. On the contrary, it added a touch of lazy charm. With both hands around my waist, she whispered in my ear, "Hubby, don't work too hard today." After cuddling with Bai Ji for a long while, she finally got up slowly and headed out. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with longing. She reached out to adjust my collar, her movements incredibly gentle and meticulous. "Come home early tonight. I'll cook something delicious for you." She smiled tenderly. The love in her eyes was so deep that words could not describe it. Placed a soft kiss on Bai Ji's forehead. Then I said, "I will definitely come home early to you." After saying that, I turned and walked out of the house. Bai Ji stood leaning against the door, watching my back until I disappeared behind the gate. I had just arrived at the company and sat down when Yan Danying walked in elegantly. The moment she saw me, her cheeks immediately flushed with a charming pink hue. Even the beauty mark at the corner of her eye was highlighted by that flush, making her look even more exquisite and heart-stirring. She avoided my gaze. The interactions with me last night made her unbearably embarrassed, made her just want to find a hole, crawl into and hide. A wicked smile crept onto my lips. "Oh, Sister Ying, why are you so bashful today? It's nothing like your usual decisive self. I remember everyone in the company used to call you the female demon, or the ice beauty. Why are you standing before me now, looking like a soft little wife?" My gaze lingered on Yan Danying's inviting red lips. "After breakfast, it's normal to have some sweets for dessert, right?" Yan Danying bit her lip. Those red lips beneath white teeth looked even more provocative. She said sulkily, "Isn't it because you were so wicked last night, and now you're just making fun of me?" As she spoke, she stepped closer to me. Her heart couldn't help but race. Despite the bashfulness, the feeling of satisfaction from being with me was something she truly enjoyed. She thought to herself, Why do I get embarrassed so easily? In front of this bratty guy, he always leads my emotions so easily. I gave a nonsensical answer. Ying Ying, little Ye Feng is hungry. He wants some sweets. Yan Danying was stunned. All sorts of thoughts raced through her mind. She was about to say shed order takeout for me. But when she looked up she caught my hungry gaze. Yan Danying was slightly moved, but still tried to act reserved. This is the company you ting. Sunder translator has detected woman who says one thing but thinks another, automatically activating. Yan Danying, actually am a bit hungry too, but even if I want sweets, I can't eat them at the office. If colleagues see or hear anything, it would be so embarrassing and troublesome. Seeing the subtitles from the translator, a playful smirk appeared on my face. Ying Ying, it's fine, I'm the boss. I'm the one who decides everything in this company. Yan Danying's eyes widened. She struggled internally for exactly 0.1 seconds, but in the end she couldn't win against the gluttonous bug in her body. I really can't deal with you, she said softly. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but was filled with anticipation. Now in the office Yan Danying was embracing me. She said in a coquettish voice, Xiao Feng, I want. Before she could finish, a knock sounded at the door. Yan Danying froze instantly. She looked at me in panic. What do we do? Someone's here. She hurriedly crawled under the desk. I smiled helplessly, then cleared my throat and shouted, Come in. Yu walked in. She bowed and said politely, Good morning, President Yi. I nodded and replied hesitantly, Good morning. As I spoke I secretly glared at Yan Danying under the desk. Just you wait. I'll deal with you later. I tried to keep a straight face, so Lin Yu wouldn't notice anything suspicious. You looked at me with a strange expression. She was incredibly curious. What's wrong with President Yi? Why does he keep gasping like that? Does he have a toothache? And these weird sounds. But there's no one else in the office drinking water, right? How bizarre. Then you snapped out of it and said quickly, President Yi, I'm here to ask about my work assignments for today. My mind was elsewhere, but I tried my best to stay calm and speak clearly. You go. Go notify Zhang Ruolin, Cheng Yuyu, Jiang Yilian, and Gao Chongqian. Tell them to wait for me in the meeting room. I have some things to arrange. Even for a short sentence I was stuttering and struggling to finish. Yes, President Yi. I'll get to it right away. Lin Yu suppressed her curiosity. Subordinates shouldn't pry too much into their leader's affairs, she acknowledged and turned to leave the room. Once she was gone, Yan Danying crawled out from under the desk. Her face was still flushed with a lingering pink glow. Her eyes showed a mix of tension and a touch of embarrassment. Yan Danying tidied her clothes and hair, regaining her usual capable appearance. I'm going to work now, Xiao Feng. After saying that, she prepared to turn and leave. I grabbed her soft fair arm. I smiled, but I was calculating internally. Ying Ying, after teasing me like that, you think you can just leave? Isn't that a bit too much? Yan Danying's legs went weak from the shock. She stammered. Xiao Feng. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just a little hungry. This is completely understandable, right? Surely Xiao Feng will forgive me. I smiled and patted Yan Danying's head. It's okay, but if you do wrong you must accept it. Be a good girl and take your punishment. Yan Danying put on a very pitiful face and pleaded. Xiao Feng, please let me off this time. I shook my head firmly. My gaze drifted toward the small lounge inside the office. I had specifically told Yan Danying to renovate this place. Inside there was a large bed. I strode to the office door and skillfully turned the latch to lock it. Then I turned back smiling as I walked toward Yan Danying, seemingly sensing what was about to happen. Her beautiful face suddenly turned bright red. I gently led Yan Danying by the hand into the room. A long time later everything finally returned to quiet. Yan Danying lay limp on the bed, looking just like a lazy little kitten. Looking at her face, fast asleep and exhausted, yet also appearing truly happy, I placed a soft kiss on her forehead, then tiptoed out of the small room. I was just about to enter the meeting room when a wave of cool fragrance hit my face. The girls had been waiting here for a long time. Hearing the door open, the one who reacted fastest was still the Cheng girl. Before I could even step fully inside, she gleefully swayed her way toward me. Brother Ye, you're here. You've worked so hard. Brother Yi is so busy with 1,000 things. Yet you still find time for a private meeting with us. Ting. Sunder translator has detected a woman who says one thing but thinks another, automatically activating. Cheng Yuyu. Brother Yi has finally decided to show up. I've been waiting for ages. The water in my flower pot is almost dried up here. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. I nodded and said, No matter how busy I am, I had to come and reassure you. After all, you four can be considered the first generation of influencers under my wing. This is an operation where we can only win, not lose. I snickered inwardly. Busy with work. Cheng Yuyu. Oh, Cheng Yuyu. You really are a smooth flatterer. You really know how to please people. Thinking of Yim Dan Wian still fast asleep, and that frenzied work session just now, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. Hearing this, Cheng Yuyu immediately leaned in. She put on a sycophantic look, reached out, and began massaging my neck. Then she said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Ye, you've worked hard. Let me rub your shoulders." On the other side, reacting half a beat late, Zhang Yilian could no longer sit still. She looked at this scene, gritting her teeth. Her eyes bulged as if her most precious possession had just been stolen. One step behind again, she hurriedly trotted forward, mimicking Cheng Yuya's tone. She whispered softly, "Brother Ye, even though we've only been apart for a day, I missed you so much." After saying that, she looked at Cheng Yuyu triumphantly. Her gaze was filled with contempt and complacency. Cheng Yuya's beautiful eyes blazed with anger. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she gave Jiang Yilian a sharp cutting glare. That look seemed like she wanted to eat her opponent alive. Stormy waves surged in her heart. This slutty Jiang Yilian definitely has an issue. She was clearly inferior to me last time. Yet now she dares to push her way in. That flirty face is even showing off some unknown superiority and confidence. She began to speculate wildly in her mind. Wait, Jiang Yilian just said they haven't met for a day. But it's clearly been 2 days since the last contract signing. Why did she say 1 day? No, this slutty girl must have met the boss behind my back. Damn it. Turns out she beat me to it. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. Before Cheng Yuyu could even speak, I gently and discreetly pulled both girls off me. Alright, enough with the small talk. Let's get down to business first. I found Cheng Yuyu's reactions, Jiang Yilian's little calculations, to be very interesting. Half an hour later, after assigning tasks to them, I glanced at the time, calculated that Yan Danying should be awake by now. I waved my hand. Alright. The tasks are clear. Now get to work. Just as Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qianqian were about to leave, Jiang Yilian swayed her slender waist and slowly approached me. She reached out her delicate fingers and said coquettishly, "Brother Ye, I have something private to discuss with you. Can you let me stay for a bit?" As Jiang Yilian spoke, she peeked from the corner of her eye at Cheng Yuyu standing by the door. He was secretly triumphant. "Hemph, Cheng Yuyu. Do you see? Someone like you wants to compete with me. You're still way too green." I raised an eyebrow, my lips curling into a clearly interested smile. "Fine, you stay." Hearing what I said, Cheng Yuya's steps toward the door suddenly halted. Her face turned from pale to flushed, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into her palms. "Why does that girl Jiang Yilian get to stay alone with Brother Yi? This slutty vixen has beaten me to it again. Only being alone with him gives a chance to interact. Tonight I must absolutely achieve my desire to have some fun with Brother Yi." She stomped out of the room in a huff, looking extremely irritated. Inside the office, Jiang Yilian drew closer and closer to me. A faint scent of perfume from her body filled the air. I pretended to be oblivious and got straight to the point. "Yilian, is something the matter?" Obviously asking me to be the proactive one was impossible. Jiang Yilian isn't my official girlfriend. At most she's just a playmate. Jiang Yilian lightly bit her lower lip, looking at me with eyes full of affection. "Brother Ye, you know what I mean, right?" I acted puzzled, completely unmoved. "I don't understand. If there's something, just say it directly. I have things to do later." Jiang Yilian blinked her large watery eyes. She intimately hooked her arm into mine. "Could you help me scratch an itch?" Gave a satisfied smile and nodded in agreement. "Of course. I am your boss after all. Resolving the concerns of a beautiful employee is my responsibility." After saying that, I looked up. "Go lock the door." Like throwing a frisbee, the little puppy will always eagerly run to fetch it. Jiang Yilian walked toward the door, quietly engaged the lock, then turned to lean against the door. She looked at me with seductive flirty eyes, her chest heaved restlessly, her gaze a mix of anticipation and a bit of nervousness. Myriad thoughts raced through her mind. She never thought she would be so obedient to a man. Originally she naively thought she should be reserved to act like a lady. But in front of me all of that was just a joke. I had her completely under my thumb. She knew she had fallen too deep, to the point where there was no escape. I stood up, my gaze carrying a hint of playfulness. Jiang Yilian felt her heart beating faster by the second. She gripped the doorknob tightly, trying to stay calm. I said in a deep masculine voice, "Very good." Jiang Yilian looked up, her eyes filled with both bashfulness and expectation. Then she slowly closed her eyes. 2 hours later, Jiang Yilian lay limp on the floor. I stood beside her and gently ran my fingers through her hair. My voice was gentle yet full of teasing. "Having fun?" Jiang Yilian's cheeks were flushed bright red, just like a ripe apple. The corners of her mouth curled into a sweet smile. "I'm having a lot of fun. Brother Yi, being with you every day is extremely joyful." She swayed her little head, rubbing her hair against my hand, as obedient as a tamed little kitten. "Good to hear." I nodded in satisfaction. With a slight smirk, I brushed my fingers over Jiang Yilian's rosy cheeks. "You did very well today. I'll take note of that. Now I have some things to do, so I'll head out first." Jiang Yilian really performed well today. Exactly as I wanted. Both obedient and proactive. The new influencer department is starting up. and there's a pile of work waiting for me. I can't linger here for too long. Besides, Sister Ying is still sleeping in the office. I have to go and wake her up. As for Zhang Yilian, let her clean herself up. Zhang Yilian was still sprawled on the floor. She was going to close her eyes and rest for a bit. But as soon as she heard I was leaving, she snapped her eyes wide open. Regardless of her exhausted body, she struggled to pull herself up. Her whole body suddenly went numb, as if a bolt of electricity had surged through her. Gritting her teeth, she propped herself up to look at me, her red lips pouting slightly. Her little face showed she couldn't bear to see me leave. She grabbed my arm and pleaded coquettishly, "Brother Ye, I really don't want you to go." After speaking, she felt a sudden sense of emptiness. Brother Ye is so outstanding. He must have so many things to handle. He shouldn't be too clingy. Only by being truly obedient can I keep his favor. She immediately followed up with, "All right, Brother Yi, go do your work." I nodded in satisfaction, then stepped closer to her, stroked her burning cheek, and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Rest assured you'll get what's coming to you. Get some good rest." After saying that, I turned and left the meeting room. "Take care, Brother Yi. You'll be a very good girl." Zhang Yilian looked at me with dreamy eyes, looking just like a bashful little wife, as she quietly watched me walk away. Within just one short hour, she felt as though she were soaring above the clouds. Even though the fun had just ended, she was already starting to dream about the next interaction in her head. It was a long while before she could get up and leave the meeting room. I strode toward the office and pushed the door open. Yan Danying was fast asleep on the sofa. Sister Ying has really worked hard. These past few days she's been running everywhere taking care of company business. So busy she had no time to rest. And for the last 2 days she's been interacting frantically with me. For a woman who hasn't tasted pleasure in such a long time like her, the physical and mental exhaustion made her sleep incredibly deep and peaceful right now. Thinking that, I leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Yan Danying's rosy lips. Ugh. She slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw me, a sweet smile bloomed on her lips. She instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck and coaxed, "Xiao Feng, when did you get back? Have you been waiting a long time? Why didn't you wake me up?" I smiled and sat down on the sofa, pulling Yan Danying into my lap, and gently smoothed her messy hair. "Oh, I just got back too. You look so sound asleep. I didn't have the heart to wake you. Who knew a light kiss would wake you up?" In my heart, Yan Danying's position is second only to Aunt Bai. As for someone like Zhang Yilian, she's not even in the same league. Yan Danying showed clear bashfulness. Her face charmingly flushed. She gave me a playful, resentful glance. "Isn't it because of you? Always teasing and playing with me. Now my whole body has no strength left at all." Ting. Sunder Translator has detected a woman who says one thing but thinks another. Automatically activating. Yan Danying. Go a little easier on me. Even though she said that, her heart was overflowing with happiness. Looking at the bashful beauty in my arms, a triumphant smile appeared on my face. Saying one thing and thinking another again, aren't you? Sister Ying, I'm sure that, deep down, you definitely still want. Hearing that, Yan Danying's cheeks suddenly burned like fire. She quickly protested. That's not true. In her mind, she was secretly annoyed. Why are my thoughts so easy for him to read? Both embarrassed and angry. She grabbed my hand. Really? I don't believe it. Yan Danying bit her lower lip slightly and glared at me. I'm so tired, my whole body is falling apart. And yet you still want to bully me. This rotten brat, you're only good at bullying me. Looking at Yan Danying panting for breath, I teased her. Sister Ying, your mouth speaks well, but your reactions have told me that your real thoughts aren't that simple. Yan Danying's cheeks flushed as her eyes grew dreamy, and she could only mumble and in response. She didn't even know what she was saying anymore. Of course I intended to satisfy her request, so I stepped forward and embraced her. An internet celebrity wanting a promotion secretly met me in a deserted fire escape to negotiate. Young Master Yi, I don't feel well, I'm a bit itchy. Could you help me take a look? Hearing that, the corner of my mouth curled into a satisfied arc, I reached out and gently patted her soft head. In an intimate way. Yilian, you found the right person then. Half an hour later. Creak. The sound of the door opening suddenly broke the silence of the fire escape. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yilian and I both froze. As if we were paralyzed, both of us were stunned and looked toward the door at the same time. Zhang Yilian's beautiful face flushed bright red. Sweat poured down like pearls from a broken string, streaming incessantly across her face. Her mind was already blank to begin with, and now she felt as if she might actually faint. Inside she was screaming frantically. This can't be happening. Usually not a single soul comes here. Why does someone show up the moment I arrive? Are they targeting me? I shouldn't have been in such a rush, it's all your fault. Little Zhang Yilian was in such a hurry she didn't even bother to lock the door. At this moment Zhang Yilian just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. She could only try her best to stay calm, striving to maintain a serious and dignified appearance. Yan Danying walked in with graceful strides. Her hair was neatly tied up in a bun, without a single strand out of place. her entire being exuding the charm of a sophisticated, mature woman. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Yilian breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, thank goodness it's not another employee. President Yan at least knows President Ye, so it probably won't be a big deal. Nyungja du dang so la yim tung sing dep the nai. Maybe she also has some kind of relationship with President Yi. If that's the case, will President Yan tell President Yi to abandon me? In Zhang Yilian's mind appeared a scene of the legal wife battling the mistress. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. At that thought, the heart she had just let go of was suspended in midair once again. I was a bit dazed for a moment. Yan Nuna, why are you here? At the same time I muttered to myself, why did Yan Danying show up exactly at this time? Does she want to join in too? Cheesecake's snat's not exactly impossible. I have some documents for you to sign. Yan Danying waved the documents in her hand, a gentle smile on her face. She was a bit curious in her heart why Zhang Yilian and I were in the emergency exit. Moreover, the atmosphere seemed a bit strange, and there was a peculiar scent lingering in the air. She lightly pushed up her glasses, scanning Zhang Yilian from head to toe, staring so intensely that Zhang Yilian got goosebumps. Yan Danying's internal detective mode kicked in. Clue number 1. Zhang Yilian's expression is unnatural. Her face is flushed, her breathing is heavy, and her hair is a mess. Clue number 2. It's not even hot today, yet Zhang Yilian is dripping with sweat, to the point where her clothes are soaked. Clue number 3. Zhang Yilian's legs are trembling. She can barely stand and has to lean against the wall. This state is exactly how I look after certain moments. Clue number 4. Zhang Yilian's buttons are all misaligned. When she was filming the video earlier, everything was clearly fine. Yan Danying arched her beautiful eyebrows, the corners of her lips curling slightly. Glancing at me with a meaningful smile, I scratched my head awkwardly, forcing a strained smile onto my face as I asked, how did you find us here? I was just passing by, and I heard faint ethereal singing coming from inside. So I came in to see which goddess had such a beautiful voice, thinking the company might want to train her debut as a singer. Turns out it was our very own Zhang Yilian. Your vocals are quite impressive. Yan Danying looked at Zhang Yilian with a teasing gaze, her words laced with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Yilian was like a startled little rabbit, her cheeks burning, turning as red as a ripe tomato. She instinctively clutched the hem of her shirt, her fingertips turning white from the tension. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. President Yan Yi Appa and I weren't doing anything. We were just discussing some operational matters together. The moment the words left her mouth, she felt they weren't convincing enough, so she hurried to add, that's right. We were just talking about my performance in the video, with President Yi pointing out my shortcomings. It was just that I was afraid if others saw us it would affect President Ye's reputation, so that's why we came into the emergency exit. Yan Danying could provide immense support to my career, while Zhang Yilian was merely one of my many good friends. Therefore Zhang Yilian was terrified that she might leave a bad impression on Yan Danying, thereby affecting her position by my side. The more Zhang Yilian thought, the more panicked she felt, her heart feeling like it would leap out of her chest. She secretly peeked at Yan Danying's expression, silently praying she hadn't noticed any flaws. The corners of my lips curled up slightly, revealing my signature wicked smile as I teased. What's wrong, Sister Yan? Have your sarcasm skills improved again? Hearing my words, Zhang Yilian felt much more relieved. Immediately after, a surge of emotion washed over her, and she thought to herself, Yi Appa is so wonderful, is actually willing to talk back to President Yan, just to protect an ordinary friend like me. Yan Danying crossed her arms over her chest. She arched an eyebrow, showing a meaningful smile, and pretended to snap back bluntly. How could I ever compare to President Ye's coolness? You really are a busy man. I look for you to sign things and you're nowhere to be found. And you don't even bother to pick up the phone. You're so occupied with 1,000 things. I wonder where on earth you find so much stamina in a single day. Ding. Sunder Translator has detected a woman who says the opposite of what she thinks, automatically starting up. Yan Danying. Yifeng, you rotten man. You don't know how to share your affection fairly at all. I haven't even tried this emergency exit yet. So on what grounds? Why does this wet behind the ears brat get to be alone with you in a place like this? Looking at the subtitles displayed on the Sunder Translator, a playful look appeared on my face. I intentionally leaned forward, my eyes staring intently at Yan Danying's face, seeking to find in her expression other hidden emotions. Ha ha ha, my little Yuan, are you jealous? I laughed, secretly thinking that I wonder when Yan Danying's Sunder personality will finally change. But then again, if it actually changed, it seems it would lose quite a bit of its fun. After hearing this, Yan Danying's face turned from pale to red, as if someone had hit the nail right on the head. She hurriedly countered, Stop it, don't you dare frame me, you rotten Yifeng. Don't be so narcissistic. Who would be jealous of you? I don't feel anything in my heart. Not even a single bit. Actually hoping someone will help me take some of the heat. Otherwise, with you tormenting me like this, it'll be the end of me sooner or later. Even if you're surrounded by beauties outside, living as wildly and freely as you want. You're still not allowed to forget about me. Yan Danying unconsciously showed a seductive expression, her beautiful face gradually heating up, a rosy flush slowly spreading downwards. She looked at me and gave me a sharp glare, her eyes filled with both reproach and a touch of helplessness. Although she said that, in her heart Yan Danying was always longing for me, to focus more of my attention on her. It's just that she has always been strong-willed, so she truly could bring herself to express these feelings directly. Zhang Yilian standing nearby had a look of pure shock on her face, and fearing they would notice, she quickly lowered her head. What? It turns out President Yan is also one of President Yes' women. Her heart was shaking uncontrollably. Before she thought they were just business partners, never imagining they had such an intimate relationship. Zhang Yilian secretly looked up at Yan Danying, and an unavoidable sense of inferiority welled up inside her. At the same time, said to Yan Danying with a very gentle expression, "Don't worry, Yuan Yuan. Your position in my heart is higher than all of theirs." I reached out as if coaxing a child, lightly pinching Yan Danying's cheek. While pinching Yan Danying's cheek, I thought to myself, I have to soothe this little vinegar jar. Otherwise she's going to keep sulking. Yan Danying gently brushed my hand away, the action looking a bit rough, but in reality it carried quite a bit of intimacy. Then she handed over the documents. "You're just good with your words. Hurry up and sign this." Even though Yan Danying was pretending to be annoyed, she could stop the corners of her mouth from curving up slightly. In truth, her heart was already blooming with joy. I took the documents and quickly skimmed through them, and after signing, I handed the stack back to Yan Danying. Yan Danying took them and said half-jokingly, "Maybe I came at the wrong time, and interrupted your little chat. So I'll be going now. You two take your time and continue your conversation." With that, Yan Danying turned to leave, but her heart was tightening, full of hope that I would ask her to stay. She moved each step slowly, secretly watching my reaction from the corner of her eye, thinking to herself, "I hope he can understand my feelings. No, you came at the perfect time." I grabbed Yan Danying's hand tightly, and pulled her into my embrace. Hearing this, the faces of both Yan Danying and Zhang Yilian instantly turned as red gak fruit. Zhang Yilian hung her head low, her heart pounding like a drum. She didn't know what would happen next, but she had a vague idea, a feeling of being both nervous and expectant. As for Yan Danying, she leaned close against my chest, though her face still showed a hint of sulking. Her heart was overflowing with sweetness. Savoring this intimate moment, quietly calculated my own plans, thinking that I must coax both beauties skillfully, never letting any animosity arise between them. Can't let a fire break out in my harem. After all, they are both people I cherish. 2 hours later, I looked down at my watch and spoke. "It's getting late. We should head out." Cheng Yuyu and Gao Chengqian, those two are still waiting for me to check on them. Yan Danying and Zhang Yilian nodded in unison, both nodding at the same time, responding in weak voices. Yes, Yan Danying tried to steady her rapid breathing, took out her makeup mirror to touch up her lipstick, and then smoothed back her hair. On the other side, Zhang Yilian dusted off her clothes, trying to make herself look more presentable. She looked at the tear in her clothes, feeling completely helpless. This was clearly an expensive outfit. I can't believe the quality is so poor. Once we finished tidying up, we opened the door and walked out of the emergency exit. The corridor outside was still as silent as before. I gave a long deep stretch. Zhang Yilian felt a wave of exhaustion spreading through her entire body. She frowned slightly and gently bit her lip. "Yiapa, please go ahead with your work. I'm not feeling very well, so I'll head home first." In truth, she felt a bit disappointed. The time spent with me always felt so short. Yan Danying looked at Zhang Yilian, then turned her gaze to me, a lingering sense of regret still in her heart. Her eyes kept darting back and forth between Zhang Yilian and me, her emotions as jumbled as a spilled jar of 5-spice powder. But as soon as she thought about the fact that tonight I had promised to have dinner with her, a wave of sweetness surged in her heart. She calculated silently. It doesn't matter if we save the best moments for tonight. The world for 3 people just now was still too crowded, but a private world for 2 in the evening. Just thinking about it filled her with anticipation. At this thought, the corners of Yan Danying's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. She nodded slightly. "Alright then, I'll head off to arrange some work. You go on and do your thing." Although she said that, deep down she still felt a brief flash of disappointment. However, thinking about how it'd be with her tonight, she felt the wait was hardly anything at all. Ding. Sunder Translator has detected a woman who says the opposite of what she thinks. Automatically starting up. Yan Danying, I'm hungry. I still want to keep eating, but whatever you go, take care of your official business first. Looking at the subtitles on the Sunder Translator, I could only shake my head helplessly. But a doting smile appeared on my face. Sister Yan, I'm still waiting tonight to enjoy your cooking. I'll come to you as soon as I finish handling these matters. Hearing that, Yan Danying smiled as radiantly as a flower, and her heart was instantly filled with emotion. Xiao Feng is so good. Has so caring toward me, even the tiny bit of grievance in my heart was noticed by him. Right at this moment Yan Danying felt like she was the happiest woman in the world. She lightly bit her lower lip, looking like a shy flower bud beginning to bloom in spring. She looked at me with deep affection and softly replied, "Yes." So the three of us parted ways right there. Yan Danying went to tackle the mountain of pending work, while Zhang Yilian headed home to rest and recover. Her body truly needed proper recuperation. As for me, I strode with steady steps toward the gym, already calculating in my mind the scene of meeting Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qiangqian. The corners of my lips curled up unconsciously. Cheng Yuyu, Gao Qiangqian, it's your turn now. Inside the training area at this time, Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qiangqian had just finished a high-intensity workout session. They were standing in the middle of the floor performing stretches. Cheng Yuyu's jet black hair, her sleek short hair was completely soaked with sweat. A few strands clung to her jade-white cheeks, only adding a touch of unique charm to her look. Due to the heavy sweat, her leggings clung tightly to her thighs. Her endless perfectly straight legs were fully on display for everyone to see, becoming even more provocative and enchanting. While she performed her stretches, she kept breathing heavily. Though her body was exhausted, her mind was anything but peaceful. The resentment filling her heart was like a flood breaking through a dam with no way to release. Damn it, Zhang Yilian, you flirtatious vixen. I only let you get ahead of me because of a momentary lapse in focus. What do you have to be so smug about? I don't believe for a second that I'm inferior to that loose mistress Zhang Yilian. I have to train hard to become the next influencer Yappa promotes. Cheng Yuyu silently encouraged herself and geared up her spirits. Today she had to perform perfectly in front of me, trying to make my gaze linger on her just a little bit longer. Gao Qiangqian standing nearby didn't have nearly as many schemes. Dense beads of sweat covered her forehead, and she was using a towel to continuously wipe them away. The towel was already more than half soaked with sweat. Seeing me walk in, Cheng Yuyu, who was just gritting her teeth, reacted instantly, switching her expression to a bright smile, and trotted over to my side. Cheng Yuyu's voice was both sweet and coquettish. "President Yi, you're here." Gao Qiangqian also hurriedly followed. "Good afternoon, President Yi." I smiled and nodded in response, then looked them over. From head to toe, you both seem to be in great shape. Keep up the hard work with your training. I just dropped by to see how you're doing. Don't mind me. Cheng Yuyu took the chance to move closer, her soft body intentionally brushing against mine. "President Yi, are you free tonight? You've been so good to me. I want to repay you properly. How about we go out for dinner?" Ding. Sunder Translator has detected a woman who says the opposite of what she thinks, automatically starting up. Cheng Yuyu, I want to do some in-depth research with you. A pink flush appeared on her face, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on my face. I was dazed for a moment, then shook my head slightly. "I'm afraid tonight won't work. I still have things to settle. Let's do it another day." It seems I still have to let these beauties, these online influencers, compete with each other, and let the internal rivalry play out. That way I can just sit back and enjoy the rewards. But tonight I already have an appointment with Yan Danying and Auntie Bai. Hearing this, Cheng Yuyu's beautiful face instantly flashed with disappointment, and waves of bitterness rose in her heart. Her expression was just like a puppy being ignored by its owner. But very quickly Cheng Yuyu forced a smile back on. "Oh, okay then, Yappa. Your work is more important, but I'll always be waiting for you. So you must remember to ask me out another time. I'll definitely take very good care of you." Gao Qiangqian Yuya stood by and watched it all, tremendously admiring Cheng Yuyu's boldness and initiative. She felt extremely self-conscious, feeling she certainly wasn't worthy of someone as brilliant and radiant as me. I chatted with the two of them for a while longer about their training details, offering a few pieces of advice that were both professional and practical. Just as I was about to leave the training floor, a woman with a tall, slender figure and an exceptionally outstanding aura walked in. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up, and a radiant, warm smile instantly spread across her face. She strode forward quickly, extending her hand in a very natural and generous manner. "President Ye, hello. I am Zhang Xinyao, the newly arrived yoga and body sculpting instructor. I've heard about your reputation for a long time, and seeing you in person today, you truly are extraordinarily handsome." I nodded slightly and reached out to shake her hand. I heard from President Yan that she managed to hire a well-known yoga instructor from the industry. Meeting you today, you certainly live up to your reputation. At the same time, I silently called the system in my heart to check Zhang Xinyao's information. Name: Zhang Xinyao. Age: 28. Beauty: 90. Favorability: 70. Innate charisma: +20. Reading time: 0. Marital status: single. Current status: being pressured by family to get married. Mood: extremely troubled. Current emotion: normal. Current wish: hopes to find a fake boyfriend to deal with her parents. At this moment, Zhang Xinyao was staring at me without blinking, but her heart rate suddenly spiked. Her beautiful cheeks also unconsciously flushed with a peach-colored glow. At the same time, an indescribable sense of tension and excitement immediately surged within her heart. A woman who was normally dignified and refined instantly turned into a naive, inexperienced young girl. Right now, Zhang Xinyao felt as if there were a little cat constantly scratching at her heart, making her feel uncomfortably restless. Finally, she couldn't help but blurt out, "President Ye, with looks like yours, you could totally debut as an idol. You definitely enchant tens of thousands of young girls." The moment the words left her mouth, Zhang Xinyao realized with a start that she had been too forward. She hurriedly bit her lower lip, lowering her face to secretly observe my reaction. Her mood was restless and uneasy, both hoping for a response and fearing she had been too abrupt. I was slightly dazed and immediately waved my hand saying, "Instructor Zhang, you're making me blush. I actually think I look quite ordinary. On the contrary, Instructor Zhang, your aura is the one that's outstanding. You are truly beautiful." Hearing that, Zhang Xinyao instantly lost her usual elegant and intellectual composure. Her little head shook rapidly like a pellet drum. "President Yi, you absolutely mustn't be so modest. Truth be told, plain and simple, none of those little fresh meat idols today can even hold a candle to you. If you were to enter showbiz, you would surely crush all of them." I looked at Zhang Xinyao with a questioning gaze, wondering in my heart. Then I patiently explained. "Right now, the company's influencer department has just been established, and things are still very hectic. In the near future, I don't have plans to do anything else. Besides," before I could even finish my sentence, Zhang Xinyao suddenly became very excited. She gestured animatedly, talking non-stop. "President Ye, I can help you. I can design a body sculpting training plan based on the characteristics of our trainees that can yield results very quickly." Zhang Xinyao then enthusiastically explained her knowledge of body sculpting. She was completely immersed in her own professional world, as if everything else around her had ceased to exist. All she wanted now was to showcase her professionalism, to help me quickly train the newcomers. Then she told me to hurry up and enter the entertainment industry to shine. Don't waste your life in this company anymore. I was stunned and dazed. "Hey girl, is your execution capability really that strong? Is this the power of a career fan in the fandom world?" It seems this girl is a bit obsessed. I looked Zhang Xinyao up and down, unable to help but secretly admire her in my heart. This teacher Zhang truly has an extraordinary aura, and she is also outstanding in her professional field. I thought to myself, currently Zhang Xinyao and Wuyu Media only have a short-term contract, but if I can keep a teacher like this to work long-term, then the newcomers will surely achieve a bigger breakthrough in shaping their physiques. Besides, I won't have to spend so much effort anymore. Thinking this, I cleared my throat. "Teacher Zhang, I accept your kind intentions. As far as I know, you and our Wuyu Media only signed a short-term contract for 1 month. However, running a company is the one-off business. It's not just about training 2 or 3 influencers and being done. Later, once the accounts for girls like Cheng Yuyu have stabilized, we will continue to recruit more newcomers, training more new influencers, keeping the cycle going continuously. So I really don't have much time to debut or anything like that." Zhang Xinyao frowned, feeling a bit hesitant. She had collaborated with many celebrities before. Even when facing A-list stars, she only signed short-term contracts. But when facing me, her thoughts started to waver. But to change oneself for an idol, is that exactly what a career fan like her should do? Zhang Xinyao lightly bit her red lips. "I can sign a long-term contract with your company to help you build the company up." Seeing things get on track, I was overjoyed. Hurriedly stepping forward to grasp Zhang Xinyao soft small hand. Then it settled. "Don't worry. Once the company is on the right track, he'll let you appear before the public." I only said she'd appear before the public, not that she would become a star. Isn't being an influencer also appearing? It just so happens to align with my original plan. Zhang Xinyao, this handsome man lover, after I held her hand, instantly felt as if all her strength was drained, her whole body going limp. She felt like she was about to faint, her beautiful face flushing red and feeling burning hot. During the time that followed, we seriously discussed the physical training plan, while Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qianqian stood by listening. In my heart, I highly agreed with the proposal Zhang Xinyao presented. Before I knew it, evening had arrived. I said somewhat apologetically, "Teacher Zhang, our exchange today has been very fruitful, but I still have some matters to attend to, so I must leave first. Regarding the details of the plan, if you have any ideas, you can tell my assistant Lin Yu first. We can discuss it more thoroughly later." Zhang Xinyao was slightly disappointed, but she immediately adjusted her mood and wore an enthusiastic smile again. "Of course, President Yi, please go ahead with your work." Just as I turned around to leave, Cheng Yuyu and Gao Qianqian ran over. Cheng Yuyu stepped quickly in front of me, grabbing my arm and saying coquettishly, "President Yi, are you leaving already? I still wanted to ask for more of your guidance." Seeing this scene, Zhang Xinyao's eyelids suddenly twitched. and an unknown fire of anger flared up intensely. This temptress dares to hinder my idol's career. Doesn't she know that idols shouldn't date? Shouldn't have any scandals. Even as a teacher I haven't been able to touch my idol's arm. She's just a student, what right does she have? The more she thought, the angrier she got. You'll see what's coming later. I will definitely give you a proper training, Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, Gao Changcan stood shyly on the other side. Though she wasn't as bold as Cheng Yu, but her eyes also clearly showed reluctance to see me go. Gao Changcan lightly bit her lip, gathering her courage to speak softly. President Yi, please take care. You will work hard at our training. I smiled and reassured them. Alright, just train well. He'll come back to check on you next time. Saying that, I gently removed Cheng Yu's hand, then walked steadily out of the training area. Crossing the hallway, I arrived at the door of Yan Danying's office. Settling my emotions a bit, I reached out and knocked gently on the door. Come in. A gentle but slightly wary voice of Yan Danying drifted out from the room. I wore a warm smile as I pushed the door open. Ying Nuna, you've worked so hard. How is it going? Are you finished with today's work? I came to see you as soon as I finished. Yan Danying was currently buried in a mountain of documents. Those files were like small hills, almost submerging her petite figure. Hearing my voice, she looked up, tired but reassured smile appearing on her face. There's still a little more to handle. You've worked hard too, Xiaofeng, please wait for me a moment. Saying that, she let out a soft sigh. Yes, you've worked hard, Ying Nuna. It's fine, please carry on. As I spoke, I found a chair to sit down in. Waiting quietly, watching the profile of Yan Danying's face, as she focused intently on her work. The feelings in my heart grew even deeper. That meticulous, error-free expression is truly the look of a capable career woman. Totally different from the coquettish wifey persona she shows when snuggling in my arms. This intense contrast makes me love her all the more. A moment later, Yan Danying finally finished the work at hand. She stood up and took a long stretch, looking just like a lazy cat. Under the bright lights, her perfect curves were displayed without reservation. Her full chest, slender waist, and long legs, making anyone who looked feel a stir in their heart. Finished. The new department has so much work. These past 2 days I've been so busy I'm dizzy. But it's okay, in a few days when the department is on track, the work won't be as hectic as this. Yan Danying rubbed her aching shoulders, while looking at me with eyes as gentle as water. Her heart had already flown back home. She had begun to fantasize about having a warm and romantic evening with me tonight, where the two of us could fully enjoy each other's company. Seeing this, I immediately stepped behind Yan Danying, lightly placing my hands on her shoulders, and started massaging her shoulders. You've worked hard, Ying Nuna, let me give you a massage. Just relax a little. He'll treat you very well tonight. Whatever you want. I thought to myself. Thankfully, I got that genetic evolution serum from the system, making my physique comparable to Captain America. Otherwise, with this intensity of several dozen rounds a day, anyone else would have turned into a dried husk by now. I wanted to help her feel more comfortable through the massage, but Yan Danying found my actions ticklish. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glanced at me with eyes full of playful resentment, yet brimming with boundless love. You naughty Xiaofeng, you're just a sweet talker. So tell me, how are you planning to treat me tonight? Say it and see if I'm satisfied. If not, I'll have to punish you. I paused for a beat, intentionally being mysterious. Oh, so you're acting tough today. Then I must serve you very well, Nuna. Tonight, let's say 10 rounds. Upon hearing that, Yan Danying's beautiful face immediately flushed pink, the blush quickly spreading, even starting to burn hot, the red hue moving from top to bottom. Fully displaying her bashfulness, she gave a loving scold, lightly slapping me with her soft white hand. Are you trying to work me to death? Count for yourself how many rounds it's been, and you still won't stop. You naughty Xiaofeng, I see you're clearly doing this on purpose. I'm already this tired, yet you still do this. You only know how to bully me. Yan Danying felt her body beginning to go limp, as the scene I just described involuntarily appeared in her mind. She was both fearful and a bit expectant. Then Yan Danying took a sharp breath, and while her thoughts ran wild, she couldn't help but start imagining the things about to happen tonight. The blush on her face becoming even deeper. Watching Yan Danying's fluctuating expression, I gave a mischievous smile, and immediately stopped the massage. My hands slid down from Yan Danying's shoulders, wrapping around her in a tight hug. Then I whispered softly into her ear, Wifey, you don't know just how much I love Ying Ying. After hearing my words, her face turned even redder, her neck so hot it could fry an egg. She squirmed her body trying to escape my embrace. Hey now, don't talk nonsense. I'm not like that, we can't do this here. The Sunder language translator detected a woman who says one thing but means another. Automatically starting up, Yan Danying. In going to break, I was wrong, please spare me. How could I let her off so easily? So my arms held her even tighter. Then I said with a smile. Not at all. It's clear your mouth says no, but your body is being very honest. Besides, you're not being honest at all. And those who aren't honest will be severely punished by me. Now let me see if you like it or not. As I spoke, I acted as if I were about to plant a kiss on Yan Danying's face. Yan Danying was so scared her limbs went weak. and she hurriedly pleaded, "Aunt, I was wrong, I admit my fault. Ye Feng, my good big brother. Can you spare your little sister?" At this moment inside Yan Danying's heart, there was both tension and bashfulness, as she feared I would actually do something intimate right here in the office, since this was still a workplace after all. Seeing Yan Danying's adorable appearance, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "He'll spare your life for a moment, but don't get too ahead of yourself. This is just a temporary reprieve. Wait until we get home later, and I'll show you." The cold queen, wanting 10 times the pleasure, proactively invited me over for dinner tonight. Just as the two of us stepped inside, I looked around the room. That was both familiar and strange. Last time I was here I had drunk until I was wasted, so I hadn't taken a good look at Yan Danying's house. Yan Danying had changed into comfortable loungewear, which though loose still couldn't hide her full and shapely curves. She walked confidently toward the kitchen, then turned her head and smiled. "Tonight I'll show off my skills, and let you taste my cooking." I followed her into the kitchen. Watching Yan Danying's busy figure, I gently placed a kiss on her cheek, and said softly, "Ying Nuna, let me give you a hand." Then I skillfully picked up the vegetable basket, rolled up my sleeves and began picking the vegetables. Hearing my words, Yan Danying put down the knife, turned around and smiled at me. "Xiao Feng, you're so good." I looked up at Yan Danying and softly praised, "Ying Nuna, running this influencer department relies entirely on you. The company's achievements today are all thanks to your efforts." Pausing for a moment, I added another sentence. "Virtuous wife and motherly figure like you is truly rare to find. Even searching with a torch wouldn't reveal another." A faint pink blush appeared on her face. She pretended to be annoyed and glanced at me, but her mouth couldn't hide a smile. "Tiske, just a sweet talker with honeyed words. And calling me a virtuous wife too, I don't care for that." She gave a soft huff. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her expression changed slightly. "And what about you? With so many beauties surrounding you, who are you actually going to choose?" I stopped picking the vegetables in my hands, slowly approached her, and wrapped my arms around her waist from behind, resting my chin lightly on her soft shoulder, my voice full of seriousness. "Choosing. Only children have to make a choice. As an adult, naturally I want it all." She was stunned, her cheeks flushing with even brighter red clouds. I continued, "Between us it's long since been something that mere formal terms could define. Is there any couple that could be as in sync as we are?" Yan Danying bowed her head and smiled without replying, merely holding onto my hand that was wrapped around her waist. I tightened my hold on her waist, deliberately lowering my voice. "Even though I can't give you a marriage certificate, you know my heart only has room for you, so don't worry. Ying Ying, those others don't stand a chance. And those flirtatious girls out there, though they're fine, it's a long way before they can shake the position of Yan Danying in my heart." After hearing my words, the pink flush on Yan Danying's face was almost visibly spreading even further, her whole being looking like a seductive ripe peach. She bowed her head and gave a sigh, but then pretended to scold me by lightly slapping my hand, the movement as soft as a feather brushing past. "You naughty Xiao Feng, you're really too much. Only you would dare to say that. Anyone else, and I would have kicked them out long ago." Deliberately flashed a sly smile to tease her. "Oh, but you clearly looked very moved just now, Nuna." Yet Yan Danying couldn't help but scold lovingly, but her tone couldn't hide her delight. "It's because you're greedy, wanting to have everything for yourself. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" Though her mouth scolded and laughed like that, her eyes had gained a few more parts of tenderness. How could I possibly stop there? My finger lightly poked her small belly, and while grinning slyly I blew softly into her ear, and said, "Stuffed? Clearly it's you who is stuffed, Ying Ying. You're so stuffed that your cup size can't contain it anymore. Do you want to call little Ying Ying out to testify?" "Tease. You're always talking nonsense." Yan Danying was so teased by me that she felt ticklish, laughing until her whole body trembled like a flower in the wind. She squirmed her body trying to escape from me. In her fluster, her beautiful face flushed deep red like a vibrant peach blossom forest, but her mouth still remained stubborn. "I'm not stuffed, you're the one seeing ghosts." Ding. Sunder language translator starting up, Yan Danying. "It's true that I'm a bit stuffed, but the sweet feeling is also real." Perhaps because she was too bashful, she lightly lowered her eyelashes. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but laugh happily, love and affection showing in my eyes. Yan Danying lightly bit her lower lip, her expression showing a hint of confusion. Looking like a startled little fawn, she spoke up timidly. "Also, don't call me Ying Ying. There's a gap of over 10 years between us." It's really embarrassing, though her mouth constantly refused. Her eyes were clearly telling me that. The name itself was a soft guitar string in her heart. Actually, she really liked being called that. It was just the pride in her bones that made her unable to accept it for the time being. I smiled, reaching out to gently tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then purposefully lowered my voice. "Why can't I call you Ying Ying? How about little girl then? Or should I call you my sweetheart?" I intentionally drew out my tone, my words brimming with teasing playfulness. Her face turned yet another shade of red, as if covered by the glow of dawn. This powerful woman who once commanded the wind and rain, when in my arms is just a little girl longing to be pampered. I tightened my arms, holding her soft body even closer to my chest, a satisfied smile appearing on my face. And she no longer struggled, quietly leaning her head against my chest, pressing her face into my shirt, and letting out a soft coquettish sound. That was almost inaudible. Under the bright lights, the light pink silk loungewear she was wearing swayed gently with every movement of her body, the smooth fabric highlighting her alluring and graceful figure. I involuntarily stared in a daze. Yan Danying was busy standing in front of the stove, the warm yellow light in the kitchen shining down on her, forming a picture as beautiful as a painting. Causing a stir in my soul, I looked until I felt a throb in my heart, so I purposefully spoke up. Alright, since you're stuffed it seems you're still not full. I'll have to personally feed you until you're truly full, Nuna. My voice was soft but I leaned in even closer to her. The red on Yan Danying's face deepened bit by bit. Sound of a heartbeat seemingly audible in the silence. She spoke up in a fluster, her voice trembling slightly. What are you doing? I'm sautéing vegetables. Stop it. The vegetables are about to burn. No sooner had she spoken than the pan actually began to give off a burnt smell. I held back a smile, lightly placed a kiss on her neck, and teased in a low voice. It's fine, you keep sautéing your dish, and I'll sauté mine. Neither of us will bother the other. After speaking I tightened my embrace, only wanting to tease her into blushing a bit more. The burnt smell drifted from the pan, blending with her increasingly rapid breath, making the surrounding air both sweet and warm. The vibrant pink on Yan Danying's cheeks was like the most exquisite flower in the world, captivating the one facing her. She gasped for air. Her face flushed as she looked up at me, her glistening eyes full of infatuation, mixed with a bit of bashfulness. Looking at the food that had burnt black in the pan, couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently tuck a few loose strands of her hair, and said tenderly, Alright, this dish is ruined, but it's okay. We can start over, can't we? Yan Danying lightly patted my chest, then blushed and scolded coquettishly. It's all your fault now, look what happened. This dish is gone. Though her mouth let out words of blame, her eyes were brimming with joy. She looked toward the stove, and bowed her head to look at the black mass in the pan, and couldn't help but laugh softly. It really is okay, we can still make it again. She quickly discarded the burnt food, and set to work preparing the ingredients again. Her movements while chopping vegetables were decisive and skillful, gentle smile appearing on her lips, as if the previous incident was no longer a big deal. I stood beside her, picked up the vegetable basket and got busy preparing with her, while she was preoccupied with chopping. I secretly stole a few glances at her, a few strands of hair swaying gently with the rhythm of her hands, that gentleness making my heart throb incessantly. I couldn't restrain myself and exclaimed, Ying Ying, seeing you chop vegetables like this, I truly feel that, if you cooked for me every day, then I could definitely be called the happiest man in the world. Yan Danying's hand movements paused for a moment. She looked up and gave me a side-eye glance, but her eyes were brimming with joy. Just a smooth talker, so you want to eat my cooking, fine. As long as you want, I'll cook for you every day from now on. Her voice was very gentle, mixed with a bit of pampering. Hearing that, my heart suddenly felt exceptionally warm. In the kitchen, the sound of the spatula hitting the pan blended together to create a peaceful melody. Fresh and delicious dishes were gradually laid out across the table. I pulled out a chair and smiled at Yan Danying, gesturing for her to sit down. Please sit down first, Nuna. My tone was both a bit serious and somewhat playful, causing Yan Danying to give me a coquettish glance. She sat down accordingly, while I sat on the opposite side, picked up my chopsticks to take a piece of braised pork and began to enjoy it heartily. On the opposite side, Yan Danying rested her chin in her hands, watching me eat so joyfully, a happy smile slightly appearing at the corners of her mouth. She put some green vegetables into my bowl. Don't just eat meat like that, you have to balance your nutrition. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly added, Did you exhaust yourself a bit too much today? Next time I'll buy some oysters and chives to nourish you properly. I almost spat out my rice, but she kept a perfectly calm expression. After finishing the meal, I put down my chopsticks. I looked at her deeply, and my tone became a bit more serious. Danyuan, Nuna, it has been hard on you lately. We'll handle the matters regarding Zhang Yilian and the others from now on. You just need to provide support. Ruan Danyuan picked up a piece of food and put it in her mouth, thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. Don't worry, I know you're concerned about me, but I'm really fine. For your sake, I am willing to do all of this. I couldn't help but stop my chopsticks, staring blankly at her profile. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, and looked up to add one more thing. But don't you dare punish me recklessly. I burst out laughing at her sudden teasing. We just got some peace and you're already overthinking. The atmosphere immediately softened significantly. She paused for a moment, and then continued. Oh, that's right. Back then your parents sponsored my university education. and gave me so many opportunities. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to reach where I am today. For a long time I've been unwilling to be entangled with that bastard Gao Yi. Fortunately, I endured it so that I could finally meet you. Otherwise my life would have missed out on so much of this unexpected happiness. Saying this, a look of gentle gratitude appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, my emotions fluctuated slightly as she spoke of my parents with gratitude. But when Gao Yi was mentioned, a surge of uncontrollable anger rose within me, and I unconsciously clenched my fists. I said in a low voice, "The debt Gao Yi owes our family I will definitely can pay back every single bit of it." Ruan Danyuan reached out and gently patted the back of my hand, her voice gentle but full of determination. "Yi Feng, don't be in a rush. Everything is currently moving in our favor. Gao Yi is now just like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for much longer." After the meal, as I was preparing to clear the dishes to wash them, Ruan Danyuan stood up and stopped me. She said softly, "Yi Feng, you've been tired all day today. Just let me clean up." Before she could finish, I blocked her movement with my hand and shook my head. "Danyuan Nuna, these hands of yours are for cooking delicious food. They shouldn't be used for washing dishes anymore. Just leave these trivial chores to me." Without waiting for her to refuse, I quickly began the washing. The dishes clattered softly in the warm soapy water. Ruan Danyuan stood to the side, watching my back. Her eyes were gentle, carrying an emotion that was hard to put into words. I was focusing on my hands when I suddenly felt a warmth pressing against my back. Ruan Danyuan gently hugged me from behind, pressing her face against my back. Her voice was soft and trembling. "Yi Feng, it's so good to have you." I put down the dishes in my hands, dried my wet hands, turned around and held her tightly. Looking down at her face, I said softly, "Danyuan Nuna, with you here I am the happiest person. Can we stay like this forever from now on?" Ruan Danyuan didn't answer, but her arms tightened around my waist. I leaned down and gave her a kiss, letting actions speak louder than words. She closed her eyes. Her movements were both soft and passionate, responding to my warmth. I don't know how much time passed. She gently pushed me away. Cheeks flushed, she leaned against the wall and pouted. "Ye Feng, you've really gone a bit too far today. From morning until now you need to get some proper rest. Otherwise, how can your body handle it?" Ruan Danyuan's tone carried a mix of sulkiness and sweetness. A mischievous smile flashed in my eyes. "Danyuan Nuna, you caught me this time. Actually, I'm a Superman with infinite stamina. I've only spent this much energy. It's absolutely no problem at all." Ruan Danyuan's face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes avoided mine, looking at my expression with helplessness. "But you're not a Superman. I'll worry about you too much." She pouted and lowered her head, speaking softly. Her concern warmed my heart. Ruan Danyuan like this is exactly the image of a virtuous wife and loving mother. All her care and thoughtfulness seemed to be etched into her very bones, making her completely irresistible. I took another step closer, gently reaching out to rub the top of her head. Lowering my head slightly, I saw her hands tightly twisting the hem of her shirt, with an expression of wanting to push me away but staying close, trying to avoid my gaze. I understood that she was worried about my health. I smiled and intentionally teased her. "Be good now. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll still be as strong as a dragon and tiger. Even if we go a few more rounds today, I'll be perfectly fine." Ruan Danyuan, full of shyness, took small steps toward me, pulled on my arm and gathered her courage to say, "Ye Feng, can you just listen to me? Take a day off to recover your strength. Well, worry about it tomorrow." I was so touched I couldn't help but gently rub her shoulder, my voice half joking and half serious. "Got it, Danyuan Nuna. You're really too capable. I can't bear to let you worry so much." Ruan Danyuan gave a relieved smile, and then carefully advised again, "Seriously, you must pay attention to your health. Don't overdo it." Her last sentence was so quiet it was almost inaudible. I glanced at Ruan Danyuan leaning against the kitchen door. She bowed her head, crumpling the hem of her shirt. Her face flushed like a ripe apple. I couldn't help but smirk, intentionally teasing her. "Tell me, do you want to?" Ruan Danyuan's gaze was flickering, her ears so red they looked ready to bleed. She murmured, Your health is the most important thing. You've already been very tired today." Her voice was weak, so I smiled and moved closer to rub her head. "Don't worry, I know my own health best. Trust me, I can still go for another 300 rounds. Ruan Danyuan bit her lip, clearly half believing and half doubting. She even pretended to be angry and gave me a light punch. "Stop boasting. You really can't mess with your health." Despite saying that, her voice was as soft as cotton. Seeing her worry, I carefully took her hand and whispered to reassure her, "Danyuan, I'm really fine." I gently rubbed the palm of her hand. My eyes were full of mischief, and Ruan Danyuan just blushed. Staying silent for a long while, she took a tiny step closer to me. The shy look on her face made one unable to resist the urge to tease her. I suddenly reached out to cup her face, lowering my voice, a burning gaze locking onto hers. "Tell me, do you want to or not?" She was clearly startled, and her breathing immediately became erratic. Her lips trembled a few times, until she finally squeezed out a sentence as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I don't know. Her reaction made my heart leap with joy. I intentionally put on a serious face, gently tracing her burning cheeks with my fingertips. Ruan Danyuan's face turned even redder, and she instinctively took a step back. I had already gripped her waist firmly with my hand, and our eyes met. She finally couldn't another word. After drying my hands, I leisurely walked out of the kitchen. On the sofa, Ruan Danyuan was like a little kitten, lazy and obedient, curled up there in a soft heap. Her body was still trembling slightly, as if she hadn't yet escaped the aftereffects from earlier. I gently walked over, and brushed back her slightly disheveled hair. Her face still held a trace of unfaded flush. I leaned down and gently picked Ruan Danyuan up, heading toward the bedroom. Then I tenderly laid her on the bed, and carefully tucked her in, looking at her face slightly tired, yet full of satisfaction. Couldn't help but smile. Ruan Danyuan was truly exhausted, to the point that even her breathing had become completely steady. Though I really wanted to stay by her side, I knew deep down that there was someone else waiting for me at home. I gently leaned close to her forehead, gave it a kiss and whispered, "Get some good rest. I'll come to see you again tomorrow." She smacked her lips slightly, her nose wrinkling a bit, looking like a little girl who didn't want to part. I let out a sigh, and reluctantly closed the door as I left. Half an hour later, I pushed open the door and entered the house. The figure on the sofa suddenly moved. Bai Ji stood up. She was wearing a provocatively styled lace dress. The deep V-neck and snug waistline accentuated her body's curves to the absolute maximum. Her hands were tightly clutching the hem of the dress, her flushed face showing a hint of shyness and anticipation. "Yi Feng, you're back. Work must have been very exhausting. I missed you so much." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but it carried a tone of careful inquiry. The woman before me was completely different from the mature, capable image she projected during the day. She looked more like an anxious little girl. I walked over quickly and gently pulled her into my arms. Looking at her flushed cheeks, hearing her words, my heart felt unusually warm. I couldn't help but lean down and steal a kiss on her face. "Have you been waiting long? It's been hard on you, Auntie Bai." She blushed and buried her head in my chest. Her voice was so low it was almost impossible to hear. "Have you eaten yet? I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I saved some food for you. Shall I warm it up for you?" Before finishing her sentence, her hand unconsciously grabbed my shirt, showing clear anxiety and anticipation. Seeing the eagerness in her eyes, I couldn't help but tell a white lie. "I haven't eaten anything yet." Upon hearing that, Bai Ji's eyes immediately lit up. She said hurriedly, "I'll go warm it up right now. Go sit in the dining room, and wait. It'll be ready in no time." Before the words were fully out, she was like a little fawn skipping quickly into the kitchen. In the kitchen, while Bai Ji was busy warming the food, she hummed a nameless tune. The steam rose from the pot in billows, making her face even more rosy. The warm light enveloped her figure, thinking about being able to do something within her power for me. The radiant smile on her face even transmitted through the glass door to where I was. Her eyes occasionally peeked at me through the kitchen glass. Not long after, Bai Ji came out carrying a tray of hot food. The aroma quickly spread throughout the dining room. I smiled and praised her. "You've worked hard, Auntie Bai." After she finished setting out the food, we ate and chatted. I couldn't help but speak up. "Auntie Bai, why are you dressed so beautifully today? It's making me unable to take my eyes off you." Being praised, Bai Ji lightly bit her lip, her face turning slightly pink. She responded shyly, "As long as you like it, that's enough. Actually, it's been a long time since I felt like dressing up." She lowered her head and added in a whisper, "Today is our first date, so I thought I should take a bit more care with my appearance." I continued to praise her sincerely. "Auntie Bai, you are truly beautiful today. I absolutely love it, without exaggeration. You're much prettier than those top stars." "Not at all. You're just very good at coaxing people." Bai Ji denied it with her words, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. She lowered her head, pretending to adjust her dress, but the corners of her mouth kept curling up. Suddenly my eyes swept over the lace V-neck dress she was wearing. An indescribable thought rose in my heart, and my tone became serious. "However, Auntie Bai, this outfit is too revealing. You can only wear this at home for my eyes only. I won't allow you to wear it outside from now on." Upon hearing my words, Bai Ji clearly froze for a moment. Disappointment was immediately visible on her face, looking like a wilting flower. She lowered her head and whispered back, "Yes. Then I'll just go change out of it. If you don't like it." Her voice carried a fragile sadness. I immediately realized that my words had hurt her. I stood up, went to her side, took her hand, and explained gently, "Auntie Bai, it's not that I don't like it. You look very beautiful in this. I just don't want to let others see this beautiful side of you. You know I'll get jealous." She was stunned. After understanding my possessiveness, the disappointment on her face was gradually replaced by joy, and she even pursed her lips into a secret smile. She whispered, "Really? Yi Feng, then from now on I'll only wear it for you to see." Her tone carried a bit of coquettishness. It turned out it was because I was jealous. Bai Ji felt very happy in her heart, Until now she had always been a bit insecure. After all, she was much older than me. So in this relationship she often worried that she wasn't good enough for me. But now seeing me show such intense possessiveness and control, not only did she not feel uncomfortable at all, but instead it was like she had just taken a powerful sedative. I smirked mischievously and said, "It's true. If you don't believe me, then I'll just have to prove it a little." With that I moved closer to Bai Ji. "Ye Feng, what are you trying to do?" Bai Ji's face immediately flushed deep red, but her eyes held a spark of seduction. In her heart she was both nervous and full of anticipation. Even though her body and heart both wanted it, Bai Ji had a second thought. I had been busy at the company all day, so I must be exhausted both physically and mentally. Moreover, the movie was about to start, and if we didn't leave now we'd be late. Thinking of that, Bai Ji suddenly snapped out of it, so she spoke hurriedly. "That won't do. The movie starts in only an hour. If we keep this up we'll be late." Ding! The Sunder translator has detected a woman saying the opposite of her heart, automatically activating. "Bai Ji, I really wanted, but you need to rest." I ignored everything. "It's fine. If we miss this screening, well, just buy tickets for the next one. Right now there's something more important to do. You're the one who started this after all," I said as I gently held Bai Ji. "I was wrong, I didn't start it. Ye Feng, I know my mistake. Can you let me off? Let's go see the movie, be a good boy. Forgive me, okay? After the movie you can do whatever you want with me." Bai Ji both pouted and tried to escape my embrace. She didn't want to miss the date she had long anticipated. Even more so, she didn't want someone as tired as me to exert even more energy, but I still refused to let go. "We can just buy tickets for the next screening. Besides, a date at the theater is a date. And a date at home is also a date," Bai Ji said helplessly. "In that case, you have to be quick, okay?" Knowing she couldn't win the argument, she had to compromise. A triumphant smile appeared on my face. 2 hours later, Bai Ji was panting repeatedly, barely managing to regain her breath. She picked up her phone to check the time and immediately looked helpless. She said, pouting, "Ye Feng, it's all your fault. The movie has been playing for an hour already. Let me see when the next screening is. I'll go watch the next one." Ding. The Sunder translator has detected a woman saying the opposite of her heart, automatically activating. "Bai Ji. Hee, that was so much fun. It felt just like riding a roller coaster." While talking, Bai Ji used her phone to check the movie schedules. I intentionally teased her. "Auntie, you don't seem very satisfied. How about we skip the movie tonight? We can just keep going." "I was wrong, Ye Feng. I know my mistake, dear. Please forgive me." The Sunder translator has detected a woman saying the opposite of her heart, automatically activating. "Bai Ji. If this keeps up I might just pass out." Bai Ji quickly backed down. This time she really wanted to go see the movie. I laughed and said, "Hee, for the sake of your sincere apology, I'll spare you for now. But after the movie the punishment is still mandatory." In the living room, Bai Ji hurriedly replied, Yes. The next screening is in an hour. Let's get ready and head out right away." She was only afraid that I might change my mind. At this moment Bai Ji was full of anticipation about being able to go to the movies with me, to enjoy that romantic date time. "All right." I nodded, bowed slightly, and extended my hand politely. "My beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to a movie?" Bai Ji beamed and nodded, then placed her soft, delicate hand into mine. She felt as if she were returning to her youth. Hand in hand we stepped out of the house like a young couple in love. Half an hour later we arrived at the cinema, went to the service counter, and bought a large popcorn, 2 milk teas and 2 movie tickets. Entering the screening room, we fumbled around to find our seats. I noticed that this entire row didn't have a single person, making the surroundings incredibly quiet. After Bai Ji and I sat down, she rested her head on my shoulder, quietly waiting for the film to begin. Bai Ji's heart rate quickened slightly. She stole a glance at me. I felt the warmth of Bai Ji leaning on my shoulder, and my heart felt extremely warm as well. Bai Ji and I ate popcorn while focusing on the movie. Occasionally, due to interesting plot points in the movie, we'd exchange a few words. However, at that moment the theater door opened. A beam of light shone inside. Right after, a man and a woman along with the silhouette of a child appeared at the door. I glanced over casually and immediately widened my eyes, my face showing clear astonishment. The newcomers turned out to be Gao Yi and his little secretary, with a child in tow. Judging by the look of it, that must be their illegitimate child. Here I am on a date with Gao Yi's wife, while Gao Yi is out with his mistress and illegitimate son. This scene is truly a mess. Since the theater environment was quite dark, Gao Yi's group still hadn't noticed Bai Ji and me. I instinctively turned my head to look at Bai Ji, only to see that she was also frozen, her mouth slightly agape, her face full of shock and disbelief. I leaned in close to Bai Ji and whispered in a low voice, "Do you see now, Auntie Bai? Gao Yi has been having an affair for a long time. Even this illegitimate child isn't young anymore. He looks like he's about to start elementary school. So you no longer need to endure these so-called moral constraints anymore. Baiji took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I already knew he had a mistress outside. Actually, we've been living separately for 6 or 7 years now. It's just that back then Yinger was preparing for exams, and Bayor was still very young. I didn't want them to lose their father at such a young age, so I kept quiet all this time. Baiji recalled the past years where she had sacrificed so much for her daughters, and a wave of sorrow rose in her heart. She had always treated her stepdaughters as her own, not wanting them to suffer any harm. As she spoke, the corners of her eyes turned slightly red. She had shouldered everything alone for all these years. Only she knew the bitterness deep in her heart. Now that she could say it in front of me, it felt like the burden in her heart had lightened somewhat. Baiji continued. Even though they aren't my biological children, I have cared for them for so many years. I couldn't bear to see them become heartbroken because of that beast of a man. I originally intended to wait until they grew up, before telling them the truth. But now it seems like that beast Gao Yi has absolutely no remorse, ignoring the growth of his own daughters, and now even having an illegitimate child. He really is so sexist, favoring men over women. The more Baiji spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice trembling slightly. But she managed to keep her volume well under control. Her eyes were filled with rage and disappointment. Deep down she was utterly disillusioned with Gao Yi. She wasn't disappointed just because she had been betrayed, but she was disappointed on behalf of her 3 daughters. Gao Yi would undoubtedly siphon off the assets to pass them down to that illegitimate son who could carry on the family line. When that time came, the 3 Gao daughters wouldn't get a single penny. Thinking of this, Baiji's gaze became resolute. She would absolutely not allow this to happen. She could care less about the money herself, only wanting to be with her children for the rest of her life. But for her 3 daughters, she couldn't let it go. They were still young, and that money was their rightful share. Not a single cent could be missing. Baiji's emotions calmed down a little, and she continued. I'll prepare the paperwork during this time, Xiao Feng. Once everything is ready on your end, I will officially file for divorce. I gave a firm nod. Yes, I understand. Aunt Bai, I'll definitely support you. I'll always be by your side. Baiji looked at me, her eyes welling up with tears. Yeah, I'm so lucky to have you. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. The Sunder translator detected a woman who says one thing but means another, and automatically activated. Baiji, you want it again? Baiji's eyes were hazy, looking at me with deep affection. Soon after things became irreversible, she proactively moved closer and started kissing me. The love in her heart was like a flood breaking a dam, unable to be contained any longer. I also responded passionately to Baiji. In this dimly lit screening room, we transferred all our love and strength to each other. Baiji's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. She felt as if she were on cloud 9, her whole body feeling light and airy. My embrace made her feel incredibly secure. Being right in front of Gao Yi, this thrill made her emotions even more intense, as if she wanted to release all the feelings she had suppressed for so long. A moment later, Baiji, gasping for breath, slowly pushed me away. Her face was flushed, a hint of panic in her eyes. And then she spoke. Let's go, I don't want to stay here. Seeing this beast spoils my mood. I looked at Baiji and nodded with heartache. All right, Aunt Bai, let's go then. We stood up, holding hands as we slowly walked out of the screening room. Baiji's footsteps were a bit hurried. She wanted to quickly get away from this place that made her nauseous, while I stayed close by her side, always paying attention to her emotional shifts. After leaving the room, Baiji's mood still hadn't settled. Her chest heaved violently. She took a deep breath of fresh air, but some anger still lingered in her eyes. I looked at Baiji with a heart full of compassion, then gently held her and comforted her. Aunt Bai, don't be angry anymore. It's not worth harming your health over him. Baiji leaned into my chest, tears falling uncontrollably. She choked out, I just feel like I've been so foolish all these years. He doesn't even care about his own daughters. Instead, he just spends all day in debauchery. I gently stroked Baiji's hair. You're not foolish. You're the kindest person. From now on I will love you so much, and I will make you happy. Baiji looked up, gazing at me with eyes full of affection. She was moved by my tenderness and steadfastness. The love in her heart instantly ignited, and suddenly, she felt a powerful impulse surge through her body. She didn't want to suppress her feelings anymore. She only wanted to be closer to me. She bit her lip and whispered, Xiao Feng, I can't hold back anymore. I nodded. Let's go, let's get to the car. I led Baiji by the hand toward the parking lot. Arriving at the car, I opened the door. Baiji bit her lower lip, her glistening eyes holding a mix of shyness and anticipation, like a frightened little deer. She gracefully sat in the back seat. I slid in right after her. I slammed the car door shut. The temperature inside instantly soared. I pulled Baiji into a tight embrace. Baiji's face was pressed against my chest. We could both clearly feel each other's racing heartbeats. Hatred for Gao Yi surged within me. That beast even has an illegitimate child outside. No wonder in my past life when he caused Bai Ji's death, he didn't feel the slightest psychological burden. If that's the case, then I'm going to possess you completely, Aunt Bai. My low voice carried urgency and longing. My heart was both anxious and expectant, wondering how Bai Ji would react. Bai Ji leaned against my shoulder, looking up slightly, long eyelashes fluttering. I looked at her exquisite face, my eyes firm and burning as I spoke. Let's have a baby together, okay? As I said those words, my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. Bai Ji froze for a moment, and her pale face instantly turned red. She shyly buried her head in my chest, her voice coquettish and slightly pouting as she replied, I wanted to talk to you about this before, but I never knew how to bring it up. I didn't expect you to be the one to say it first. At that same time, Gao Yi had just reached the parking lot when his footsteps halted. His eyes stared straight ahead. That familiar luxury car was his own family's. The car was still shaking slightly, and his pupils dilated instantly. Isn't this my car? Why is it here? Could Bai Ji have taken a young lover? A bad premonition rose within him. His brows furrowed deeply, and his heart began to pound with unease. All sorts of sensitive scenes flashed continuously through his mind. Rage instantly ignited, and he gritted his teeth, growling lowly. Bai Ji, I'm going to kill you. Clenching his teeth, he strode toward the car. He reached the side of the car, and knocked hard on the window. The sound echoed through the empty parking lot, extremely jarring. Inside the car, Bai Ji and I had just finished talking. As soon as the sound of his footsteps reached us, I had already noticed him. But I wasn't panicked at all. Instead, I watched through the gap in the curtains, with interest as Gao Yi seethed with anger. What if we were caught anyway? Bai Ji was a bit scared at first, but then she thought better of it. The beastly things Gao Yi had done, Yetgi, killing brothers, cheating, and having an illegitimate son, what he did was miles worse than this. So she relaxed her mood, and both of us began to calmly put our clothes back on. Bai Ji shot me a reproachful look, pointing at the torn black stockings under the seat and pouting. Look at the good job you did. Even if we have money, we shouldn't waste it like this. And besides, you were so rough. I licked my lips and gave a wicked smile. Don't tell me you didn't like it. Hearing that, Bai Ji bit her lower lip, her face turning so red it looked like it would bleed. She glared at me, and lazily and coquettishly murmured, I liked it. After speaking, she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at me. I smiled wickedly and continued to press her. Liked what exactly? Every time I saw Bai Ji's shy appearance, it sparked inspiration in my heart. Bai Ji was so embarrassed she covered her face, quickly whispering, the roughness. After saying that she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, I said with a smile, then I will fulfill your wish. The two of us were flirting with each other, completely oblivious to the approaching footsteps, until Gao Yi knocked on the window. I looked at Bai Ji and asked, are you ready? Gao Yi is here. If you're ready, I'll open the window. Bai Ji took a deep breath to steady her mood, then nodded. Yeah, it's fine. I'm ready, open it. Though she hated him and wanted to lay her cards on the table with Gao Yi immediately, then divorce him to live with me forever. But clearly I had other plans. I nodded, as if I had seen right through her thoughts. It's okay, Gao Yi won't be able to flaunt himself much longer. At most 1 month. I'll make him pay. With that, I pulled back the small curtain and pressed the button. The car window slowly rolled down. Gao Yi stood beside his family car. Some time had passed since he knocked on the window, yet there was no reaction from the people inside. He felt like he was being cuckolded, every second of waiting feeling like torture. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. His nails were almost digging into the palms of his hands. His heart rate suddenly spiked, as a bad premonition flooded his mind. He couldn't help but imagine all kinds of terrible scenarios. Impossible. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel those filthy thoughts. In his heart, Bai Ji had always been a virtuous and proper wife. How could she do such a thing? But this car shaking slightly before his eyes, along with the window that refused to open, was like a thorn in his side. He suppressed the anxiety within him, and took a deep breath, raising his knuckles again. Just as he was about to touch the glass, the window suddenly made a whirring sound. He stopped his hand in midair, holding his breath as he focused on the interior of the car. The window rolled down slowly, and the first thing he saw was my face. Moreover, I looked very calm, without a trace of panic. But that bright smile was so dazzling that it made him feel as if I were intentionally provoking him for no reason. His brows furrowed even more tightly, his heart filled with suspicion. Why is it Xiao Feng? Could I be overthinking things? In his view, even if Bai Ji were having an affair, it shouldn't be with someone like me. After all, he saw a massive age gap between us. Besides, I was just a wet behind the ears kid. Gao Yi's gaze shifted past me toward the back, and his breath instantly hitched. Bai Ji in the passenger seat was flushed, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and her lipstick seemed slightly faded. Although Baiji's hair had been smoothed down, a few strands still clung to her cheeks. Furthermore, what puzzled Gao Yi even more was that Baiji looked remarkably radiant right now. A terrifying, unbelievable, yet incredibly logical thought appeared in Gao Yi's head, but he still didn't want to believe it. Baiji couldn't possibly be interested in this brat. Seeing him silent, I leaned halfway out of the car to greet him. "Oh, Uncle Gao, is that you? What a coincidence." Hearing this, Gao Yi suppressed the suspicion in his heart, his voice raspy and cold as he asked, "Yifeng Baiji, what are you two doing here?" I smiled in response. "Watching a movie and taking a walk, what else?" Gao Yi's face remained stony, his heart still filled with uncertainty. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across them like a sharp blade. "It's so late now. Almost midnight. And you two are only here to watch a movie." "It's almost morning. A young man and a woman going to the movies together. Surely there weren't any other activities afterward." He couldn't stop movie-like scenes from playing in his head, all the things that could have happened between them after the movie. His chest felt as if it were blocked by a wad of cotton. Miserably frustrating. At that moment, Baiji let out a soft ahem, drawing Gao Yi's suspicious gaze. "What is going on here?" Gao Yi tried to suppress the anger within him and turned his gaze toward Baiji. He stared intently at Baiji, hoping to find some flaw on her face. However, due to the angle and the fact that the window was only halfway open, he could only see our faces and couldn't see our bodies at all. Inside the car, Baiji's heart was pounding. She stole a glance at me, trying to keep her expression neutral. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "That's right, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect to run into you here." In her heart, Baiji wasn't just not worried. On the contrary, she felt incredibly excited and thrilled. Naturally, Gao Yi didn't believe it. He leaned forward, desperate to press against the glass for a better look, but my body suddenly leaned out, blocking his view. I immediately spoke up, talking to him quite bluntly. "Uncle Gao, what's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you being so paranoid? Don't tell me you suspect Aunt Bai and I have some kind of special relationship." These words were like a thorn piercing straight into Gao Yi's heart. His back molars ground together audibly, his nails dug into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. This wet behind the ears brat. This beast is becoming more lawless by the day, even daring to insult an elder like me. Looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. I'll sabotage him at the company, to let him know what it means to respect his superiors. Gao Yi gave a mirthless smile and spoke. "Haha, of course not. I'm just a bit concerned about you both. After all, it's not safe to be out this late." I nodded nonchalantly, glad to hear it. Then I shrugged and continued chatting. "I've wanted to see today's movie for a long time. Finally having some free time today. I dragged Aunt Bai along to watch it, and we just finished. We also strolled around the mall for a bit, and now we're about to head home." I tilted my head, looking Gao Yi up and down, with a teasing expression. "Uncle Gao, come to think of it, are you here for a movie too? The company being so busy, I thought you'd still be out, entertaining clients at this hour. Because I noticed you never seem to come home at night. Being so busy your feet never touch the ground." Gao Yi's expression immediately became a bit unnatural. His eyes darted around for a few moments, but very quickly he put on the appearance of a benevolent elder. He waved his hand, forcing a smile onto his face that looked worse than crying. No. You young people have time for movies, but for me, I'm too old for that. I was just discussing business with a major client of the company. This client is very difficult. I spent quite a lot of effort on him. I had to talk his ear off and pull out all the stops before he finally agreed to cooperate with us." As he spoke, he was frantically organizing the lies in his heart, afraid of leaving the slightest opening. I didn't expose him, instead pretending to suddenly understand, my tone carrying an exaggerated sense of respect. "So you were out discussing business, then you've really worked hard, Uncle Gao. For the sake of the company's growth, you've truly put in all your effort. No wonder the company in your hands is becoming more prosperous every day." Gao Yi puffed out his chest, a look of smugness clearly visible on his face. He reached out and patted my shoulder with a dedicated air. "I am the chairman of the company after all, Xiaofeng. You've also been doing very well. See, your coal department is operating quite impressively. Right now the company really needs passionate young people like you all." In his heart he thought he must appease me first. In his view, the probability that Baiji and I had an affair was basically zero. First, Baiji is the kind of traditional, virtuous wife and mother, her inner self bound by morality. Although Gao Yi also knew his own affair had already been discovered by Baiji, but since they hadn't openly confronted each other yet, Baiji couldn't possibly be having an affair, much less with someone so much younger than her like me. Secondly, how could a young man like me possibly be interested in someone as old as Baiji? Thinking of this, Gao Yi's racing heart finally settled down. Thank goodness I'm not being cheated on. Right now, Gao Yi only wanted to find a way to use some tricks to crush my newly established KOL department. Only then would he have the chance to buy out my shares at a low price. I quickly waved my hand, humble smile on my face. Not at all, not at all. I'm just doing some small things. How can I compare to you, Uncle Gao? You are the pillar of the company. Without you, the company certainly wouldn't be able to function. Gao Yi nodded with satisfaction. Don't be too humble, Xiao Feng. I think highly of you. Wait until I retire, and the burden of the company will rest on your shoulders. Having said that, he turned to look at Bai Ji, pretending to show a face of regret. It's just that I've made things hard for you, Bai Ji. For so many years with the company being busy, I often haven't had time to come home. It's been tough on you. Gao Yi's words made Bai Ji feel sick to her stomach. Bai Ji suppressed the disgust in her heart, still maintaining a gentle smile as she spoke softly. It's fine, go on with your work. You're doing it all to provide for this family. I can understand that. Gao Yi straightened his suit and gave a nod. Alright then, I'll go get the car. Later I still have to take this guest to the next round. You two should go home early too. It's very late now. Take care. Having said that, he turned and left, his footsteps much quicker than when he had arrived. After Gao Yi had vanished from sight, Bai Ji's expression immediately darkened. Her eyes were filled with deep hatred. As expected, not a single word from that beast's mouth is true. Discussing with clients my foot. I don't know how many times he has lied to me over all these years. I reached out and took Bai Ji's hand. Giving it a gentle squeeze, Bai Ji felt her entire body go limp. Her beautiful eyes turned toward me, her cheeks burning red. Her lovely face was filled with shyness, her voice both coquettish and soft. She said bashfully, Xiao Feng. The temperature in the car suddenly spiked again. Hearing this, I looked at Bai Ji with a face full of concern. Aunt Bai Im here, what's wrong? Bai Ji's body, which had been as tense as a bowstring, instantly relaxed. As if all her strength had been drained away, she leaned limply against the back of the seat. The composure she had just forced herself to maintain in front of Gao Yi had now vanished like the ebbing tide. Bai Ji let out a long breath, remnants of unresolved worry still lingering in her voice. Thank goodness Gao Yi didn't find out. Whenever I think of that beast's ruthless methods, I fear that once he knows the truth, he'll take revenge on you in a crazed manner. I shook my head, reaching out to gently hold her trembling hands. It's okay, Aunt Bai. During this time I will quickly deal with him. It'll be over in half a month at most, so he won't affect your mood anymore. Has done so many things that even a beast wouldn't do. It's time for him to pay the price. Bai Ji bit her lip, her eyes instantly turning red. Mew, alright. But you must absolutely look out for your own safety. If it really doesn't work, let's stop this revenge. Just let the police handle it. That beast Gao Yi has such a wicked heart. Your father trusted him so much, and treated him so well, that he could be so cruel to his own brother whom he had known since childhood. That's why I'm so afraid he'll do something to hurt you. Bai Ji's fingers tightened around the hem of my shirt, her small face clearly showing her anxiety. I took her hand back in mine, giving it a gentle squeeze, trying to give her more peace of mind. I know, Auntie Bai. Please don't worry. With that I pulled her into my arms. Resting my chin on the top of her head, I will always be by your side. Bai Ji looked up, her shy face softly calling out, Xiao Feng. Just then the sound of a car starting echoed from not far away. It was Gao Yi's car. Bai Ji's body suddenly stiffened, but a moment later a thought flashed through her mind. A provocative glint sparkled in her eyes, an excitement that was almost manic coursed through her body like an electric current. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around my neck. I was momentarily dazed, but then I immediately understood her intention. Outside the window, Gao Yi's car slowly drove by. He clearly hadn't noticed a thing. The thrill of potentially being caught at any moment made my heart race faster than ever before, my breath becoming hot and heavy. After everything settled down, I started the car and left the parking lot. In the passenger seat, Bai Ji leaned back, her small face flushed red. Strands of messy hair were stuck to her sweat-beaded forehead. Arriving home after parking the car in the garage, I turned to look at Bai Ji, who was still fast asleep. I gently picked her up, even though my movements were soft when I reached the main door. Bai Ji still woke up with a start. She yawned, her dreamy eyes looking at my face. Half awake and half dreaming, Bai Ji naturally wrapped her snow-white arms around my neck. Her lips moved as she gave me a kiss, and then called out in a soft voice, Hubby. I smiled, looking at the dazed Bai Ji. Auntie Bai, you're tired, rent you. It's very late now, you should rest early, and don't worry too much about today's matters. I'm right here. After saying that, I carried her and laid her on the bed. Seeing Bai Ji's exhausted state, my heart felt extremely pain for her. So after kissing her cheek, I prepared to leave quietly, but Bai Ji seemed to sense that I was about to leave, and she suddenly jolted awake. Then she instinctively grabbed my hand tightly, biting her lower lip with a pleading look in her eyes. Xiao Feng, don't go. I want you to stay with me. I shook my head helplessly, caressing her smooth white cheek. Auntie Bai, you're tired too, get some rest. We can talk tomorrow morning. Bai Ji sat up straight, looking at me with embarrassment. Xiao Feng, am still. I was stunned but firmly shook my head and said, No, you must go to sleep. Otherwise it won't be good for your health. Hearing that, Baiji immediately pouted her red lips. She hugged my arm and shook it back and forth coquettishly. No, just for tonight. Her sulky appearance looked just like a little girl asking for candy. I couldn't resist this cuteness at all, and could only throw up my hands in surrender. All right, you. Have it your way. Baiji was in no hurry, she said mysteriously. Xiaofeng, go outside first. Don't come in until I call you, okay? Having said that, she pushed me toward the door. I raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit curious. Baiji giggled, then said playfully, don't worry about it, you'll find out soon. Be a good boy, it'll only take a moment. Then she closed the door right in front of me. In the bedroom, Baiji's face grew redder and redder. It even started to feel burning hot. She went straight to the wardrobe and took out an outfit she hadn't worn in many years. A while later, Baiji was ready. She took a deep breath, parting her red lips. It's done. I love you, can come in now. Hearing that, I impatiently opened the door and entered. In an instant, I was set ablaze by the sight before me. Baiji was wearing a wedding dress looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Her long hair fell naturally over her shoulders. A few strands draped over her chest, only adding to her lazy sensual charm. The wedding photo of Gao Yi on the wall was a stark contrast to the image of Baiji in her wedding dress right now. Baiji sat on the bed, a shimmer of shyness in her eyes. She struck an incredibly seductive pose. Dear, am I beautiful? My Adam's apple bobbed. I barely managed to choke out 2 words. So beautiful. She gently beckoned me with her hand. If I'm beautiful, then what are you waiting for? Baiji's face was flushed, her red lips slightly parted, her gaze full of charm. Yet still unable to hide her modesty, she looked at me and said softly, even though you can't marry me, it's okay. In my heart I am your woman. Tonight is our wedding night. I nodded vigorously. Fine, tonight you are my bride. Our hearts beat as one, as if only the 2 of us existed in the whole world. Early the next morning, I woke up with my head still feeling a bit dazed. I tilted my head slightly, to see Baiji still deep in her dreams. A few stray hairs clung to her cheek. Her face still had a trace of tired flushing, but the corners of her lips were curled up slightly. A surge of warmth rose within me, and a satisfied smile spread across my face. After watching her for a while, I suddenly remembered something. I picked up my phone to check the time, and my heart skipped a beat. It was almost 10 o'clock, and today I had to go to the company to monitor the release of Jiang Yilian's first video. I stepped off the bed softly, afraid of disturbing Baiji's sweet dream. Then I ordered some breakfast for delivery. A long while later, Baiji finally slowly opened her eyes. She gave a long deep stretch. She looked as lazy as a little kitten that just woke up. As she moved, she realized her whole body was sore. Even her fingers felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She couldn't lift them at all. Baiji bit her lower lip softly, her eyes unintentionally drifting toward me. Good morning, my love. But when she saw the clock, she immediately covered her mouth in shock. Oh my, it's already past 10 o'clock. I still haven't gotten up yet. I haven't even made breakfast. She pouted her lips with a bit of frustration. Dear, wait for me. I'll go make breakfast right now. After saying that, she struggled to get up, wanting to get out of bed to cook for me. But her legs had no strength left. She collapsed back onto the bed, seeing that my heart clenched. And I hurried to the bedside to carefully support Baiji, gently lifting her back onto the bed. I leaned down and kissed her forehead. It's okay, Auntie Bai. I know you're tired. Just rest today. Besides, I've already ordered takeout. You don't need to cook anything today. Baiji's face lit up with a happy smile. Her eyes were full of trust. She nuzzled her small head into my chest, just like a well-behaved kitten, and said softly, Xiaofeng, you're so good to me. Soon the food arrived. Auntie Bai, come here, let's have breakfast, I said as I placed the food bags on the table. After finishing breakfast, I spoke up with some reluctance. Auntie Bai, I'm heading to the company now. I have a lot to do today. Baiji bit her lips slightly, gently tugging at the hem of my shirt to ask, will you be coming home tonight? I smiled and gave her nose a little pinch. Of course I will. Though it might be a bit late. Baiji's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but a smile quickly returned to her lips. It's okay, I'll wait for you at home. No matter how late, I'll wait for you to come back. I felt pained and hugged Baiji tightly, softly patting her back. You don't have to just go to sleep early. I arrived at the company, and as soon as I pushed the office door open, I saw Yan Danyuan sitting in the director's chair. She raised an eyebrow, a faint meaningful smile on her lips. Her voice was gentle but carried a hint of questioning. Where did you run off to last night? You were already gone when I woke up, disappearing right after finishing the business. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I replied with a laugh. Seeing you sleeping so soundly last night, I didn't have the heart to wake you. I left right after tucking you in. Besides, I had no change of clothes there, so didn't I have to go home to shower and change? Yan Danyuan stood up and walked over to me. She leaned in close and took a light sniff. She understood immediately and her lips curled up. Was it really just showering and changing? Nothing else happened? You must have been quite busy after that shower, right? I spread my hands pretending to be wronged. What else could I possibly have done? I just went home, cleaned up, put on new clothes, and had a good night's sleep. Haven't I been at the company since early morning? You can't go accusing me like that. Hearing this, Yan Danyuan leaned even closer. A suggestive look in her eyes, her seductive red lips were right by my ear. Wasn't that girl Bai Ji waiting for you at home? Tell me, what did you go back to do? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you greedy boy. I reached out to embrace her waist, pulling her gently into my arms, and whispered in her ear. What is it? Are you jealous? How about I make it up to you right now? I'll stay with you all night tonight. Okay. Yan Danyuan's face flushed deep red. She gave me a gentle push, glared at me, and then said coquettishly, Stop it, I almost couldn't even get out of bed. You don't know how to treasure me at all. She rubbed her shoulder as she spoke, her face clearly showing her exhaustion. Feeling bad for her, I massaged her shoulders, my movements extremely gentle and relaxing. You've worked hard. If you're tired, then just take the day off today. Stay home and get some rest. But in my heart I was secretly calculating who I should see today. Suddenly a figure I hadn't seen for a long time flashed through my mind, that domineering and cold appearance. It really has been quite a while. Maybe I should pay her a visit today. Yan Danyuan adjusted her hair, immediately returning to her capable and resourceful self. Isn't today the day Jiang Yilian posts her first video? How can I not be there to see it? She's a key trainee the company is grooming. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes with this debut video. I nodded in agreement. Once Jiang Yilian has posted her video, then you should just go home and rest early. Leave the rest to me. I was secretly planning. Once I was done here, I had to arrange a perfect plan for tonight. As I thought, I intently watched Yan Danyuan. She's truly beautiful. My gaze lingered on Yan Danyuan's inviting red lips. Right, Yan Danyuan is just physically exhausted. After a pause, I asked caringly, By the way, Danyuan, have you eaten breakfast yet? Hearing that Yan Danyuan bit her crimson lower lip, her eyes were filled with seduction. I haven't eaten yet. 2 hours later, Yan Danyuan and I walked toward the livestream area. Yan Danyuan was walking with a limp, seemingly still quite exhausted. She felt her legs were too weak to stand, feeling like she would collapse after just a few steps. I gently took her hand, guiding her as we moved forward together. Arriving at the livestream area, after finishing the check on Jiang Yilian's video, Yan Danyuan and I returned to the office. Yan Danyuan then looked at me with a smile. Xiao Feng, you're truly incredible. I didn't expect you to come up with such a wonderful idea. Smelling the rich scent lingering on Yan Danyuan, I couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to myself, Danyuan is truly an enchantress. I tried to compose myself. I forced a slightly awkward but polite smile. Hee Danyuan, isn't this the result of our joint efforts? I only contributed a small idea. Whether it works or not is all thanks to you. It was you who helped me recruit this team of staff. As I spoke, I glanced at the snow-white neck of Yan Danyuan and couldn't help but reach out to place my hand gently on her shoulder. My fingers caressed her lightly. Yan Danyuan seemed to notice my little action, her cheeks flushing slightly. She gave my shoulder a light tap and said playfully, Really, stop being so modest. If you hadn't written such a great video script, our shoot this time wouldn't have been so brilliant. Being tapped by Yan Danyuan like that, I not only didn't stop, but instead became even more aggressive. A meaningful smile formed at the corner of my lips. Danyuan, this is all just what I should do. Besides, there's no rule saying that after breakfast, you can't have some dessert, right? Xiao Feng don't. You have to go to the meeting room in a bit. Yan Danyuan's face was beet red, her forehead beaded with sweat. A few strands of hair were stuck. As drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks, which were hot and flushed. She looked both vulnerable and utterly enchanting. I didn't stop my gestures, even speaking with a serious tone. Be a good girl, Danyuan. It's fine, let the operations team start the discussion first. But right at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Both Yan Danyuan and I were startled. Yan Danyuan frowned. She looked toward the door with a bit of irritation, muttering under her breath, Who is it? Knocking at a time like this? She straightened her clothes and stood up from my side. I took a deep breath, trying to regain my composure. Come in. The door slowly opened, and a petite figure appeared at the doorway. As soon as Jiang Yilian saw me, her eyes immediately lit up. She came skipping into the room saying happily, Young Master Dai. I heard you were at the company, so I had to run over to find you right away. Seeing Jiang Yilian, I sighed helplessly in my heart, but kept a doting smile on my face. This girl is too greedy. Why did she have to show up right now? Isn't she just making things more complicated? Despite those thoughts, I asked, Yilian, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in physical training? Jiang Yilian walked to my side, pulling my arm coquettishly. I missed you. Training isn't nearly as important as seeing you. She even intentionally nuzzled against my arm. Clearly, after yesterday's group conversation, her courage had increased significantly, having clarified her own position. Zhang Yilian no longer worried about gains or losses. Being nuzzled by her like that made my entire body feel a wave of numbness. I thought to myself, this girl's ability to act cute is getting more and more advanced. I'm about to lose my defense. Yan Danyuan, seeing Zhang Yilian being so intimate with me, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. It felt like her favorite thing was being eyed by someone else. She pouted slightly, a flash of jealousy in her eyes, but she tried to stay calm. Yilian, you certainly showed up at the perfect time. Only then did Zhang Yilian notice Yan Danyuan was there. She looked at Yan Danyuan, then back at me. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. Oh dear, did I come at a bad time? Am I disturbing you too? Looking at these two beauties with completely different styles, getting jealous over me. The corners of my mouth curled into a satisfied smile, as I said calmly, not at all. You came at the perfect time. Hearing me say that, Zhang Yilian's eyes curved into crescents, and she tilted her head to ask, really? Dai Feng, you better not be lying to me. She then intentionally leaned closer to me. Yan Danyuan witnessed this scene, and felt a bit annoyed, but still smiled and said, Yilian, since you're already here, let's sit down and talk together. In her heart she was secretly competing. Let's see what kind of tricks this girl is going to pull. I raised my eyebrows and walked toward the small side room. A mischievous smile on my lips, opening the door wide. Anyone who's been a boss knows this. When decorating your office, you must have a secret bedroom, so that it's convenient to discuss work with female subordinates. Just a moment ago, I brought Yan Danyuan and Zhang Yilian into this secret bedroom. 2 hours passed. I looked up, glanced at the messy scene before me, and gave a soft sigh. It's getting late. We should head out now. In the small meeting room, the operations team. Everyone is still waiting for us, even if things between us are a bit ambiguous. If someone finds the three of us staying in the office together for this long, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Hearing this, Zhang Yilian, who was lying there, gradually came to. She blinked her eyes dreamily. Once she saw clearly that it was me, her large nimble eyes immediately darted around. A subtle smile appeared on her lips, faintly carrying a suggestive meaning, as she nudged herself closer to me, coquettishly saying, Young Master Dai, tonight, I really want to treat you to dinner. An amused smile appeared on my lips. My gaze shifted back and forth between Zhang Yilian and Yan Danyuan for a moment, and then I deliberately drawled. Well, about that, you'll have to think it over carefully. You know I'm buried in work these days. You'll have to see if I'm free tonight. In my heart I was calculating the mature and seductive Yan Danyuan and the young and playful Zhang Yilian, these two beauties each with her own charm. It was truly hard to make a choice. Who should I have dinner with tonight? Furthermore, this afternoon I have to meet that cold movie queen Luo Wangqing. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the office door once again. The atmosphere that had been filled with a hint of flirtation in the room suddenly seemed to freeze. The three of us looked at each other in confusion, feeling extremely awkward. In an instant, those intimate gestures from a moment ago were instinctively pulled back. I cursed under my breath. Who is it this time? Why is there always someone here to ruin my fun? It's such a mood killer. Yan Danyuan was slightly stunned. Her face still had a trace of a flush, and now a bit of doubt was added to it. She pursed her lips slightly, her gaze unconsciously turning toward the door, thinking to herself, at midday like this, I wonder who could be looking for me. Could it be something urgent? Yan Danyuan completely forgot about having to go to the meeting room. She reached up to tuck her hair back on her sweat-drenched forehead. Her hair was still a bit of a mess. Right now her heart was racing with a hint of panic. If anyone were to see her looking like this, it would be so embarrassing. Zhang Yilian, who was beside her, was like a startled little deer, hurriedly picking up the clothes scattered all over the floor. She held a pair of torn black stockings, giving me a helpless sideways glance. I just bought these. They didn't even last 2 days before they were ruined. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of my mouth. It's fine, I'll take you to the mall this afternoon and buy you a few more pairs as spares. Zhang Yilian was so shy her face turned bright red. She bit her lower lip and whispered with her head down. Yes, sir. After saying that, she quickly took those tattered black stockings and threw them in the trash. She felt lucky in her heart. Good thing we noticed early. Otherwise I would have gone out wearing them like that. A moment later, after the three of us had finished tidying up our clothes, I cleared my throat and called out, Come in. The door slowly opened. An assistant Lin Yu appeared at the doorway. The sight that greeted her as she entered left Lin Yu stunned and shocked. Yan Danying's forehead was covered in sweat. Messy strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, and her breathing was still a bit heavy. Zhang Yilian's face was as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes were shifting, she was drenched in sweat, and her clothes still had a few wrinkles. Lin Yu looked at me, then at Yan Danying and Zhang Yilian, and couldn't help but feel a surge of suspicion. Why is the atmosphere between these three so strange? Could there be some unspeakable secret? But could they really be so bold as to do that right here in the office? So blatantly? As thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Yu tried to appear calm. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, forming a professional smile. CEO Yi, the operations team is waiting in the small conference room. They want to discuss the upcoming work plan with you. I nodded, then said with feigned composure, "All right, I understand. You go to the meeting room first, bring your notebook. You'll need to take minutes later. We'll be there shortly." Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, then replied with a serious expression, "Yes, CEO Yi." Lin Yu turned and quickly left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Watching Lin Yu's retreating back, I breathed a small sigh of relief. I turned to look at Yan Danying and Jiang Yilian, my gaze carrying a touch of reassurance. "There's a restroom and a mirror in the lounge. Go in there and tidy yourselves up, and touch up your makeup. We'll go to the meeting together in the small conference room in a bit." Yan Danying and Jiang Yilian replied in unison, "Yes, sir." After speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. That smile revealed a hint of intimacy. One mature and one youthful, the two beauties held hands as they went into the restroom to fix their makeup. Soon after, the three of us were ready and headed toward the conference room together. Right now, the most important thing is still posting the videos and the operations. In the meeting room, several people from the operations team were already gathered around the table. I smiled and greeted everyone. "Sorry to keep you all waiting. Let's get started right away." Everyone sat together, discussing the upcoming operations plan. With great enthusiasm, the entire office was filled with an atmosphere that was both urgent and full of life. Once the meeting ended, I stood up and stretched, then said with a smile to Yan Danying and Jiang Yilian, "Let's go. We've been busy all morning, and am absolutely starving. It'll take you both out for a great meal." At a nearby Chinese restaurant, we enjoyed a delicious meal, while chatting about work matters. Jiang Yilian's mouth was stuffed full of food, making her look like an adorable little hamster. She spoke with her mouth full. "Young Master Yi, tell me, if our video goes viral this time, will I get advertising contracts?" I smiled, popped a piece of meat into my mouth, then spoke leisurely. "That's a given. As long as the video blows up, your popularity will definitely skyrocket. Advertisers will naturally come seeking you out then. However, this is only the beginning. Your road ahead is still very long. Just do as I say, and I'll take care of the rest." I knew very well in my heart, the quality of this video is exceptionally high, far surpassing all current bloggers. It's a total domination. Yan Danying and Jiang Yilian glanced at each other, though they still had some doubts. Seeing how confident I was, they quickly nodded in agreement. Jiang Yilian tilted her head slightly, resting her chin on her hands and pursing her lips, then said in a soft voice, "Young Master Ye, will the video we post today really cause a storm?" Even now she felt like she was in a dream, feeling that everything was very surreal, so her heart was always restless, worrying about success and failure. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and trust, like I was stroking a well-behaved kitten. I gently patted Jiang Yilian's head. "Today's video will absolutely 100% blow up. You'll see as soon as we get back to the office." Seeing Jiang Yilian's small figure, both nervous and full of anticipation, I couldn't help but give her cheek a gentle pinch. Jiang Yilian nodded vigorously, looking just like an obedient little student. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, sighed softly, her eyes filled with deep emotion. "Young Master Yi, you're truly the benefactor of my life." Jiang Yilian lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her shirt. I leaned forward a bit, reaching out to gently wipe a tear from the corner of her eye, while my other hand caressed her smooth face. Then I leaned in slightly and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "As long as you're willing to work hard, I believe you can definitely become a major blogger with millions, or even tens of millions of followers. Then you'll be chased by fans wherever you go. Besides, with our relationship being this close, as long as you stay loyal, I could never bear to abandon you." Yan Danying, who was nearby, also said with a smile, "Yilian, you must seize this opportunity well. It's rare for CEO Yi to value someone this much. He'll surely help you reach the stars." In her heart, Yan Danying was happy for Jiang Yilian. After all, she was her only ally. Ever since she found out I had so many beauties and was so powerful, Yan Danying had made up her mind to bring in an ally to help maintain her favor, and Jiang Yilian was her natural ally. First of all, Jiang Yilian was the company's hot girl. She had a natural advantage in terms of proximity and status. Moreover, they were comrades in the same trench. Yan Danying even planned to bring Bai Ji into the fold. Although she loathed Gao Yi, she had known Bai Ji for many years, and their relationship had always been very good. But to become allies, one must go through life and death together. Yan Danying's beautiful eyes constantly swept over me, unconsciously licking her red lips. "You'll have to find a chance for us, Little Feng and me, to visit Bai Ji's house together.